Chapter 653. Li Xiaoda was wearing a brown robe and a pair of shoes. He didn't even wear a crown on his head. He stood outside the palace gate with a bald head. Hearing the servant's words, Li Xiaoda stood there in a daze, his face stupefied. He had come today to take a step back in order to advance. Although the emperor had already shown that he was partial to him in court yesterday, he still wanted to go one step further. Therefore, he dressed himself like this and walked to the palace, pretending to be asking for forgiveness and resignation. According to his expectations, the emperor would certainly treat him well. He would invite him to a banquet or send him back to his mansion in an imperial carriage. The news would spread all over the city in an instant. Those who saw the wind blow would naturally know what to do, and the situation would not be peaceful. Who would have thought? The emperor's words seemed to be comforting, but the emperor's actions clearly had a kind of coldness. At this moment, he deeply regretted his actions. This time, he had outsmarted himself. Who would have thought that the emperor would be so fickle? After the young servant finished passing on the oral order, he smiled politely at him and returned to the palace. Li Xiaoda stood in a daze at the palace gate for a long time until he discovered that the warriors standing at the palace gate were looking at him with sympathy. This deeply hurt his self-esteem. Li Xiaoda suddenly turned around and walked out of the palace with large strides. He walked with his chest out and his head held high, but his straight back, no matter how you looked at it, revealed a sense of sorrow. Prime Minister Li, dressed in a coarse robe, took off his hat and tied up his hair, and went to the palace to ask for forgiveness. But the emperor did not see him. The news of his fruitless return quickly spread throughout the city, and the officials immediately smelled something different. Some of them immediately went to the study, dismissed the page boys, and began to write a secret memorial. Some people began to burn the letters and poems exchanged with Prime Minister Li, or they took down the inscribed board that Li Xiaoda had written before. They had their families take it to the backyard and hide it in the woodshed. If the situation turned bad, they would immediately chop it into firewood. The next day, when the court met again, the winds had changed. Although most of the officials adopted a safe position, waiting to see what would happen or submitting secret memorials of impeachment, there were still some bold opportunists who openly joined the impeachment of Li Xiaoda. As always, Li Xiaoda went out without a hat and bowed to listen to the memorials. When the officials finished impeaching him, he asked to leave. This time, Wu Zetian did not ask him to stay and coldly agreed to his request. Li Xiaoda temporarily left the government hall and returned to his mansion to wait for the memorials. The impeachment was not only an opportunity to express their stance and fight for a higher position. It was not only a way to vent Li Xiaoda's merciless humiliation, it was also a way of their own. Impeachment wasn't just a chance to express their stance and fight for a promotion. It wasn't just a way to vent Li Xiaoda's merciless humiliation and reprimand. It was also a way for them to clear their names. Frankly speaking, Li Xiaoda was not a treacherous official. Admittedly, he was passionate about power, and for this reason, he excluded and suppressed those who might threaten him. The prime ministers that he pulled into the political affairs hall were all people who could not stand shoulder to shoulder with him and could not fight against him. Furthermore, he was arbitrary and tyrannical, but when it came to major issues of right and wrong, he was still able to control himself. Although Wu Zetian was the only empress who had never been before or after, she still had many of the characteristics of a woman. When she trusts a person, it will be absolute. Even if this person does something wrong, she will be extremely lenient and even show a biased attitude. Although Wu Zetian was the first and only female empress in history, she still had many unique characteristics of a woman. When she trusted someone, she would trust them absolutely. Even if that person did something wrong, she would be extremely lenient and even show favoritism towards them. In fact, this was not a characteristic of a woman. Many wise rulers had similar characteristics. Perhaps this characteristic came from their extreme self-confidence. Therefore, before this self-confidence was broken, they could blindly trust a person. Once this self-confidence was broken, they would be extremely lenient and even show a biased attitude. In fact, this could not be considered a woman's characteristic. Many wise rulers had similar characteristics. Perhaps this characteristic originated from their extreme self-confidence. Thus, before this self-confidence was broken, they could blindly trust a person. Once this self-confidence was broken, they would feel that they had been deceived and would hate a person to the extreme. Li Xiaoda could not sit still. He could see the changes in the emperor and the officials clearly. He knew that if he continued to sit and wait, it was the same as waiting for death. He made one last effort. He did not try to win back the emperor's favor. Instead, he once again retreated in order to advance, hoping to save himself. He submitted a letter of 10,000 words to carry out self-blame and self-impeachment, reflecting on his arbitrary and domineering behavior during the period of assisting the government, and asked for forgiveness from the emperor. Once the empress was disgusted with a person, she wouldn't even bother with superficial courtesy. She immediately accepted Li Xiaoda's impeachment and issued a decree to demote Li Xiaoda to the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion. Li Xiaoda would be promoted to the Nanbin County Magistrate of Qinzhou, Lingnan West Road. She ordered him to take up the post in the Shirwan Mountains of Guangxi. After receiving the empress's decree, Li Xiaoda seemed to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. He sat in a daze for a long time, and then gave a long sigh. He ordered his family to pack up and prepare to take up the post. At this time, the number of impeachment memorials didn't decrease, but increased day by day. At this time, there were no more people from Wu Sanxi or Princess Taiping secretly adding fuel to the fire. Instead, the accumulated resentment of the civil and military officials against Li Xiaoda was like a flood that broke the dam, and finally broke out. The impeachment memorials were sent to Wu Zetian like snowflakes. Because these memorials were impeaching officials, Shanghai Wanner had no power to deal with them. They were all handed to Wu Zetian for her to read personally. The more Wu Zetian read, the angrier she became. Yesterday, he was still an important official that she praised endlessly, but today, he was a deadly tumor. There were memorials to defend and appeal for Li Xiaoda, but they had long been annihilated in this snowflake of impeachment memorials. Li Xiaoda hadn't packed up and prepared to take up the post in the Shirwan Mountains when the empress issued another imperial decree. She removed Li Xiaoda from the position of Nanbin County Magistrate and exiled him to Lingnan Prison Prefecture. Young Master Jiang felt that his black and glossy hair, that even women would be envious of, was about to turn white. He couldn't understand the series of changes in the court at all. It wasn't that young Master Jiang was stupid, but that everything that was happening in the court really couldn't have any positive connection with what Yang Fan should be doing. On the contrary, looking at the current situation, this storm could only be harmful to Yang Fan without any benefit. After Yang Fan submitted his preliminary list, there weren't many descendants of aristocratic families on it. Instead, Li Xiaoda's party and Wu Sanxi's party made up the majority. This list incited a strong backlash from Wu Qingxi. Even the Zhang brothers of the internal court were very dissatisfied, so they launched a counterattack against Li Xiaoda. The reason Wu Sanxi wasn't the target of their counterattack was because Wu Sanxi was Wu Zetian's nephew. For Wu Qingxi, strengthening Wu Sanxi's party was a great harm to him, but for Wu Zetian, as long as the Wu family's power grew, it was beneficial to her. She was happy to see this happen, and attacking Wu Sanxi wouldn't have much of an effect. In the end, Li Xiaoda wasn't good at managing his own power. His seemingly powerful political foundation had long been destroyed by his straightforward and domineering personality. This large tree seemed to reach the clouds, but its insides had long been eaten away by insects and would fall with a single gust of wind. In this way, Yang Fan would most likely be caught in the crossfire. What exactly did he want to do? Young Master Jiang thought hard for a long time and repeatedly deliberated, but he still couldn't determine Yang Fan's true intentions. His brows couldn't help but furrow deeper and deeper. He didn't know what Yang Fan wanted to do, but he couldn't just sit and watch. No matter what, this opportunity couldn't be missed. Thinking of this, young Master Jiang slightly relaxed his brows. He raised his head and said to Yuan Tingyun, "Have Gawain impeach Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyun was very excited. Young Master had finally decided to act. He nodded heavily and immediately walked out. Gawain was the right assistant imperial censor of the imperial censor, someone that the Lu family had raised. After young Master Jiang was deposed, all of the connections in the officialdom controlled by Xianzong were taken over by Yang Fan. Even though young Master Jiang was proud and was not willing to ask the family for help, there were many times when he had to use the connections that the Lu family had painstakingly built up over many years. Among the most important assets of every large family, there was a list of names that could only be personally held by the head of the family. It was like the mafia leaders in The Godfather, locked away in the most secret safe and only passed on to their heirs when they died. The people on that list had either been raised up by them, or they had been fed with real money for many years, or they were secret allies that had been established based on their interests. Old Master Lu doted on this eldest grandson, but he didn't dare to let him squander the family's resources. After returning to Fanyang, he only copied down the names of 3 people from the list and gave them to young Master Jiang. This Gawain was one of them. Young Master Jiang could not wait any longer. He had to send someone to test the waters and see how Yang Fan would respond. Yang Fan lay on his side on the large luohan bed, enjoying a rare moment of father and son alone time with his precious son. On the luohan bed, the bed table in the middle had already been removed. Yang Nianzu was lying next to him, kicking and grabbing. He quickly grabbed the jade pendant on his father's waist. His feet pushed against his father's hip bone, and he forced his body to turn over. His little mouth was foaming, and he grinned at his old man in a very happy manner. Yang Fan used a handkerchief to wipe away the foam at the corner of his mouth. Yang Nianzu impatiently turned his head. "Boy, you still have a little sister. Do you miss her?" Yang Nianzu worked hard to spit out another ball of saliva and smeared it on his pink lips that had just been wiped clean. He gave his old man a victorious smile. "Good boy." Yang Fan's fingers gently scratched his chubby little face. His voice became low and his eyes became very emotional. "Son, your father also has an elder sister. She is your aunt, your biological aunt. Your aunt is very beautiful, very gentle, and she loves your father very much. Unfortunately, your aunt passed away early and will never be able to love you." Yang Fan's eyes were a little moist. He blinked his eyes to wipe away the tears in his eyes. He whispered to his still ignorant son, "This kind of thing will not happen to you again. Father will definitely find your elder sister and bring her back. Don't you think so?" Yang Nianzu's pair of black eyes stared at his father. He made a sound of agreement and grinned again. Yang Fan also smiled. He gently patted his little, and dotingly said, "You are really a silly boy. Your father has just become a big official, and he is about to lose it. He is going to be in big trouble. Why are you still smiling?" Yang Nianzu's little mouth grinned. The smile touched his entire face. The curve of his face was raised, and he smiled even more happily. Chapter 654. When news of Li Xiaoda's exile to Lingnan spread, the list of selected officials was finally made public. This was all thanks to Li Xiaoda's efficiency. He already knew who to use and who not to use. As soon as the list of candidates for Yang Fan's position was announced, he immediately circled out his preferred candidate. As a result, he was charged with yet another crime. As soon as the list of selected officials was announced, Imperial Censor Gao, when accused the heavenly magistrate of abusing his authority for personal gain, he formed cliques and divided up the public resources in an unscrupulous manner. This time, the spearhead was directed at Yang Fan. When Li Xiaoda was around, he was the tallest and largest tree. The tallest tree attracted the most wind, so all the storms were directed at him. With Li Xiaoda gone, the smaller tree, Yang Fan, was exposed. He became the new target of attack. However, Yang Fan was a smaller tree, not a monkey on Li Xiaoda's tree. His roots were still connected to Wu Sansi. That was why all the officials saw Gao Wen's accusation of Yang Fan as a test from Wu Qingxi. Was the battle between the two of them about to begin again? Because of this worry, the officials did not immediately pick a side. They wanted to see what was going on, to see which of King Liang and King Wei the emperor would side with. King Wei was also puzzled by this, because Gao Wen was not one of his people. Yang Fan had brought down both Li Xiaoda and Wu Sansi. That was why Wu Qingxi was in no hurry to deal with him. Li Xiaoda had already fallen, but even though Li Xiaoda was harsh by nature, he still had a few trusted aides. Wu Sansi was busy gathering his forces to clean up Li Xiaoda's remaining cliques in one fell swoop. Yang Fan was not yet in the position to do so. However, Gao Wen's actions had brought the entire process forward. Yang Fan was a doctor and did not have the right to participate in the court. Therefore, when Gawain impeached him, he was not in the court. He only heard the news after the court meeting, and it was Chun Dong from the Ministry of Justice who sent him the news. He did not hear the direct accusation because Wu Zetian accepted the memorial but did not make any comments in court. Young Master Jiang had received news from his informant that after Yang Fan learned that he was being impeached, his expression remained the same and his behavior was calm, without any abnormal movements. However, another of his informants sent him news that before noon, Yang Fan left the heavenly official residence. He first went to the Liang residence before going to the Gentleness Square alone. In the Gentleness Square's oldest brothel, the Gentleness Square, he invited the current top hostess of the brothel, Lady Gentleness, to play the zither and serve him wine. He only left drunkenly at dusk. Young Master Jiang combined all of Yang Fan's previous strange actions and did not believe that Yang Fan was pretending to be calm, but was actually panicking. Instead, he was even more certain that Yang Fan was up to something. He had no choice but to be more cautious, but he still did not know what Yang Fan's goal was and what he wanted to do. Yang Fan did this not for him to see, but for the other civil and military officials to see. What would they think after hearing this news? Zhao Gan did not expect that someone would beat him to the punch and impeach Yang Fan. He was quite anxious when he heard the news. Fortunately, Imperial Censor Gao Wen's impeachment didn't seem to have any effect. The emperor's attitude was ambiguous, and he had no intention of punishing Yang Fan. Only then did Zhao Gan calm down. On the evening of the second day, Clan Lord Duga's men finally delivered the last batch of information he needed. It was great to have the backing of such a powerful clan. If not for the Dugas, he would not have been able to gather so much evidence on his own. If he wanted to impeach him, he could only use some superficial words like Gao Wen. However, he was not an imperial censor and did not have the privilege of hearing reports. Now that he had the irrefutable evidence in hand, Zhao Gan was finally at ease. Zhao Gan did not sleep for the whole night. The lamp in his study was lit until the rooster crowed. The bell on the heavenly gate rang throughout the city. When he finally came out of the study, his eyes were bloodshot, but he was in high spirits. He did not even have the appetite for breakfast and went to court in high spirits. When the court session was halfway through and most of the main topics had come to an end, Wu Zetian, who had been sitting in the court for too long, was exhausted. She was about to fall asleep. At this moment, the eunuch standing in the hall heard a few words from a servant and immediately walked to her side. He bowed and said, "Zhao Gan, the Minister of Seal of the Heavenly Official Court, begs your Majesty to allow him to go to the palace hall and show his name to impeach him." Oh, Wu Zetian's spirits rose. She had spent most of her life fighting with concubines, foreign officials, and the world. It was as if she had developed a hobby for snitching. She immediately ordered, "Summon him to court." The eunuch spun around and announced in a clear voice, "His Majesty has decreed that Minister Zhao Gan of the Heavenly Official Residence shall present himself to the Emperor to be impeached." The officials who had been standing for half a day felt their hearts skip a beat. In a feudal dynasty, only the emperor was not to be offended. He could only be remonstrated, but not impeached. Anyone below the crown prince could be impeached. Who was going to be unlucky this time? Zhao Gan, who was waiting outside the court, heard the voice that seemed to come from the highest heavens. He immediately walked into the court, his heart about to jump out of his throat. Although he had long practiced the etiquette of having an audience with the emperor, this was the first time he stepped into the divine palace of Wanxiang, and this was the first time he was so close to the empress. As soon as Zhao Gan spoke, the officials heaved a sigh of relief. "It's not me." Then their spirits rose. The second round of the battle between the two generals has begun, but in the next moment they were on tenterhooks again. Zhao Gan was accusing Yang Fan, but the crimes and scandals he brought up were those of the courtiers and their families. Zhao Gan's accusation of impeaching Yang Fan was not as serious as Gao Wen made it out to be, nor was it as blatant. He did not accuse Gao Wen of forming cliques and stealing public resources, but of neglecting his duties and neglecting his duties. To put it lightly, it was a problem of the official's attitude or even ability. However, Zhao Gan was not as eloquent as Gao Wen. He spoke passionately but did not have much evidence. Zhao Gan did not speak empty words, only evidence. To prove that Yang Fan was neglecting his duties, Zhao Gan commented on the candidates one by one with examples. Of course, not all of the officials had a handle on them, and not all of them had a handle that could be used against them. However, the problem was that Yang Fan first checked whether they had a handle on them, and then stuffed those who had a handle on them into the candidate list. What else could be said? In an instant, Zhao Gan, who had always kept a low profile, was in the limelight in the imperial court. The ministers and assistant ministers of the imperial censorate were dumbfounded. The officials of the imperial censorate were ashamed that Zhao Gan's evidence was more professional than theirs. The former provincial governor of Azhou, Yang Jinxian, was removed from his post due to corruption and should not have been rehired. Furthermore, I found that Yang Jinxian was not content after his retirement. His nephew, Yang Qi, fought with a neighbor over a trivial matter and injured someone. He should have been sentenced to death by hanging, but Yang Jinxian interfered with the justice system and was only sentenced to exile. But just a year later, Yang Qi, who should have been exiled to Yaozhou, swaggered on the streets of Luoyang. How can such a person be an official? When Zhao Gan entered the hall, his hands and legs were weak and his heart was beating like thunder. But now that he spoke, his expression was firm and his voice was powerful. If one did not stand out, how could one rise to the top? This was a political speculation, a gamble. If one did not have the guts, one might as well not enter the game. Zhao Gan was born poor and had no connections. He was a loner and had few friends, but he had the guts. Lin Manshuang, the secretary of the Secretariat, had 2 sons. They were stubborn and mischievous and did not strive to improve themselves. They only liked to fight and run dogs. Their talents were mediocre, and everyone knew this when they were studying in the Imperial College. But both of his sons actually passed the examination and became a jinshi. The court and the public have long criticized him. And now, both of Lin Manshuang's sons have been selected as officials of the southern border. I request Your Majesty to look at their examination papers and personally test their talents. If their names do not match up, not only can they not be officials, Lin Manshuang will also be severely punished. These people had the qualifications to be officials, but there had never been a vacancy for them to be appointed as candidates or officials who had always been in idle positions. It was not easy to find fault with their achievements, but everything that Zhao Gan said had a great deal to do with them being officials. It was enough to be used as evidence that they were not fit to be officials. Zhao Gan pointed out the faults of 7 or 8 officials in one breath and let out a long sigh, calming down his excited mood. The court officials were still in suspense. Everyone could see that he had not finished speaking, but no one knew who he was going to point to next. Finally, Zhao Gan's clear voice sounded again. The minister of Taichung, Pei Zhen, in the 7th month of the 3rd year of Chuegong, his father passed away. He was removed from his post and returned to the court in the 10th month of the 1st year of Yongchang. Zhao Gan's voice paused, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. In the 3rd month of the 1st year of Zai Chu, Pei Zhen gave birth to a son. These 2 sentences were simply inexplicable. All the civil and military officials in the court were puzzled and did not understand what was going on. Thanks to Wu Zetian's good habit of changing the year title every few days, sometimes even 2 or 3 times a year, the court officials put their hands in their sleeves and started counting the days with their fingers. The court suddenly became extremely quiet. After a while, someone exclaimed softly as if he had a sudden realization. Then more and more people came to their senses. From the 7th month of the 3rd year of Chuegong to the 10th month of the 1st year of Yongchang, it was exactly 27 months. This was the time when the officials had to return to their ancestral home to mourn after their parents passed away. From the 10th month of the 1st year of Yongchang to the 3rd month of the 1st year of Zai Chu, this was a period of 5 months. In other words, Pei Zhen gave birth to a son 5 months after his mourning ended. What was the problem here? The Dingyu ceremony stipulated that during the period of Dingyu, one was not allowed to leave the house, eat meat or fish, drink alcohol, sleep with his wife or concubines, listen to music, or even bathe or change clothes. It was best to live in a hut beside a grave and stay there for 27 months. But Pei Shaoqing had only ended Dingyu for 5 months, and his son was born. When was his son conceived? This was not a small matter at that time. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. If a person could not even be filial to his birth parents, how could one expect him to be loyal to the emperor and love the people? Pei Zhen was dejected, and his face was pale. How could he not know that this child was a scourge? However, he only had a few daughters and not a son. At that time, his concubine was pregnant, and he could not bear to use medicine to abort the pregnancy. He only hoped to have a son. Heaven had eyes, and the Pei family's descendants did not die out. Unexpectedly, the retribution for sleeping with his wife and concubine during the mourning period came today. Taichung Temple's Shaoqing was on the same level as the provincial governor. If he did not covet the real power of the provincial governor, he would not have begged King Liang to curry favor with him, who knew that his future would be ruined by his greed. Today, even if he wanted to regret it, there was nothing he could do. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Lei, looked at him sympathetically and thought to himself, "Old Pei is finished. Yang Fan, that slippery little loach, will not be able to escape this time. Chapter 655. Zhao Gan's impeachment did not have any grand theories or flowery words. Everything he said was the truth. A large number of Southern Borders officials fell from power because of the rebellion of the Southern Borders barbarians. The barbarians rebelled not only because of the extortion and oppression from the censorate, but also because they had long been in conflict with the local officials. Because of this, Wu Zetian was determined to reform the Southern Borders governance and improve the relationship between the court and the local barbarians. Zhao Gan's various deeds were like a slap to Wu Zetian's face. These were the officials she had chosen. Would these people be more competent than their predecessors when they were sent to the southern border? Before this, Imperial Censor Gao had accused Yang Fan of forming a clique for personal gain. Wu Zetian didn't care at all. She wanted Yang Fan to form a clique for the Wu clan's personal gain. However, she couldn't tolerate the selection of such a group of officials. Enough! Don't say any more. Wu Zetian suddenly burst into a thunderous rage. She slammed her palm down and waved her sleeves. The list of candidates is invalid. Yang Fan will listen in seclusion. Court dismissed. Wu Zetian left the Golden Palace with a sunken expression, leaving all of the officials and generals in the Golden Palace. The sudden turmoil in the court stemmed from the sudden appearance of more opportunities and benefits. The promotion of any prime minister was enough to attract the attention of the court officials. Every time there was a vacancy for a prime minister, the qualified officials would spare no effort to form cliques, bribe people, build momentum, and think of ways to attract the attention of the emperor. Those officials who were not qualified to be selected were even busier than them. Every new prime minister would build up his own team. These officials had to carefully analyze and select who had the most hope of becoming prime minister. They had to bribe them in advance, express their support, and choose which side to stand on. Naturally, this time was no exception, especially since Li Xiaoda had monopolized the power of the prime minister. His strong desire for power caused him to meddle in every matter, big or small, and firmly hold the power in his own hands. The other prime ministers had become mere decorations, and once Li Xiaoda fell, none of the other prime ministers had the prestige and power to monopolize the court. In other words, anyone who could enter the political affairs hall would become a prime minister with real power. This position was naturally coveted by everyone. Following Li Xiaoda's fall, his trusted aides like Lu Qinwang were also demoted. Correspondingly, there were a number of vacancies for high-ranking officials. These positions also needed to be filled. At the same time, the list of southern border officials had been invalidated, and a new batch of officials was needed. The positions of these high officials in the imperial court were coveted by those in power now. The positions of those local officials with real power in the southern border, they also wanted to strive hard to obtain them for their own sons and nephews, comrades, and disciples. A series of interests formed political whirlpools of various sizes, converging into a monstrous wave that could swallow everything. When Assistant Minister Wang Lei informed Yang Fan that he was going back to his residence to await his return, he said with a fake smile, "Yang Fan, go home and rest for a few days. Don't worry. As long as you are acting in the interest of the public, the court will naturally give you justice. After the truth is revealed, you will still be a member of the heavenly official mansion." Originally, whenever Wang Lei saw Yang Fan, he would politely address him as Yang Langzhong. At this time, Yang Langzhong was still Yang Langzhong. It was just that because he was being impeached, he had to avoid meeting him as a matter of routine. Therefore, Wang Lei impolitely addressed him directly by his name. Yang Fan did not seem to hear the coldness in his words. His face was still very calm. "I have just been appointed, and I am not very clear about many things yet. As a result, I have made such a big mess for the heavenly magistrate. I am really ashamed. I still have to trouble Assistant Minister Wang to clean up this mess. You have worked hard, worked hard. The smile on Wang Lei's face suddenly froze. He then remembered that with Yang Fan's departure, the selection of officials in the southern border would most likely fall on his head. Usually, if there was an official vacancy, it would be a very lucrative job. Whoever arranged it would benefit. But now, it was a game of several political giants. It was definitely not a good thing to be involved in it. When Yang Fan returned to the detention room, Li Zhenghu was instructing a few servants to help him pack up his things. As soon as he saw Yang Fan enter, Li Zhenghu quickly came up to greet him. His waist was stiff, but before he could bend down, he bounced up again. Only his voice was still considered polite. Yang Longzhong, you have returned. I have already asked people to help pack up your things. Li Zhenghu's tone, smile, demeanor, everything seemed to be no different from before. It was just that he had subtly and quietly changed the humble title to I, and it seemed so natural. That kind of coldness was like the unknowingly arriving autumn. Yang Fan smiled and sighed in his heart. It was not the first time he had experienced the coldness of officialdom. Seeing that the servants had tied up the things they were packing and that the small bag was being packed, they were all twisting their waists and thumping their shoulders in exhaustion. They had no intention of helping him move it out, so he smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Yang Fan stepped forward, picked up the tied-up package, threw it over his shoulder, and strode out. In life, one could only fight for oneself, and there was no need to say anything to others. A rich person could borrow 100 taels of silver, but a poor person could not ask for half a rice. There were few gentlemen who sent charcoal in the snow, but there were many people who added flowers to embroidery. One should not rely on relatives and friends, and the feelings of the world were thinner than the floating clouds. If one were to talk about relatives, it had to be friends and relatives. While Yang Fan was in seclusion, Chen Dong, Feng Shihui, Yuan Han, and a group of old friends from the Ministry of Justice came to visit him without avoiding suspicion. Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and a group of friends who had gone through trials and tribulations with him also immediately came to visit. The group of brothers he had met in the army, such as Huang Xuchang, Zhang Shitong, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and the others were all there. Speaking of which, military officers did not consider as much as civil officials, and did not have many scruples. If they treated you as a friend, they would support you unreservedly. Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga were Yang Fan's best friends. When Yang Fan had been labeled as a traitor by Lai Junqian, they still had no scruples in associating with him. Of course, they could not be left out at this time. A true friend might not see you every day, but when you were in trouble, he would definitely be by your side. For a moment, Yang Fan's residence was livelier than usual. The group of military officers really did not have much to say. They did not know how to comfort people. Weren't the brothers feeling suffocated? Come, let's drink. It'll be great when we're drunk. They seemed to be afraid that the Yang family would not be able to afford wine, so they brought over a cart of wine themselves. They had the Yang family's chef prepare a few dishes, and then dragged Yang Fan to his seat. They began to drink in large bowls, as if all of Yang Fan's worries would vanish like smoke in thin air after getting drunk. The civil officials were much more meticulous. Sun Yuxuan took a few sips and began to persuade him. Why does Erlang have to sit at home all day? Our positions are lowly, and our words do not carry much weight. We cannot help Erlang much, but Erlang has a wide network, and there are many people who can help. If they are willing to speak up for Erlang, Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "This little brother understands brother Sun's good intentions. It's just that this case involves a lot of people, all the people in the court, are staring at it with their eyes wide open. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind can't be hidden from people. If I go to their door to ask for help, it will give others a reason to say something, and they won't be able to speak up for me. Hu Yuanli said, Erlang still has King Liang behind him. It's easy to mess with Erlang, but what should we do next? Say that Erlang has formed a faction? Who has Erlang formed a faction with? Hey, if this case is treated as a collusion case, the one who will lose the most face is His Majesty. Therefore, this matter, at most, is just a crime of carelessness. How serious can the consequences be? Erlang's family is wealthy, and he does not need to worry about this laborious official position. Besides, a day as an official, a lifetime as an official. Even if Erlang loses his official position, he still has an official status. Official positions can be transferred, demoted, and dismissed, but an official's status is different. As long as they are not exiled, an official who has lost his official position can still preside over associations and undertake litigation. The yamen runners and bailiffs have to be respectful when they see them, and the prefectural and county magistrates have to visit them to ask for advice. Yang Fan knew that he had good intentions and was afraid that he would take things too hard, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. Chun Dong coughed and said while stroking his beard, As an official, as long as it is not a big mistake, even if he is removed from his official position, it won't be long before he can get another official position, such as managing the temple, supervising the official projects, participating in the education of the officials, and so on. Erlang's case involves the Wu family, and it involves His Majesty's face, so it won't be too severe. Feng Shihui's eyes brightened, and he said cheerfully, Yes, there are 3 types of removal from office in our court: removal from office, and removal from office forever. Let's just say that he would never be able to use it again. That was the most severe punishment, but so what? He can still be reinstated. The future is long, and Erlang is still so young. As long as he works hard, there will be a chance for him to come back. Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he raised his cup and said, All right, everyone, don't worry about this matter. I am wholeheartedly serving the public, and I have a clear conscience. As for the court's decision, we can just quietly wait for the news. As for the plans that everyone has mentioned, it is still too early to plan them. Come, let's drink. Let those nobles worry about those dirty things. Sun Yuxuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Erlang is open-minded. I really cannot compare. Chu Kuanga Ma Qiao, Zhang Shitong Li Dayan, and the other generals immediately picked up their wine bowls and shouted, Erlang is right. Come, let's drink. At the same time, the Assistant Minister of War, Yao Chong, was also holding a banquet in Yao Yuanji's residence. The banquet was held in the study. There was a pot of wine, 2 kinds of dried fruits, and 2 people sitting opposite each other behind the table. Yao Chong was wearing a brown robe, his tall and sturdy body stretched out with strong lines, and his rough face was sharp and angular. Over 50 years old, he still looked as healthy as a man in the prime of his life. After all, he was from a family of generals. As long as he did not neglect his martial arts, he would still be full of blood and vitality in his 50s, and his body would be strong and vigorous. Opposite him was a white-haired, thin, and scholarly old man. The old man sipped the wine and ate a big jujube, enjoying himself. Yao Chong smiled and said, Duke Wen, is Duke Zhang doing well in Jingzhou? The person called Duke when called Zhang Jianji's name and said with a smile, Although General Meng is old, his hearing and eyes are still sharp, and his body is healthy. 1 meal of his is worth 2 meals of mine. With that, the 2 laughed at each other. After the laughter stopped, Duke Wen leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, Li Xiaoda has left his post, and Yuanji You are one of the most promising candidates to become the prime minister. However, Duke Zhang thinks that UNG will be more useful in the Ministry of War than in the Political Affairs Hall. I have come to the capital for this matter. Chapter 656. Some things did not need to be said too clearly. Yao Chong understood why Zhang Jianji suggested him to stay in the Ministry of War. But the position of prime minister was the highest point in one's life. Unless one was a member of the royal family, the position of prime minister was the highest point of one's life. The temptation was huge. Now that this goal was right in front of him, he only needed to work hard to climb up. It was not easy for him to give up. But Yao Chong only stroked his beard and pondered for less than 10 minutes before he suddenly opened his eyes. He had made up his mind, and his eyes were clear. He said in a sonorous tone, "The position of prime minister is something people yearn for." But during the Wujiao Revolution, the Wu clan monopolized power and acted arrogantly. Now that the empress is on the throne, although the court is not peaceful, the world is still stable. Once the empress passes away, the power will fall into the hands of the Wu clan. Chaos will follow, and the empire will collapse in an instant. Without the country, what is the use of being prime minister? Since the position of assistant minister of war is beneficial to the restoration of the empire, it is not a big deal for me to give up this position. Good. Duke Wen clapped his hands and praised. I knew that UNG's heart is for the world and will definitely agree. Don't worry. With your qualifications and reputation in the court, you will enter the government hall sooner or later. It is just that you will enter 2 years later, but you will be able to cultivate many useful talents in the army. If there is a big change in the future, this will be the capital for us to restore the empire. The Duke, when that Yao Chong spoke of, was Yang Yuanyan, courtesy name Wen. He was the provincial governor of Jing province and a like-minded friend of Zhang Jianji. This time, Zhang Jianji was transferred to the provincial governor of Jing province. The original provincial governor, head of officials, and other officials were transferred. Yang Yuanyan was also transferred back to the capital recently. Therefore, he brought back Zhang Jianji's views on the current situation. Yang Yuanyan excitedly poured a cup of wine for Yao Chong and raised his own cup. He said, "Today, in order to restore Li Tang's empire, I am willing to give up my fame and future. On behalf of Li Tang's old officials and the people of the world, I propose a toast to you. Please drink." Cheers. In another mansion, in another study, there were also 2 people sitting opposite each other. The food and wine were simple. The master was wearing a swallow residence robe. His face was thin and his temperament was refined. He looked to be less than 60 years old. His complexion was excellent and his face was ruddy. His eyebrows were very thick, but they were very thick at the beginning, very light in the middle, and very thick at the end, giving his refined air a slight air of malice. This person's name was Yang Zaisi. After he passed the imperial examinations, he first became a military official. Later, he was promoted to the position of external minister of heavenly officials. He worked in the Ministry of Appointments for a few years, and his achievements were remarkable, especially because he was smooth and slick. He was good at making friends. Soon, he was transferred to Wantai. Like Yao Chong, he was also one of the most popular candidates after Li Zhaoda stepped down. However, with a strong competitor like Yao Chong, he only had half a chance. Unexpectedly, someone came to visit and brought him great news. They are willing to elect Yang Zaisi as prime minister. There was only one person, but he represented a group of people. This group of officials did not take a clear side. They did not have much power, but their positions were high. Their words were very effective. To these people, remaining neutral was also a way to protect themselves. Therefore, Young Zeissi couldn't figure out what they wanted in return for their help. If the other did not say what they wanted in return, the crafty young Zeissi would not easily agree to their help. Young Zeissi parted his beard and restrained his smile. He asked solemnly, "Let's not beat around the bush. Everyone is willing to help me, but what do you want me to do? It's very simple. Do one thing and help one person." The person smiled. There was only one lit lamp in the room. It was placed behind him to the right, so his face was hidden in the light. It gave him a mysterious feeling. Brother Yang knows that there is a scandal in the selection of officials in the southern frontier. His Majesty has lost all face. How to smoothly resolve this matter concerns His Majesty's face, as well as the dignity of the court. If Brother Yang becomes the Prime Minister, the three fires of a new official must burn brightly no matter what. When that time comes, what better way to prove Brother Yang's ability and boldness than to smoothly resolve the matter in the southern frontier? The person sighed softly. Brother Yang should know that Zhao Gan's impeachment this time is against Yang Fan, but King Liang is behind him. This matter is difficult for His Majesty. Zhao Gan only accused Yang Fan, but each and every one of the cases were scandals of officials abusing their power for personal gain. If they were to be pursued one by one, who knows how many people would be implicated, and the prestige of the imperial court would be reduced to nothing. Thus, it is best to put this matter aside for now. The most important thing is to quickly come up with a list of candidates that will satisfy all parties. This way, no one will care about the problems with the original list. The emperor will be satisfied, the officials will be at ease, and Brother Yang's reputation will be established. The person smiled. The one who is in charge of the overall situation is in line with the emperor's will and the officials' hearts. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all in place. This is a rare opportunity for Brother Yang. Young Zeissi lowered his head again. He pretended to sip his wine as he thought about it. He thought about the famous officials who were willing to stand out to support him. They all seemed to have relatives, nephews, or disciples involved in Yang Fan's list. It was reasonable for them to be eager to resolve this matter. However, young Zeissi felt that things were not as simple as the other party made them out to be. Young Zeissi pondered for a long time before he raised his head and asked, "Then, to help a person, who is this person?" The person replied, "Zhao Gan." Young Zeissi's eyes narrowed. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The person sneered, "Who is going to clean up this mess? I wonder where this Zhao Gan got his hands on so many secrets of the officials. It seems like he's trying to imitate Zhou Xing and Lai Junchen, using shortcuts to climb up the ranks. But no matter what, there's no one more suitable than him to clean up this mess. Doesn't he know the affairs of the officials like the back of his hand? Then let him be the examiner. At that time, who will have anything to say? By using him, not only will we be able to seal his mouth and throw this mess to him to clean up, it will also prove that Brother Yang has never formed a faction and is wholeheartedly serving the public. His Majesty will surely be pleased." Hearing this, young Zeissi lowered his head again. Nominating Zhao Gan made sense. Looking at it from a closer perspective, it would allow him to achieve his goal of promotion. It would prevent him from imitating Zhou Xing and Lai Junchen, biting others like a mad dog. A few days ago, these officials were still desperately stuffing candidates into the candidate list. But now, they were all eager to avoid him. In the long run, it was not easy to become an official. No matter how balanced Zhao Gan's list was, he would definitely offend a group of people. It was still unknown whether he could become a lackey of the emperor like Zhou Xing and Lai Junchen, but he had already made a group of enemies for himself. This was a method to kill without spilling blood. But young Zeissi thought about it again and again. but he still felt that there was something he couldn't figure out. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the other party's motive. However, he did analyze his own strength. No matter what, agreeing to it was beneficial for him. If he agreed to it, he would immediately gain a great help, giving him a greater advantage in the competition against Yao Chong. What happened next could only be carried out after he became the prime minister. If he became the prime minister and made this request, he would not only win the emperor's heart, but also preserve the reputation of these officials. From then on, he would be able to turn this request into his own connections. He would also be able to gain a good reputation of being selfless in the court and leave a good impression on the emperor that he was courageous, capable, and dedicated to solving the emperor's problems. No matter how he looked at it, he would not lose out. Thinking of this, Yang Zixi raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He slammed the cup on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Fine, let's do it." Wu Zetian returned to the inner chamber of the summer palace with a displeased expression. The recent series of events in the court made her very unhappy. Today, she specially came to the Dragon Gate Palace to relax her anxious mood. Who knew that Wu Sanxi would come to the Dragon Gate to complain about his grievances? Wu Zetian had no other choice. She could only climb out of the hot spring and change her clothes to meet her disappointing nephew. After listening to him complain about his grievances for a long time, she impatiently sent him away. It was impossible to separate family and state matters so clearly. This country and the world belonged to her. If Wu Sanxi and Yang Fan handled things beautifully and left others speechless, she wouldn't mind at all. But now that things had turned out like this, Wu Zetian felt a bit disappointed. Come. There was no one in the inner chamber, but at Wu Zetian's order, two slender figures immediately flashed out like ghosts and stood there quietly. Before Wu Zetian ascended the throne, the Plum Blossom Guards had many functions, including spies, guards, and attendants. But after she ascended the throne many years ago, the Plum Blossom Guards only had the function of personal guards. Now that the eyes and ears of the Three-Law Bureau were almost paralyzed, she had no choice but to let the Plum Blossom Guards resume their old duties. Did Yang Fan make any moves? Reporting to Your Majesty, Yang Fan has been in seclusion these days. Occasionally, some colleagues have come to visit, but the highest rank is only 5th rank. Yang Fan didn't go to the Liang Palace, and he didn't go to Princess Taiping's residence. No. Wu Zetian waved her hand, and the two female guards quietly disappeared. Wu Zetian thought to herself, this Yang Fan is quite clever and knows his limits. He didn't rely on the fact that he was doing things for Sanxi and Taiping's favor, but he acted unscrupulously and went around asking for help, attracting hundreds of officials to attack him. He's much better than that bastard Xue Huai. Wu Zetian suddenly remembered the news that the Luoyang magistrate had just sent over. Xue Huai ran to the Luoyang prefecture and demanded 300 bolts of silk and 25 cows from the Luoyang magistrate. He even used the emperor's name, saying that he wanted to hold some kind of ceremony for her. The Luoyang magistrate didn't dare to refuse, but there was no one to report such a huge debt, so he could only report it to the emperor. Thinking of Xue Huai, Wu Zetian was even more vexed. This child Yang Fan seems to be quite clever, but why did he make such a mistake this time and leave so many weaknesses for others to use against him? He's still young after all, and once he succeeds, he inevitably gets carried away. This time, no matter what, I have to make him suffer, or else how am I going to answer to the officials? However, this matter has to end as soon as possible. I can't let Zhao Gan investigate endlessly. If he continues to investigate, it will be me and the Wu clan who will lose face. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water and Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's laughter came from behind the screen. Wu Zetian's furrowed brows relaxed a little, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Now, only when she was with Wulong and Lulang would she feel carefree, and only then would she feel like she had regained her youth. As Wu Zetian thought about it, she gently unbuckled her belt and slowly walked over. Her steps were graceful, and she seemed to have regained some of the elegance she had in the past. When she reached the screen, her loose robe had already been quietly taken off. Chapter 657. Yang Fan stayed at home these days. In the first few days, his friends came to visit him, but Yang Fan was an idler now. Others were not, especially those in the military. It was not easy for them to come out. After a few days, the Yang family quieted down. Yang Fan took the chance to cultivate and spend time with his wife and son. Xiao Meng seemed to have no idea that her husband was impeached and his official position was about to be lost. She never asked Yang Fan about this. However, her baby son, who was always by her side, was now taken care of by a nanny, and Xiao Meng spent most of her time with her husband. Every day, she would carefully arrange 3 meals a day. The dishes were different for 3 days in a row. It was not easy in such a late autumn season. In this era, there was no big restaurant. Except for the royal family, few people could eat out-of-season dishes. The reduction of the variety of vegetables made it difficult for the dishes to change, which showed Xiao Meng's care. At other times, Xiao Meng would accompany Yang Fan to practice swordsmanship, play chess, and chat. Except when Yang Fan sat in the study and dealt with those things that were not official but obviously important, she would accompany her baby son. Anu did not ask Yang Fan about the closed-door hearing. This kind of thing could not be solved even if she asked. It would only annoy Yang Fan. She just behaved more gently than usual, although it was not the wedding day, and she and Yang Fan had not reached the last step. If Lang Jun wanted to take advantage of her, Anu would be as gentle as water and respond carefully. However, he didn't know if it was because Xiao Man often accompanied Yang Fan, but Anu was missing most of the time. Although Yang Fan was now at home, his plan had just begun. Whether it would succeed or not was the most critical moment. He was busy with these affairs all day long, so he didn't notice Anu's abnormality. At this moment, Yang Fan was busy in the study. There was a letter in his hand. The paper was as white as snow, with peach patterns faintly visible. There was a line of beautiful small characters on it. If one smelled it carefully, there was a faint fragrance of high quality. It recorded in detail the Empress' words and actions over the past few days, as well as her happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Wan had found a way to send this out of the palace. After Yang Fan was impeached, Wan was the one he was most worried about, although Yang Fan had revealed some information to her, and she knew that the person who caused Yang Fan to be impeached was none other than himself. Wan was still worried. She had been by the Empress's side for far too long, and was well aware of the Empress's ruthlessness. In her eyes, Yang Fan's act of playing with fire was extremely dangerous. Wan tried her best to transmit the Empress's every move out of the palace. She hoped that her Lang Jun could accurately grasp the Emperor's thoughts and deal with him more easily. Although Wan-er's accounts were only bits and pieces of the Empress' daily life, they were actually very useful. In history, many powerful officials were in contact with the inner court. They had powerful eyes and ears in the inner court. They could clearly understand the Emperor's every move, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. That was how they were able to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Gradually, they became the Emperor's indispensable trusted aides. Yang Fan had his own sources of information. Of course, the information from these sources could not be as detailed as Wan-er's, but the information he had was enough for him to determine the Empress's change in mentality. However, This letter was a token of Wan Er's affection. He still read it very seriously, word by word. After reading the letter, Yang Fan took a deep breath. It was the fragrance on Wan Er's body. When he smelled that fragrance, he thought of Wan Er's graceful and enchanting body. He thought of her love for him as deep as the sea, and the lingering ecstasy when they met in secret. Recalling the fragrance, Yang Fan put the letter next to the candle and lit it. He watched it burn to ashes inch by inch. The information Wan Er sent was similar to the information he had obtained from other sources. It was in line with his judgment. He knew that because he had placed Wu Sanxi in front of him from the beginning, he had found himself the best meat shield. The emperor had no way to investigate this matter. In reality, Wan Er had been by the empress's side since she was 14. She understood the empress better than anyone else. She should have made this judgment a long time ago. However, this exceptionally intelligent little girl could not help but make the same mistake that normal people would make. She was confused because this matter concerned Yang Fan. Even if there was only 1 in 10,000 chance of danger, she did not dare to treat it lightly. Sitting opposite Yang Fan was a member of Wan Er's family. In terms of seniority, Wan Er had to call him cousin. His name was Shangguan Bolong. Wan Er had many ways to get the news out of the palace. After Wei Tuan Er's death, Wan Er had taken over Tuan Er's power. The entire inner palace was almost her world. However, this internal minister's all-pervasive eyes and ears were only limited to the inner court. Once the news got out of the inner court, if she wanted to send it out again, she would need someone to receive her. Who could be more reliable than a member of one's own family? In this day and age, the basic structure of society was made up of the family as a unit. The members of a family were bound together for good or ill. Even the law of the country did its best to protect this system. Other than rebellion, any other crime could not be reported by a family member. If one reported an elder of one's own family, the law of the country would punish them even more severely. This could be seen from the case of a mother-in-law beating her daughter-in-law to death that Yang Fan had handled earlier. The old woman's son and grandson did not dare to report her at all. Similarly, if anyone dared to report a family member, it would violate the basic morality that everyone in the world adhered to. In order to prevent such a person from appearing in one's own family, in order to prevent the basic system that maintained the family from collapsing, once such a black sheep appeared, regardless of friend or foe, everyone would despise and exclude him. No matter how big the world was, there would no longer be a place for him to stand. Because of this, the existence of the succession hall was so secretive. Because of this, when Wan Er visited relatives last time, she learned that Yang Fan had won the trust and support of the Guanlong family as the husband of the head of the Shangguan family. She was so happy that she immediately handed over all the connections and power of the Shangguan family to him without hesitation. Shangguan Bolong was a secret channel that Yang Fan and Wan Er used to contact each other secretly. When there was only a little bit of the letter left, Yang Fan let go of his hand and watched it float to the ground and burn out the last bit of fire. Then he looked at Shangguan Bolong and said with a smile, "How is Zhao gone?" According to seniority, Shangguan Bolong was Wan Er's cousin. But in the Shangguan family, his branch was a side branch and did not have a high status. So in front of Yang Fan, he did not dare to be arrogant. Hearing the question, he quickly stood up and replied respectfully, "Zhao Gan is very famous now. Many people in the officialdom are talking about him. There are those who slander him, and there are those who praise him. In general, it is his good reputation that prevails." "Sit, sit, sit. Brother Bolong, you are welcome." Yang Fan invited Shangguan Bolong to sit down. Then he smiled thoughtfully. "That's good. He has enough qualifications and status. The only thing he lacks is reputation. If we pave the way for him, then he will be popular. Yang Fan had already accurately judged Wu Zetian's state of mind based on and other sources of information. As such, he could boldly add another chip to the equation. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said to Shangguan Bolong, "Tell them not to blindly impeach me. It's time to drag King Liang out and give him a beating. Otherwise, our empress will not be able to make up her mind." The next day, the target and intensity of the official impeachment began to change. Although the impeachment memorials had not clearly pointed at Wu Sansi, the voices in the impeachment memorials strongly requested to investigate the background of the selected officials and to strike the behind-the-scenes manipulator were getting louder and louder. Li Xiaoda was already a street rat. People in Li Xiaoda's faction were also being purged one after another. Needless to say, this wind was directed at Wu Sansi. In fact, similar memorials had already been written. How could Wu Qingxi let go of this good opportunity to strike his political enemy? He had already instructed people to impeach him. However, Wu Qingxi only had some achievements in persuading the common people to petition, persuading the emperor to grant him a title, and so on. His practical ability was far less than Wu Sansi's. For so many years, he had not established much influence in the imperial court. His main contacts were concentrated in those people within the Wu family. Therefore, there were not many officials who belonged to Wu Qingxi's faction. There were even fewer people who were qualified to speak on his behalf, so it was impossible to form a great momentum. Now, a new force suddenly joined in and echoed his voice. The voices demanding to clear up the manipulator behind the selection of officials became louder and louder. 3 days later, the empress, who was still relaxing at the Dragon Gate, suddenly summoned the 5 ministers Wang Xiaojia, Gu Zili, Du Jingjian, Zhou Yunyuan, and Yang Zixi to the mountain to accompany her. She gave them the Dragon Gate soup to show the emperor's grace. Among these 5 people, except for Yang Zixi, the other 4 had the status of prime minister. The emperor's meaning could not be more obvious. The battle for prime minister was now settled, and Yang Zixi had won. Coincidentally, on the day that the 5 ministers went to the Dragon Gate, the first snow of the winter came. The snow was not heavy, and it did not even completely cover the ground. As soon as the people and horses left, they quickly stepped out of the original shape of the road. However, the temperature in the mountains was lower than on flat land, and there were no carriages or people trampling on it, so there was a thin layer of white snow covering the gray mountains with a layer of silver. When the 5 ministers arrived in the mountains, they were first brought to their residence. There were hot springs everywhere. Although it was the first snow of winter, it was very warm here. Because the 5 ministers had just arrived and were anxious to see the empress, they did not bathe for too long. They simply soaked in the hot springs, dressed neatly, and went to see the empress together. The empress was taking a walk near the hot springs on the mountain, and she only brought Wan Air with her. Because there was an extremely hot spring here, this place was blessed by the heavens. In the winter snow season, the nearby vegetation was lush and green. When the hot spring gushed out and flowed downwards, there were wisps of white mist. It was like being in a fairyland. The 5 ministers were led by the eunuchs, stepping on the snow and passing through the mist. Gradually, it was like entering the spring wilderness. Regarding this wonderful place, they were also amazed. Not long after, they turned around a clump of green and saw Wu Zetian standing under a flower tree, talking and laughing with Wan Air. The 5 ministers were relieved. It seems that the empress is in a good mood today. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Even if they were the most powerful ministers, they did not dare to get along with the empress, who was in a rage. The 5 ministers did not dare to look too long. When they came to the empress, they quickly bowed and said, "Minister Wang Xiaojia, Gu Zili, Du Jingjian, Zhou Yunyuan, Yang Zaisi, greets your majesty. He, my dear ministers, you are here. There is a hot spring in the mountains, so the surrounding is as warm as spring and the vegetation is flourishing. In this cold winter season, it is indeed a beautiful and wonderful place. My dear ministers, you have worked hard for the country. Therefore, I have called you here to let you have a good rest in this paradise. Your majesty is so caring. This old minister is grateful. The ministers all bowed and thanked him. Wu Zetian smiled and turned around. She broke a branch from the flower tree and held it in her hand. Looking at the blooming pear blossom on the branch, she said, "This place is close to the hot spring, so the vegetation is evergreen. However, the season is not right, so there are not many flowers that can bloom. Only this pear tree, in this season, is actually full of pear blossoms, which is quite strange. My dear ministers, what do you think the blooming pear blossoms mean?" Yang Zaisi did not even think, and immediately said, "The heavy snow is flying, the north wind is like a knife, but the pear blossoms are still blooming here. This means that your majesty's holy virtue can even feel the unintentional flowers, so it can grow against the time. Although Zhou Wangda, and Xingwei are all good." The four prime ministers glanced at each other and thought to themselves, "This brother Yang really knows how to flatter." Oh, Wu Zetian glanced at the other four and smiled. "My dear ministers, do you think so too?" Du Jingjian's heart moved, and he stepped forward, saying, according to the Hongfan's biography of the five elements, "Yin and Yang do not interfere with each other. Blasphemy is a disaster." Also, the spring and autumn says, "In winter there is no Yang, in summer there is no Yin, in spring there is no cold wind, in autumn there is no bitter rain." In such a season, all things should be withering, life should be withering, but here the pear blossoms are blooming. Yin and Yang go against the time. This is a bad omen. I think this is a warning from heaven. The others heard this, and their faces changed, but Wu Zetian still smiled and only slightly raised her eyebrows, saying, "Oh, this is a warning from heaven? Prime Minister Du, do you think that I have committed a crime?" Du Jingjian's expression did not change. He said, "Your Majesty has entrusted the affairs of the state to the ministers. If there is anything wrong, then it is your fault. The Prime Minister is the head of all the officials, assisting the Son of Heaven, managing Yin and Yang, following the four seasons, following the well-being of all things, suppressing the four barbarian feudal lords, and supporting the people so that the ministers and officials have their own positions. Today, if heaven has given a warning, then it is your dereliction of duty." Wu Zetian threw the pear blossoms into the hot spring and watched as the flowers flowed away with the water. She lightly said, "The court is indeed in a mess now." The ministers were shocked. They all cupped their hands and said, "We have sinned." Wu Zetian continued, "Since it is in a mess, my dear ministers, as the Prime Minister, should seek treatment in time and share my worries." The ministers cupped their hands again. "We will obey your Majesty's command." Wu Zetian turned slightly, waved her big sleeves, and said, "All of you have worked hard for the country. Your hair is white. How can I bear to add to your mistakes? Seeing all of you today, I can't help but think of Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda is the Prime Minister, although he has made mistakes. He has also made contributions. In such a heavy snow and cold winter, it must be even more difficult for him to travel all the way to Lingnan. I can't bear it. I want to summon him back to the capital to be the imperial censor. What do you all think?" The five ministers said in unison, "Your Majesty is merciful. Li Zhaoda will be deeply grateful." Shanghai Wanner's bright eyes brightened, her eyebrows raised in joy. "Your Majesty wants to tell the civil and military officials and Wei Wang to know when to stop. Even Li Zhaoda has been let off. How can he not let Wu Sanxi go?" Then Lang Jun will also. Thinking of this, Wanner's originally slightly lonely face immediately lit up, just like the newly bloomed pear blossoms, pink and fragrant, beautiful like snow. Unexpectedly, Wu Zetian's face darkened. She said that Yang Fan's character is also good, but this time he has slacked off in his duty. It is a crime. We must not let him go. Let him. Wanner's heart suddenly hung in the air again. Wu Zetian also seemed to be unable to think of how to deal with Yang Fan. If she did not punish him, she would not be able to explain to the court. If she punished him, he made a mistake again because he was working for the Wu family. Wu Zetian's eyes turned and suddenly saw the hot spring. She suddenly had an idea. Yes, let him come to Dragon Gate and be the hot spring steward. Chapter 658. There were a few officials standing alone at the foot of Dragon Gate Mountain. Up and down the mountain, there was a vast expanse of white. This was the third snowfall since the beginning of winter. The earth was finally wrapped in a snow-white fur coat. The mountain pass was a place where the mountain wind whistled in and out. As a result, a few low-ranking officials in green and blue official robes and a few odd job workers in two-piece robes stood there for a while. Then they tucked their sleeves into their bosoms and stamped their feet. Their faces were stiff from the cold. A middle-aged man in a green robe sniffed and stuck his head out of the mountain to take a look. A gust of mountain wind blew out from the valley and blew snow into his neck. The green-robed man shivered and quickly shrunk his neck. He said to an old man in a green robe with a hooked nose and a face devoid of flesh, "Shui Tangcheng, the wind is too strong here. Why don't we go back into the mountains and wait? Our bodies are freezing." The hawk-nosed Tang Cheng's face had turned blue from the cold, and his muscles were stiff. He couldn't even make an expression. He only snorted coldly and stamped his feet to warm himself up. "Supervisor Su, if you want to go back, then go back. Don't blame your old brother for not telling you. Don't look down on our supervisor Tang. He has King Liang and Princess Taiping on his back. He is a famous figure in the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments. Who knows, one day he will soar to the sky. He will still be awe-inspiring, even if he has to squat in this ravine for the rest of his life." "Ha ha!" Shui Tangcheng glared at him and said coldly, "Someone who can control the Ministry of Justice and single-handedly defeat the censorate. You should think about what kind of ruthless character he is. You can't afford to offend him." Supervisor Su had been in the mountains for a long time and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world. He didn't know as much as Shui Tangcheng. When he heard this, he immediately became nervous. "Our supervisor is so powerful. Supervisor Shui, tell us quickly. Who exactly is this supervisor?" Shui Tangcheng suddenly became spirited. He narrowed his old eyes and pointed forward. "He's here. Su Zhanggu, quickly go and see if our supervisor Tang has arrived." Manager Su placed his hand on the awning and looked toward the winding procession of people and horses coming from afar. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that Supervisor Tang has arrived? Could it be that some noble person wants to enter the mountain to bathe?" The group of people in the distance did not look like Dragon Gate Hot Spring. Supervisor Yang Fan, Lord Yang, had taken up his post. That group of people and horses, there were 4 carriages surrounded by strong horses and valiant riders. There were more than a dozen imperial bodyguards, armed with sabers and swords, escorting them. Looking at this ostentatious display and posture, it really did not look like a small hot spring steward. Su Zhanggu trudged through the heavy snow. Before he had gone far, the procession of carriages and horses had already arrived in front of him. A dozen or so imperial bodyguards with sabers strapped to their ribs rode alongside the carriages. All of them wore green satin arrow sleeves lamb fur coats, fluffy white lamb hats, lambskin jackets, and woolen cloaks. They looked heroic and vigorous as they rode their horses. The 4 large carriages were all double-shaft oil-walled carriages, each pulled by 2 strong horses. Unexpectedly, they were moving very fast in this foot-thick snow. When the carriages neared, they saw that the shiny carriages had dark green carriage rims. The hidden nails, curtain hooks, and shafts on the carriages were all polished white copper, shining brightly. Looking at this imposing manner, Xue Tangcheng also felt that this was definitely not the hot spring steward's arrival. How could a small hot spring steward have so many guards and attendants? Not to mention the other things, just the dozen or so imperial bodyguards were all dressed in fur coats. If they were not nobles, it would be impossible for them to buy such luxurious warm clothing for their attendants. If it was a newly appointed hot spring steward, then he had to welcome him. If it was a noble, then he had to welcome him even more. Xue Tangcheng did not dare to be negligent, and quickly led a group of attendants to welcome him. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am Xuening, the hot spring steward of Dragon Gate Hot Spring. May I know which noble has graced the Dragon Gate with his presence?" The curtain of the first carriage lifted, and a person walked out. This person was dressed in a black fox fur coat and a gray rat cloak with a snow-white fox tail around his neck. There was a heater in his sleeve. He was tall and strong, and his facial features were handsome. However, because of his attire, he had the grace and elegance of a noble young master. He looked at the few subordinates and servants of the hot spring steward, who were as cold as quails. He politely nodded to them and said with a smile, "I am Yang Fan. The cold wind is howling and the snow is swirling. Thank you for coming out to welcome me." Yang Fan. This person was really the newly appointed hot spring steward of Yang Fan, Dragon Gate Hot Spring. For a moment, Supervisor Xue, Secretary Su, and the others were speechless. If they continued forward, they would enter a valley. The carriages could not drive in, so they stopped at the foot of the mountain, and everyone could only enter on foot. Only then did Xue Tangcheng understand what was in the 3 carriages. There were 2 pretty maids in the carriage. They were third sister and Tao Mei. These 2 girls were chosen to enter the Yang family because they were pretty. These few years, they ate well and wore well in the Yang family. The 2 girls had grown into young ladies and looked more and more beautiful. In addition, there was a fat chef and 2 young disciples in the carriage. There was also a pile of books, kitchen utensils, condiments, bedding for the Yang family and their attendants, and other miscellaneous items. From the looks of it, it did not look like a new hot spring steward had arrived. Instead, it looked more like a son of a rich family on an outing. The colleagues of the hot spring steward really opened their eyes. As expected, this new hot spring steward was not a normal person. This kind of extravagance was similar to when the king of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, had come to the Dragon Gate to bathe and enjoy the hot spring a few days ago. With one word from Wu Zetian, Yang Fan, who was already a high official in the heavenly official's office, had fallen from the 9th layer of heaven to become a hot spring steward of the Dragon Gate under 6th grade. This kind of demotion was like lightning to people who had bright futures and were proud of themselves. Even if they did not collapse, they could not help but feel depressed. But for Yang Fan, it did not matter. With his position as the sect master of Xian sect, so what if he could no longer be an official? Now that he was a small official, it was more beneficial for him to manage Xian sect. Otherwise, he would have to spend large amounts of energy each day dealing with government matters. Yang Fan joyfully went to the Ministry of Appointments to receive his decree. Then he went to report to the Sinong Temple, because the hot spring steward was a government office under the Sinong Temple. After all the procedures were done, he came to the Dragon Gate to take up his post. This kind of extravagance was not because of Yang Fan's intentions, but because Xiao Man cared for her husband. She was afraid that he would not be able to eat well, sleep well, or freeze or starve, so she had made many preparations. She made Yang Fan, who had just taken up his post, seem like a marquis who had come to the Dragon Gate to relax and play. At this time, Wu Zetian and the 5 officials had returned to Luoyang. Yang Zixi was officially appointed as the prime minister. Originally, Li Xiaoda had held all the power, and the other prime ministers were like decorations. Now that the court had redistributed the power of the prime ministers, Yang Zixi was in charge of the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Works. Yang Zixi being able to manage the Ministry of Appointments was a result that was half natural and half human. The Ministry of Appointments was a department with real power that managed personnel appointments. Under normal circumstances, the prime ministers were naturally willing to manage it, but the most troublesome thing in the Wuzhou dynasty was personnel. The political struggles of the court had never been as fierce and frequent as the Wuzhou dynasty. The officials of the court were replaced more frequently than they were harvesting leeks. Every time, it was because of the political purges and strife caused by the involvement of various factions and even the empress herself, so it was not an easy job. Not to mention now, there had just been a big scandal, and the prime ministers were even more reluctant to get involved. Yang Zixi had just become the prime minister, so who else could he give this difficult job to? However, Yang Fan was worried that something might go wrong. What if one of the prime ministers was blinded by greed and insisted on taking over the Ministry of Appointments? Therefore, he used all his power. If the situation did not develop according to his expectations, he would intervene and influence it. There had never been anyone like Yang Fan who had such great influence in the imperial court. Because of his existence, he could mobilize the power of the aristocrats of Shandong and the Guanlong families. He could also mobilize the power of Princess Taiping. These 3 huge potential forces were enough to prevent any changes. As a result, Yang Zixi naturally took charge of the Ministry of Appointments. Once the division of work was done, Yang Zixi began to repay the people who recommended him to the cabinet. He proposed to the emperor, promote Zhao Gan, the minister of enlistment of the heavenly official, to be the minister of merit. He will continue to be in charge of the selection of officials in the southern border. Previously, the scandal of the Wu clansmen trying to curry favor with the officials of the southern border had made Wu Zetian very passive. She was also eager to end this matter and restore the reputation, so she immediately agreed to Yang Zixi's proposal. Zhao Gan, who had been silent in the Ministry of Appointments for 10 years, was finally proud and had real power. Things were not over yet. Yang Fan's series of actions had even stirred up a huge storm in the court. All of his efforts were for this moment. Now, his final plan had just begun to be implemented. Yang Fan followed the people of the hot spring supervisor up the mountain. The servants, maids, and cooks went to arrange Yang Fan's residence and everything he brought. Xue Tangqing and a few low-ranking officials accompanied Yang Fan, who had changed into his official robes to inspect the areas under his jurisdiction and the matters he was in charge of. Xue Tangqing was called Xuening, Su Lu was called Su Lin, and the first person who went to greet Yang Fan was called Su Jianxiu. The hot spring supervisor only had one chief supervisor, who was now Yang Fan. There was also Tang Cheng, his assistant, Xuening, who was a lower than rank 7 official. In addition, there was one chief supervisor, one mansion supervisor, 2 imperial censors, 4 palace supervisors, and 12 ordinary servants. Yang Fan was in charge of 21 people and 2 mountains. He was the most powerful official on the 2 mountains with hot springs. He was really awe-inspiring. Chief Soup Supervisor Yang, please take a look. According to the terrain of the mountains, the court has built 21 palaces on the 2 mountains for the use of the emperor and the nobles. Chief Soup Supervisor, please come this way. Yang Fan walked into a large shed built on the mountain and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He saw that the fertile soil inside was planted with many fruits and vegetables. Many of the vegetables and fruits that could not be grown in this season and could not be stored in the cellar for a long time were all planted here. The vegetables were lush green and looked even more fresh than Yang Fan's dark green official robes. Shui Tangqing saw the surprise on his face and smiled proudly. We, the hot spring supervisor, are not only in charge of the hot springs. Because there are geothermal hot springs here, the weather is warm, so we built tents to plant fruits and vegetables. These fruits and vegetables can be grown against the seasons and specially for the consumption of the royal family. Good, this is really amazing. Yang Fan nodded and pinched his chin. He began to think about how to get some fruits and vegetables for his wife and children to taste. Chapter 659. Shui Tangqing didn't know that the newly appointed soup supervisor was already thinking about how to steal the fresh and delicious fruits and vegetables. He excitedly led Yang Fan to continue walking forward. Hot spring supervisor, please take a look. There are spring, summer, and autumn seasons here, so of course there are abundant water plants. But even in winter, there is still fresh grass to eat. So, in addition to hot spring baths, fruits, and vegetables, our hot spring supervisor also raises dozens of imperial horses for the court. Look, over there is the imperial stables. Shui Tangqing led Yang Fan into the stables. A monkey was rolling around in the grass. When it saw someone come in, it immediately did a somersault and excitedly greeted them. When it saw Yang Fan's appearance, it was startled. It circled around Yang Fan twice and scratched its head, looking puzzled. The monkey's action of scratching its ears and cheeks was very human-like. Its charmingly naive appearance made Yang Fan laugh. Shui Tangqing also laughed and explained. The former soup supervisor will like them the most. Every time he came, he would bring them some food. When they saw his official robes, they thought that it was soup supervisor Hua. When they came closer, they only recognized the official robes and not the person. How many? Is there more than one monkey here? As soon as Yang Fan's voice faded away, 5 or 6 monkeys sprang out from various corners and excitedly ran towards Yang Fan. When they saw that Yang Fan was not supervisor Hua, the monkeys squeaked and cried out with a look of surprise on their faces. Yang Fan laughed. Soup supervisor who raised these monkeys, did he not take them with him when he left office? Shui Tangqing said. Soup supervisor who only likes them, they are not his. Every stables needs to raise monkeys. We have more horses here, so we raised a few more. Yang Fan had no knowledge in this area and could not help but ask curiously, the stables need to raise monkeys? What is the reason? Shui Tangqing said, Tang Jian may not know, but the reason why the monkeys are raised in the stables is to avoid the horse plague. Therefore, the monkeys raised here are also called avoiding the horse plague. Monkey urine can prevent and suppress equine plague. Monkeys hang around in the corridors, and their urine is sprinkled on the horse grass. When the horses eat it, they will naturally be able to avoid contracting equine plague. This principle was mentioned in both the Classic of the Horse and the Essential Arts of the State of Qi. This was the first time Yang Fan had heard of it, and he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Even though he had no knowledge in this area, Shui Tangqing had seen everything when he entered the mountain today. He did not dare to underestimate this new supervisor's ability, and after seeing his grandeur, he did not dare to slight Yang Fan in the slightest. Therefore, he treated him with the utmost respect and answered all his questions. Those monkeys didn't care how ostentatious Yang Fan was or how capable he was. They only saw that he was wearing the same official robe as Supervisor Hua, but he didn't bring any food for them. Relying on the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they surrounded him one after another. One pulled his robe, another pulled his sleeves, hoping that they would be able to find something to eat. There was a little monkey that was following behind the mother monkey, timidly tugging on its mother's tail. It looked very obedient, but when it saw the monkeys harassing it, it did not get angry. The little monkey became bolder, arched its back, jumped up, and unexpectedly jumped onto Yang Fan's body. In a short while, Yang Fan was surrounded by a group of avoiding the horse plague. From the stables came a burst of hearty laughter from Yang Fan. "Shui Tangcheng, quickly go and get some food, or else I will not be able to escape. You monkeys, I gave you some face, and you, Io, you little monkeys, how can you climb on my head? Ha ha." After the snow, the Luoyang Palace was like a palace made of jade. Every time this season came, the plum blossoms in the Hall of Fragrance were the most beautiful. So after Princess Taiping left her mother's bedroom, she went to find one, and they went to the Hall of Fragrance to admire the plum blossoms. The plum blossoms were in full bloom. The thick and strong old trunks of the plum trees were covered with fluffy white snow. The plum blossoms were proudly blooming in the pure white snow, their unique beauty. The soft and waxy petals were crystal clear, exuding a fragrance to the fullest. Under the old, twisted branches of the plum tree, Eunuch Gao put on his oversized cotton-padded jacket and sat on a stone bench with a cushion of prayer mats. Just like in previous years, he excitedly told the young eunuchs and palace maids who had just entered the palace about his hometown and the Northeast. But this time, there was no handsome military officer called Yang Fan next to him, carrying a big halberd to interrupt and tease him. Beside him were his two adopted sons, Gao Jingang and Gao Lisher. And Taiping walked side by side under the plum tree, whispering to each other. These two were originally close friends who got along very well. Later, because Taiping discovered that the man she was infatuated with liked she burned with jealousy and used Yang Fan's difficult situation to force to leave Yang Fan. Thus, a rift was born. However, as Princess Taiping did her best to remedy the situation and help create an opportunity to meet Yang Fan, and in the officialdom, Princess Taiping and Yang Fan had the same goal. Gradually, although she and had not recovered the intimate relationship they had in the past, the relationship between them had greatly improved. The number of henchmen Wu Sansi can rope in is limited. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to arrange for all the people who had submitted to him but had no real power to fill vacancies. In the future, it would be much easier to transfer them back to the capital. He didn't expect to lift a rock and drop it on his own foot. Almost all the people he is most proud of are on this list. This time, almost all of them have been caught in one net. The more Princess Taiping said, the happier she became. Suddenly, she glanced at Er's pale face without a smile. She thought that Er was blaming her for only caring about destroying Wu Sansi's power and not thinking about Yang Fan's current situation. She hurriedly said, in order to restore Li Tang's empire, Erlang did not hesitate to give up the position and power that he could easily get. The Li family will never forget his contribution. If the Li family can regain the world, we will definitely repay him. Er said lightly, Erlang did not do this for himself. Otherwise, the Wu family can give him what he wants. He would not take such a strange risk. I know. Erlang may not care, but the Li family cannot forget. Princess Taiping said resolutely. She couldn't help but laugh. The Li family had been hit many times over the years. Their power kept retreating, and they were on the verge of death. This was the first time that they turned from defense to offense. How could she not be happy with such a result? Princess Taiping said happily. This time, not only did Wu Sanxi's efforts come to nothing, but he also didn't get any benefits from it. Now, he is jealous and resentful, so he keeps a close eye on Wu Qingxi. He is afraid that Wu Qingxi will get the benefits. With Wu Sanxi keeping an eye on Wu Qingxi like a hawk, Wu Qingxi will not dare to do anything unscrupulously. Since the Empress ascended the throne, the power that is loyal to the Li family has been gradually shrinking. This is the first time that we can expand. Erlang's strategy kills two birds with one stone. It is really admirable. On the surface, Yang Fan was trying to help Wu Sanxi, but in reality, he was tricking him. Not only did he weaken Wu Sanxi's strength, but he also used Wu Sanxi as a meat shield to avoid being severely punished. This was Yang Fan's plan from the start. But once Wu Sanxi was weakened and Wu Qingxi took the opportunity to strengthen, it would not be good. Because once Wu Qingxi became the only leader of the Wu family, he could integrate all the power of the Wu family. A united Wu family was far from the current internal strife, and it would be more beneficial to restore Li Tang. This was also within the calculation of Yang Fan, Dugu Ningku, and the others. But after carefully analyzing the internal disputes of the Wu family and Wu Sanxi's character, Yang Fan felt that there was no need to worry about this, because if Wu Sanxi did not succeed, he would definitely keep a close eye on Wu Qingxi and be the crab that said, "If I can't climb out, you can't climb out either." The Wu family had the Empress to preside over the overall situation. In the eyes of the Wu family, the world was destined to belong to the Wu family. There was no external threat more serious than the internal threat. So Wu Sanxi would definitely do everything in his power to prevent Wu Qingxi from strengthening his power. The current development was indeed so. However, Princess Taiping did not know that Li Xiaoda was not the only fish in the pond to suffer in this matter. He had always been within Yang Fan's calculations. Li Xiaoda's political attitude, in the long run, supported Li Tang, but because he now held the highest authority as a subject, he was loyal to Wu Qingxi in the short run. As long as Wu Zetian did not die, he planned to continue maintaining the current situation. In this way, as long as Wu Zetian was alive, he would be the great prime minister, second only to the emperor and above millions. After Wu Zetian died, as the chief prime minister, he would once again preside over the overall situation and support Li Tang as crown prince. Then, in the new dynasty, based on his achievements, he would still be the great prime minister, second only to the emperor and above millions. This was Li Xiaoda's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoda was blinded by greed and underestimated Wu Zetian's wisdom. Unless Wu Zetian decided not to pass the throne to the descendants of the Wu family, she would definitely make all kinds of arrangements before her death to ensure that the descendants of the Wu family could smoothly inherit the throne. At that time, he would not be able to do anything about it. Li Xiaoda had already changed from a great help to Li Tang to a great obstacle to Li Tang. Eradicating him was an inevitable choice. Now that Li Xiaoda had fallen, Wu Sanxi had suffered a grievous loss. After suffering a grievous loss, Wu Sanxi had taken the initiative to target Wu Qingxi. Now, the aristocratic families could do whatever they wanted. As long as the aristocratic families acted discreetly and had a long-term vision, they would not be eager for quick success. They could easily find out that they were descendants of aristocratic families with a simple investigation. The southern border's selection of officials would definitely have a happy ending. Zhao Gan, whom the Dugu family had cultivated for 10 years and endured for 10 years, would also grow into an extremely capable representative in the court. Once these officials who were loyal to Li Tang and had aristocratic family backgrounds filled the southern border, They could at least ensure that the southern border would not fall into chaos if anything happened in the capital. With the southern border as an example, if any of the other feudal officials wanted to fish in troubled waters, they would inevitably have to think twice and think twice. If the anti-Wu coup in the future did not succeed, with the southern border as a base, they could also protect the crown prince to seek refuge in the southern border. There, they could set up a new court and confront the Wu family's court in the north. They could use the identity of the legitimate Li Tang to command the world and restore the country. This time, the second Zhang did not suffer any losses. Instead, because of Li Zhaoda's fall, they took the opportunity to expand their power. But this could not be helped. From the beginning, the second Zhang did not care about the vacancies in the southern border. Their goal had always been the court. So this time, the southern border's selection scandal could not drag them into the water, and the same method could not be used again. This was the only regret of this political struggle. Princess Taiping carefully analyzed the situation. The more she spoke, the happier she became. She did not care whether one liked it or not. The reason why she told Wan all this was because she had hurt Wan in the past. On the night of the Tianshu ceremony, she finally achieved her long-cherished wish in the Golden Grain Garden. Her jealousy faded a little. Thinking that Wan was more important than her in Yang Fan's heart, she wanted to eliminate the grudge between them. Common secrets could bring people closer. Frequent contact would also make it easier to eliminate estrangement. Unfortunately, Wan did not know what she was planning. Listening to her talk about the things she and Yang Fan had done together, Wan smiled faintly, but in her heart, she felt sour and uncomfortable. I know you are sincerely showing off to me. Do you think you are involved in a lot of his secrets? Che, you will never know that there is a Xianzong in this world, and he is the sect leader. She is the woman who shares the most secrets with Erlang. Chapter 660. I understand now. Ha ha ha. I finally understand now. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Jiang was like Zhuge Liang, who had calculated everything, and was almost devilishly intelligent. He had thought through Yang Fan's entire plan, but unfortunately it was only after the fact. Wu Jiong has been tricked by him. Wu Sanxi has been tricked by him. Wu Qingxi has been tricked by him. Even Li Zhaoda has been tricked by him. Ha ha. With such an opponent, this young master's defeat is not an injustice. Yuan Tingyun stood outside the barrier door and listened to his young master's somewhat crazy laughter. His face was full of worry. The fat, wet nurse carried the tightly wrapped little girl and tiptoed to his side. She said in a low voice, "Steward Yuan, are we leaving this place?" Yuan Tingyun saw that she was also dressed for traveling and said in annoyance, "Stupid, I only told you to prepare. Whether we leave or not is up to the young master. Why are you already packed? Let's go back." The young master had lost, and Yang Fan had successfully completed his mission. If this matter had been completed by Yang Fan, young Master Jiang could only act behind the scenes. For example, he could use the people on his list that were clearly inclined towards the aristocratic families to warn the emperor's lackeys. Then he could drink and watch the show. But now, this matter was no longer so easy to accomplish. This was because Yang Fan's methods were too secretive. It seemed that a careless reminder would not be effective. If it was deliberate, it would be easy for others to find out that he was the one behind it. Then he would be offending all the aristocratic families on behalf of the Liu family. Most importantly, Yang Fan had already cleared his name. He was now only the supervisor of the Dragon Gate hot spring soup department. These matters had nothing to do with him. Young Master Jiang could do things that harmed others to benefit himself, but he was too lazy to do things that harmed others to benefit himself, let alone harm others. He had lost. With things as they were, Yang Fan's position as the sect master was as stable as Mount Tai. Other than returning to seclusion, what other choice did he have? Yuan Tingyan was his confidant. He knew that the young master's power was lost, so he informed his subordinates to prepare to leave Luoyang. "Who's outside?" "Young master, it's me." Yuan Tingyan glared at the wet nurse and quickly opened the trapdoor. Young Master Jiang smiled, with a sickly flush on his face. Seeing Yuan Tingyan and the wet nurse standing outside, he waved his hand and said, "Come in. What are you whispering about?" Yuan Tingyan hurriedly said, "It's nothing. We were just chatting for a while. I didn't expect to disturb young master." Young Master Jiang's eyes were fixed on the wet nurse, and then he suddenly remembered. Holding the table, he stood up, stretched his legs, and slowly strolled to the wet nurse's side and looked at the child in her arms. The weather was cold, and the child was wrapped up tightly. Most of his face was covered with a camel wool blanket, leaving only a small gap. The little fellow was not idle either. A pair of big black eyes was trying hard to look out from the gap. When young Master Jiang poked his head out, the little fellow's eyes were fixed on him. Young Master Jiang smiled and stretched out a white finger to push the soft blanket away a little, and said, "Why are you wrapped up so tightly? You're suffocating the child." The wet nurse nodded repeatedly. Young Master Jiang looked at the little fellow's pink and jade-like face with a smile, and said softly, "Chinu, your father is so powerful. I was beaten to a pulp by your father. Ha ha." Seeing him smiling, the little fellow also opened his mouth and giggled. Young Master Jiang stopped laughing, and with a sullen face, he slowly bent down and said in a very soft but clear and powerful voice, "But no one will never make a mistake. He won this time, but it doesn't mean that he will defeat me forever. I will definitely defeat him. Qinu, just wait and see. I will definitely defeat your father." The little fellow already knew how to read people's expressions. Probably sensing that his tone was not friendly, the little fellow stopped laughing and looked at him with a frown, looking very serious. Young Master Jiang straightened his back and regained his graceful and noble bearing. "Take the child back to the room. We won't leave." The wet nurse did not dare to say more and quickly agreed and walked out with the child in her arms. Yuan Tingyan hurriedly closed the barrier door and walked to young Master Jiang's side and said anxiously, "Young master." Young Master Jiang's face was sullen, and he glanced at him and said, "Who allowed you to make the decision on your own? Did I say that I wanted to leave?" Yuan Tingyan said blankly, "But your subordinate knows his mistake." Young Master Jiang snorted heavily and said, "I was confused by dissatisfaction, resentment, hatred, and perhaps a little jealousy. This time, Yang Fan did a good job, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. It's not an injustice for me to be defeated by him. Those dissatisfaction, those anger have all vanished, and I am very clear-headed now." Young Master Jiang slowly paced in the room, 1 foot at a time, slowly and forcefully. After a few steps, he slowly stood up and looked up at Chengchen on the roof for a long time and said in a low voice, "I need money to expand my contacts in the officialdom, and I need money to hire Jianghu geniuses to work for me. I need money even to inquire about information and bribe people." He took a deep breath and said, "I have no face to ask for help from my family. Now that things have come to this, I am afraid that my family will not invest in me anymore. I need my own source of funds. How many businesses are under my control now?" Yuan Tingyan composed himself and answered, "We rushed back to Chang, and saved some properties and a large sum of money." Young Master Jiang interrupted, "Eating away the mountain?" Yuan Tingyun hurriedly said, "No, no. Now, the money has been turned into businesses with little capital but great profits. Taoist Sifong, the old nun from Hanoi, and that barbarian Moliai are deeply favored by the Empress, and these people love money as much as their lives. Now, our businesses are affiliated with them, and with their power, we are successful in every endeavor." Back then, Lu Boyan had already told young Master Jiang that the three living immortals that the Empress worshipped as gods were, in fact, a few Jianghu liars. Later, because these people were deeply favored by the Empress, young Master Jiang felt that it was profitable and once sent people to contact them and successively affiliated some businesses under their names. As a result, young Master Jiang also learned more and more about these people. The old nun from Hanoi, who was said to be able to predict the past and the future, and only ate 3 grains of rice a day, often ate fish and meat. He was very clear about this. After the old nun from Hanoi had the privilege of giving precepts and accepting disciples, as long as there was filial piety given to her, she would shave people's tonsure and give out tonsure cards regardless of good or bad. As a result, many prostitutes in brothels, in order to avoid taxes and hide their wealth, also became her disciples, so that there was a foul atmosphere in the sect. Young Master Jiang was also very clear about this. Another example was Taoist Sifong, who did not return to his place and abused his power everywhere, as well as that barbarian Moliai who amassed wealth and accepted gifts. However, these things had nothing to do with him. He only knew that with the power of these people, his goods could be unimpeded, even if they were contraband goods. Not only did he not need to pay taxes to pass through the city, he could even use the power of the imperial court for transportation, and he did not need to spend a penny. Now he was in desperate need of money, and cooperating with these 3 swindlers was the fastest way to make money. He almost invested all his floating wealth into it to expand his businesses affiliated with these 3 swindlers. After listening to Yuan Tingyun's explanation, young Master Jiang slowly nodded and said, "Yes. With this, of course, we can't restore the strength that we had when we were in Shenzong, but after accumulating for 1 year, 2 years, at most 3 years, we will have the power to fight." Young Master Jiang suddenly turned to Yuan Tingyun and said in a deep voice, "This time, Yang Fan did a good job. I am very happy because the person who defeated me is not an ordinary person. However, no matter how great he is still a person, and people will make mistakes. He can't win all the time." Young Master Jiang clenched his fists, not knowing whether he was saying this to Yuan Tingyun or to encourage himself. "Today, I will bear hardships and gain courage, and in the future, I will make a comeback." It was snowing in Luoyang and Chang, and the pot of daffodils in front of the window bloomed, and a delicate fragrance assailed the nostrils. The small pink flower in the courtyard also bloomed, and it was as red as fire. In addition, Erlang did not let her down. With a wonderful game, he won the game, and Miss Ningku was very happy. Miss Ningku, who almost never stepped out of her room in winter, suddenly had the interest to appreciate the red plum tree in the courtyard because of her joy. So, the boat lady hurried to make arrangements. She first put on the 3 layers of clothing, then put on the silver needle sea dragon fur robe, put on the autumn board sable fur warm cover, and put on a crane cloak made of snow fox fur. On her feet, she wore a pair of small boots lined with deerskin and camel wool. She carried a warm hand warmer in her bosom, and around her slender neck was a large mink wind collar. The wind collar was wrapped around 3 times, and in the end, there was only a pair of big eyes left on her beautiful and delicate little face. The originally slim and lovely body also became a clumsy baby bear. The baby bear struggled to walk to the courtyard and began to pant. After appreciating the red plum tree for only half an incense stick of time, the boat lady asked the girl to go back to the embroidery room. So, Miss Ningku went back, and then took off the Zhaojun warm cover made of autumn plate sable skin, the big mink wind collar, the crane cloak made of snow fox skin, the fur robe made of silver needle sea dragon skin, and the small boots lined with deerskin and camel wool. After that, she changed from a clumsy and fat baby bear back to a slim little girl, and her forehead was sweating. Ningku giggled, and she felt very funny. The barge mistress had been worried that she might catch a cold, that she might be tired, but seeing her as happy as a naughty little girl, her heart was filled with emotion. She felt that the girl, who had always been as quiet as an epiphyllum, could smile so happily, and it was all worth it. Just now, when Duguyu went to his little sister's room, he excitedly told her about Yang Fan's actions in Luoyang, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The description was vivid and detailed, making his mouth dry and irritated. However, when he saw his little sister beaming with joy, Duguyu put in even more effort. He talked for more than an hour, putting in more effort than a storyteller. In other words, a storyteller. The supervising censor, Wang Zhu, had just arrived in Chang, and Duguyu was also one of the guests invited to the banquet. Because he was telling his little sister stories, he was almost late. After coming out of his little sister's room, he quickly went back to change his clothes. As soon as he changed his clothes, he heard from his family that the first miss, who never left her room in winter, went to the yard to enjoy the plum blossoms. Duguyu was shocked at first, and then became furious. His little sister was weak, and how could she withstand the cold? These servants were getting more and more outrageous, and didn't even try to stop her. Duguyu hurriedly ran to his sister's small courtyard, but when he reached the courtyard, his sister had already returned to her room. Duguyu stood outside the door, listening to his sister's light cough but extremely happy and carefree tone of voice as she spoke to the boat madam. Unknowingly, his original anger dissipated. After a moment of silence, he turned around and prepared to go to the banquet. As he walked, he thought, how about I let my little sister go to Luoyang next spring to relax? Although the mountain is high and the road is long, it should be no problem if she only walks 8 to 10 miles a day. Ku has never left Chang. And Chapter 661. Today, the Chang and officials and nobles invited the supervising censor Wang Zhu to the banquet. Every year, the court would send supervising censors to visit the various prefectures. They were in charge of many things, such as governing the people, judicial proceedings, corvée labor, education, and so on. They rarely interfered with local government affairs, but they had the right to report everything they saw and heard to the emperor after returning to the capital. These special investigators were not high-ranking officials, but they had too much power, so the local officials never dared to slight them. This supervising censor Wang Zhu not only had the right to investigate the people's affairs on behalf of the emperor, his elder brother was the Renren of the Phoenix Pavilion and assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. With this relationship, the local officials naturally flattered him even more. This banquet could not be too extravagant, nor could it be bad taste. Chang and Magistrate Lu Ziqian had put in a lot of effort to make the banquet presentable, and the guests and the host were all happy. When the banquet ended, the feather-sized snow had also stopped. The whole city was wrapped in silver, and it was especially enchanting. Lu Ziqian wanted to arrange for Censor Wang to stay in his mansion. Just as he expressed his intentions, Wang Zhu smiled. I appreciate Magistrate Lu's good intentions. But before I came, I had already written to Brother Ji about my itinerary. I said that I would stay in his mansion and sleep with him on the same floor so that we can talk about parting. As he spoke, Wang Zhu pulled someone in front of him. Lu Ziqian recognized this person as Ji Su, the Ming Tang commandant in Chang, and was the same as the palace commandant in the eastern capital, Luoyang. Although they were under the jurisdiction of Chang and magistrate and Luoyang magistrate respectively, their authority and status were more special. They were county commandants, responsible for law and order, but they were not responsible for ordinary markets. They were responsible for the palace. The imperial palace did not only include the imperial palace. In the places outside the imperial palace, there were the bailiffs, cleaners, coachmen, and cooks. Usually, it was inevitable that there would be sneak attacks and fights. The Ming Tang commandant in Chang and the palace commandant in Luoyang were responsible for law and order within the palace, as well as criminal and civil cases. Now, Lai Junqian was Luoyang's palace commandant, and the Chang and palace commandant was Ji Su. As Luoyang was the capital, Ji Su was Lai Junqian's direct subordinate. Ji Su was a resolute and taciturn person. In the circle of Chang and officials, he was not a very eye-catching character. He rarely attended banquets and social events, so Lu Qietian did not have a deep impression of him. He only remembered that he was a serious person and did not like to smile. He did not expect him to be so familiar with Censor Wang from the capital. Seeing his surprise, Assistant Wang smiled and explained, "Brother Ji and I have known each other for a long time. We met on the way to the capital for the imperial examinations. We went to the capital together and rented a house to prepare for the examinations. We passed the imperial examinations together and can be considered old friends." Ji Su held Lu Qietian's hand. It seemed that because he did not smile often, the muscles on his face were already stiff. His lips moved a little as a greeting. Lu Qietian suddenly said, "I see, since Censor Wang and County Commandant Ji are good friends of the same age, then I will not be the bad guy. Ha ha, but Censor Wang is a guest from afar. As the host, I cannot be a good host. It is only right that I send Censor Wang to the Ji residence to show my respect." Assistant Wang thanked him profusely. Although Ji Su did not laugh or talk much, he knew that it was time to say something. He quickly said a few words, and Lu Qietian stopped. He held Censor Wang's hand and sent him out of the restaurant. Only when he and Ji Su boarded the carriage and left did Lu Qietian bid farewell to all the Chang and officials and nobles who attended the banquet. Everyone boarded their respective carriages and returned to their mansions. Ji Su was usually quiet in front of unfamiliar people, but he was always cheerful with friends of many years. He always had endless topics to talk about. He was a completely different person from his usual self. The two boarded the carriage and enjoyed the snowy scenery along the way. They talked about their own developments and encounters over the years and arrived at the Ji residence. The Ji residence had a courtyard with 3 entrances. Although it was not luxurious, it was spacious and solemn. It had the air of an official's family. After Ji Su returned to the Ji residence, he had to ask his family to prepare a few dishes and roast wine in a small red clay stove. He and his friends watched the snow from the window and chatted again. Before they knew it, it was nighttime. Ji Su was still in the mood to talk. He asked someone to spread a blanket for 2 people in the guest room, lit the lamp, and continued to drink and chat. By now, the two had finished talking about their developments over the years. Assistant Wang was talking about what he had seen and heard along the way. He smiled and said to Ji Su, "Brother Ji, on the way here, I happened to hear a rumor. It is said that the Luo Province Secretary General Qi Lianyao has the mandate of heaven. Qi Lianyao's mansion has the qi of the king. Ha ha ha. People even say that Qi Lianyao has 2 sons. The elder son is called Deju, and the younger son is called Xiaojua, which means 2 Qilins." Assistant Wang's tongue was swollen from drinking too much, but his voice was still clear. They also say that Qi Lianyao's Yao is Guang Di, meaning the ruler of the world. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Su was startled and sobered up a bit. He hurriedly asked, "Did Brother Wang report this to the Son of Heaven?" "Ah, utter nonsense. It's nothing but a rumor spread by the common folk." Assistant Wang waved his sleeves and laughed. "Qi Lianyao is but a small secretary general of Luo province. The mandate of heaven, the ruler of the world. Laughable, laughable. How could I believe in such nonsense and use such supernatural things to confuse the eyes and ears of the Son of Heaven?" Assistant Wang slumped forward on the table, as if he had lost the strength to drink. Su rubbed his hands and said anxiously, "Brother Wang, you're muddle-headed. This isn't a small matter. As the ruler of the world, this is what I fear the most. Since ancient times until now, no matter how wise or heroic the ruler was, all of them would rather believe this sort of news than not believe it. Why did you—" Assistant Wang slumped over the table, snoring loudly. Su nudged him and called out, "Good brother, good brother." Assistant Wang was already in a deep sleep, completely unconscious. Su laughed bitterly and stood up. He paced a few steps in the room and finally made up his mind. He raised his voice and called, "Come, help Imperial Censor Wang to his bed to rest." Two manservants entered and saw Su removing his robe from the wall rack. They couldn't help asking, "Lang, aren't you going to rest?" Su said, "Help Censor Wang to sleep first. I'm going to the study to take care of some official business." With that, he pushed the door open and left. The two manservants struggled to drag Wang Zhu up and carried him to the couch. They took off his boots and covered him with a brocade quilt. Because Lang would come back to rest, the two manservants left a lamp on the table and then went out. Assistant Wang lay on his side on the bed, snoring loudly. He didn't stop after the two manservants left, but he opened his eyes and glanced at the door with a strange smile. He had known Su for a long time and knew his temperament very well. This dear friend had a deep mind and would never take a wrong step in the face of trouble. Wang Zhu had long known that as long as he told him this rumor, Su would not ignore it. Wu Qingxi dragged back a mad dog surnamed Lai from Tongzhou, wanting it to bite Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan. But this mad dog was no longer powerful. He had to make it the emperor's watchdog again. Only then would it be qualified to challenge Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan. So Wu Qingxi used the most effective method to make the emperor's aunt value this mad dog again. He knew what his aunt was most afraid of: rebellion. If he wanted to do something, he could only start with this topic. But now was different from the past. Ever since the southern border barbarians were almost forced to rebel by the cruel officials of the imperial censorate in the name of rebellion, the emperor had already begun to be cautious and vigilant towards the words of rebellion. It was already impossible to casually fabricate a crime of rebellion like before and really set off a turmoil. He needed concrete evidence to prove that there was indeed a rebellion. At least this time, there must be evidence. So he asked Zhang Jinren, who had been helping him refine the rejuvenation pill, to beguile Ji provincial governor Lu Sili, who believed in physiognomy and feng shui. Then, together with the bewitched Lu Sili, they tricked Luo provincial military adjunct Qi Lianyao. Qi Lianyao saw Zhang Jinren's godly physiognomy, and Lu Sili, whose position was far above his, treating him with respect and truly treating him as the Son of Heaven. He actually began to believe that he was the Son of Heaven and began to secretly prepare for the emperor's death and chaos. Now that things had come to this, Wu Qingxi was already prepared. However, he was still worried that there would be some oversight. Once the investigation was carried out, if it was traced back to him, he would lose the right to compete with Wu Sanxi for the position of imperial heir. That would not be worth it. Even if the investigation didn't trace back to him, he couldn't bear to lose his limited influence in court. So the informant couldn't be one of his people. Wang Zhu and Wang Lei were Wu Qingxi's people. The mission Wu Qingxi gave Wang Zhu was to find someone who had no connection to Wu Qingxi's faction and was qualified to report the rebellion. So he left the capital and chose his good friend of the same age, Ji Su. Ji Su was far away in Chang, and once this matter broke out, no one would be able to contact the king of Wei in Luoyang. To Wu Qingxi, this was a rare masterpiece of his life, far-sighted, meticulous planning, and meticulous execution. It could be said to be flawless. However, the situation in the capital was unpredictable. He didn't expect that before the mad dog Li Junqian was released, Li Xiaoda would fall, followed by Yang Fan. Li Xiaoda was demoted to a county officer and exiled to Lingnan. He hadn't gone far from the capital and was still trudging through the snow. Then he was summoned back by the emperor's decree. He squatted at the censorate and became colleagues with the censors he used to order around like dogs. And Yang Fan was sent to the Dragon Gate to look after the emperor's baths, raise horses, and grow vegetables. The information was not synchronized, so Wang Zhu, who had just arrived in Chang and was completely unaware of the latest changes in the capital, he did not have the fast and efficient information channels of the Dugu family, and he was still meticulously carrying out the mission that Wu Qingxi had given him. Once this news got out, it would set off a bloody storm in the imperial court. A bloody storm was about to come again. However, the bloody storm in the court had never stopped since the end of the martial year. Perhaps those officials who pursued power and wealth on the edge of a knife were already used to it. Chapter 662. Xue Tangqing of the Dragon Gate Hot Spring was holding a tin wine pot. He took a sip of Jiannan wine from the thin spout of the pot, then used his chopsticks to dip into the oily salted duck yolk. His face was beaming with joy. In front of him stood 3 men in green, their sleeves rolled up, their green robes tucked into their waistbands. They wore green bandanas on their heads, and their faces were filled with bitterness and hatred. Xue Tangqing closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and glared at them impatiently. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, "Why are you making such a bitter face? What's the matter? Say it." Marshal Su said with a bitter face, "Xue Tangqing, you are the oldest person in the Dragon's Gate Hot Springs. Apart from the chief supervisor, you have the highest authority. We have to ask you to make a decision for us." Xue Tangqing stared at him without saying anything. Marshal Su swallowed and said in a low voice, "Last night I saw our chief Yang go up the mountain to soak in the hot springs. He went to His Highness King Liang's side hall." Xue Tangqing smacked his lips and nodded to the next man. "What about you? What's the matter?" This was Su Zhanggu. Su Zhanggu lifted his sleeve and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He stammered, "Xue Tangqing, yesterday something went missing in the vegetable garden." Xue Tangqing raised his eyelids and said slowly, "What is it this time?" Su Zhanggu immediately counted with his fingers. This lowly one discovered early in the morning that half a field of chives is missing, a row of shepherd's purse is missing, at least 30 cabbage, some cowpeas and eggplants are missing. 2 ripe watermelons, 21 ripe golden peaches were counted the day before yesterday, but this morning there are only 16 left. Su Zhanggu said with a sad face, "Tangqing, we have to be on our guard. Even the horses in the stables can forget about stealing a single peach. Last night we lost 5. This is all for the emperor to taste. Even the princes don't have the fortune to enjoy it." Cough. Xue Tangqing covered his mouth and coughed. He said slowly, "Ever since our new chief supervisor took office, he has taken good care of us." You guys have also gotten a few jars of this Jiannan braised spring. Are they delicious? To tell the truth, if it weren't for the supervisor's reward, we wouldn't be willing to buy such a famous wine, right? The people in front of him blinked their eyes and nodded blankly. Shui Tangsheng continued. Look, the fat chef at Soup Supervisor Yang's house is really good at cooking. Ever since I've eaten his food, the ones we used to make are simply pig's food. Nowadays, Soup Supervisor Yang doesn't eat all the food for himself. Every day, he cooks for us. The subordinates vaguely understood. Shui Tangqing continued to patiently guide him. Early this morning, Xiaoxi and his brothers braved the heavy snow to deliver food to the imperial palace. Did Soup Supervisor Yang reward them? If it was in the past, this would be your job. You deserve to freeze to death. Who would reward you? Shui Tangqing took another sip of wine. That's why I said, Yang Tangcheng is considerate of our brothers, and our brothers have to work hard as well. We can't let Yang Tangcheng worry too much, don't you think? So, this matter, Shui Tangcheng deliberated and said, if you're talking about stealing, I guess it was stolen by those horses. Those little fellows are very clever. We'll have to keep a close eye on them in the future and lock them up at night. This time, don't let Soup Supervisor Yang know about it. Otherwise, Soup Supervisor Yang will have to worry about it. All of you better keep your mouths shut. Understand? Su Lusher and Su Zhanggu turned around in a daze and left Shui Tangqing's room. Standing in the vast expanse of white snow, they momentarily forgot why they were there. Shui Tangqing sent them out and let out a long sigh, just as he picked up his chopsticks and was about to take another bite of duck egg yolk. He suddenly saw someone standing in front of the table. He jumped in fright. Lu Rue, what are you doing here? Lu Rue was a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Hearing Shui Tangqing's words, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Tangqing, I have something to report, but I haven't had the chance to say it yet. Shui Tangqing let out a sigh of relief. Oh, what's the matter? Lu Rue said. Soup Supervisor Yang. Shui Tangqing's expression tightened. He hurriedly stood up and asked, what happened to Soup Supervisor Yang? Lu Rue laughed dryly. Soup Supervisor Yang's wife and child have gone up the mountain. Shui Tangqing staggered. Where are they? Lu Rue said, sheepishly. They've already gone up the mountain. Soup Supervisor Yang is probably arranging their accommodation right now. You unlucky child, why didn't you say so earlier? Shui Tangqing became anxious. He rushed over and slapped the back of Lu Rue's head. Scram! Scram! Lu Rue covered his head and scurried away. Shui Tangqing sighed. It's rare for King Liang to come up the mountain. It's one thing for you to use his side hall to bathe in the hot spring. As for stealing vegetables, I can pretend that I didn't see you steal 2 vegetables, but there's only 1 golden peach tree, and it only bears a few fruits after being tended to like an ancestor. During the Lantern Festival, it has to be offered to the Son of Heaven, the Crown Prince, and the other princes. If you do this again, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. Now, you've even brought your family here. What should we do? The more Shui Tangqing thought about it, the more he felt a headache coming on. After a long while, he finally stomped his feet and rushed out of the room, heading straight for Yang Fan's residence. Yang Fan brought Xiao Man, his son, and Anu to the Dragon Gate. He stayed here for a few days. He had nothing to do every day, and he was as carefree as an immortal. When he was full, he would go to watch the snow. When he was tired, he would go to the greenhouse to look at the fruits and vegetables. After some practice, he came to the scientific conclusion that green was more pleasing to the eye. Every morning, afternoon, and night, he would go to the hot spring. The location of the hot spring was different. Sometimes it was assigned to the Crown Prince's bedroom. Sometimes it was assigned to the prince's bedroom. And sometimes it was assigned to the princess's bedroom. He felt that they were all about the same. At most, the size of the hot spring pool was a little different, and the decorations in the rooms were different. After a few days, suddenly one day he stroked his skin, which had become unusually smooth because of the hot spring. Then he looked at his third sister, and Lu Mei, who had become more beautiful because of the hot spring. Suddenly, he felt that Xiao Man and Anu would also like hot spring baths, and maybe Nianzu would also like it. Since there were benefits, of course, it should be enjoyed by the whole family. It was not the style of a head of a family to only bring back some fruits and vegetables for the family. So Yang Fan waved his hand and sent a guard back to bring back the whole family. Of course, he would never admit that the reason he wanted to bring his wife here was because he had cultivated his mind and body in this paradise. His energy was too exuberant, so when he saw that silly little girl third sister, he was a bit tempted. Now, the whole family had arrived. Yang Fan, holding his precious son, was excitedly leading Xiao Man and Anu to tour his kingdom. He had just brought the whole family to the greenhouse where the fruits and vegetables were grown. When they came out from inside, there was one less ripe golden peach on the tree. Now, Yang Nianzu was lying comfortably in his father's arms, waiting for his mother to chew the peach and pass the delicious peach juice to him. Touch it and see, it's smooth. Hee, I found it on the first day. It's really strange. When you soak in the hot spring, your skin is so smooth, as if it's covered with a layer of talcum powder. You'll know after soaking in it. As Yang Fan spoke, he had already walked to the side of the stable. Forget about it here. The royal horses are raised here, and the stables don't smell good. Yang Fan didn't expect that the monkey spirits would be familiar with his voice, since he had brought snacks for the horse plagues to satisfy their cravings. When he spoke outside, the horse plagues who heard his voice ran out one after another. They were so happy that they scratched their ears and cheeks and squeaked. I didn't bring food today. Go, go, go. Go far away. As Yang Fan spoke, he carried his son and left. Unexpectedly, the monkeys didn't react, but the little ancestor of the Yang family didn't have it. Since the monkeys came out of the stable, Yang Nianzu, who was lying in Yang Fan's arms, stared at the monkeys with his eyes wide open. As soon as Yang Fan turned around and left, the little guy immediately opened his mouth, and tears rolled down. Yang Fan was angry and amused at the same time. He could only turn around with his son in his arms and said, Hey, I'll show you, don't cry. The child's tears came and went quickly. When he saw the monkeys again, Yang Nianzu immediately stopped crying. He was still sobbing, and his mouth was open to the root of his ears. Xiao Man's face gradually returned to its former beauty, but it was a little more plump and charming than before. There was a faint smile on her face. Since Lang Jun was sent to the Dragon Gate supervisor, I was only worried that Lang Jun would be depressed. Lang Jun is broad-minded. I am relieved that you can be so happy. Yang Fan straightened his son up so that he and the monkeys could look at each other. He smiled at Xiao Man and said, Do you think I'm finding joy in hardship? You don't know how comfortable I am. This kind of life is comfortable. Look, your son likes it too. As long as it can make my son happy, what's wrong with being an official who raises monkeys? As he said this, a guard in green came from afar and stood beside him. Yang Fan glanced at him and handed the child to Xiao Man. He said, Here, you carry him. Be careful, the monkeys are mischievous. Don't scratch Nianzu. Yang Fan handed the child to Xiao Man and walked towards the man. When he was near, the man immediately said, Sovereign! Yang Fan waved his hand and led him to the side. He asked in a low voice, Have you found those artists? When Yang Fan was touring the east and west cities in Chang, and he saw some acrobats performing similar illusions to Taoist Sifong and the old nun of Hanoi, at that time, he tipped them a little more and asked them about their skills. He knew that they had a master who was better at illusions than them. It was just that their master was also traveling the world, and he didn't know where she was at this time. Yang Fan kept this matter in mind at that time. He told Duke Yu to contact these artists and find their master, and invite them to Luoyang with a lot of money. Yang Fan wanted to expose the tricks of the three swindlers and use this opportunity to cut off young Master Zhang's last breath of life. Then he not only had to get the evidence of the three swindlers corrupting the moral code and collecting ill-gotten wealth, but more importantly, he had to expose their tricks. Otherwise, the Empress would be their biggest umbrella. If they didn't fall, how could he cut off young Master Zhang's last hope? This man in green was ordered to stay in Chang and to wait for news. As soon as he saw him, Yang Fan knew there was a result. The man in green said, "The head of the Dugu clan has found their ancestor and invited the capable person from Jianghu. Now, they are on the way to Luoyang. I came first to report to the sovereign so that you won't be anxious." Hearing this, Yang Fan suddenly became excited. When he was in danger, young Master Jiang held back and didn't jump out. When he was sent to the Dragon Gate to be a steward who watched the spring, raised the circus, and guarded the mountain, young Master Jiang still held back and didn't jump out. It seemed that after suffering so many losses, young Master Jiang's arrogance had been greatly reduced. If young Master Jiang hid deep in the earth, even if Yang Fan had the ability to reach the sky, he wouldn't be able to find him. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to save his daughter. But this time, if his tail were to be chopped off, would he be able to endure it? Chapter 6:63. Tang Chung Shui lifted the hem of his robe and walked up the slope, one step at a time, one step at a time. A low-ranking official wearing green robe was running toward him from a distance. This man was Li Ji, the supervisor of the hot spring soup department. He was not young, but his movements were very agile. He was running and leaping like a big grasshopper. Seeing Shui Tangcheng from a distance, Li Ji shouted, "Tangcheng! Tangcheng!" Shui Tangcheng stopped and turned his head. He squinted his eyes to see who it was and said, "What are you shouting for?" Li Ji ran up to him, panting, "Tangcheng, Her Royal Highness and Shangguan Dai Dao are here. They will stay at Dragon Gate for a few days." Shui Tangcheng was shocked. Her Royal Highness and Shangguan Dai Dao are here? Why didn't Sinong Temple inform us in advance? This. Quick, send someone to clean up the princess's bedroom. Change everything that needs to be changed. Ask Tangjian Yang to go down the mountain to welcome them. And ask Tangjian Yang to hide the family and don't let Her Royal Highness's people see. Shui Tangcheng was spinning around like a top. He suddenly stopped and stared at Li Ji. "Which princess?" Li Ji said blankly, "Princess Taiping." "Oh, I see." Shui Tangcheng pinched his chin and thought for a moment. "Go find Tang Jianyang and tell him about this. Ask him to go down the mountain to welcome Her Royal Highness. I will find someone to clean up the princess's bedroom. Don't say anything else. Don't ask too much. Don't make your own decisions. Listen to Tang Jianyang." Yes, Li Wen did not understand why Shui Tangcheng suddenly calmed down. But since Shangguan Dai Dao did not panic, he relaxed and continued to climb up the mountain. When Shui Tangcheng heard that Princess Taiping was here, he immediately understood. Princess Taiping also had a hot spring in her private residence in Golden Grain Garden. Why would she come to Dragon Gate to take a bath? Needless to say, they came for Tang Jianyang. The appearance of Shangguan Dai Dao was probably because Her Royal Highness did not want to attract too much attention, so she specially invited him to cover up. Shui Tangcheng had also heard about the romantic affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. Now that he knew that Her Royal Highness, the princess, had arrived, Shui Tangcheng immediately calmed down. Her Highness, the princess, had come and was accompanied by the Empress' most favored Shangguan Daiji. Shui Tangcheng immediately thought that he could blame the missing fruits and vegetables on the two most favored women of the emperor's side. It would be fine if the higher-ups didn't investigate, but if they did, they would list these things on the menu prepared by Her Royal Highness and Shangguan Zhua, whether it was the Minister of Agriculture or Her Majesty herself. Would they still ask these two people about such a trivial matter? But isn't the princess pregnant? Even in such a situation, she still doesn't forget to meet her lover. The Wu clan's women are really... Shui Tangcheng silently cursed and went to prepare. Yang Fan asked the black-clothed imperial bodyguard about what had happened and gave him some instructions before sending him away. Returning to his wife's side, Yang Nianzu looked at the monkeys running around and giggled happily. He straightened his back and jumped up and down in his mother's arms, wishing he could jump down and play with them. Although Xiaoman was a martial artist and had a strong body, her son was like a loach in her arms. After holding him for a while, she also felt that it was difficult, so Anu took his hand. Xiaoman freed her hand and saw her husband coming back. She greeted him with a smile and said, "Elder brother, let's stay here this winter. I think Nianzu likes it here very much." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Okay, if you like it, then stay here. There are few people coming to this mountain, so it is very free. Our family doesn't have a courtyard that is suitable for relaxing and playing. Since I am the manager here now, I will treat it as a courtyard lent to us by the imperial family." "Ha ha." Xiaoman smiled and said, "Elder brother's words, I am really tempted. How about next spring I will go to Golden Grain Garden and see if anyone has a courtyard to sell or find a place with a beautiful scenery and buy it to build my own. It is not like our family can't afford it now." Yang Fan pinched her pink cheeks and said with a smile, "You little girl, do you think those influential officials can't afford it? Dragon's Gate is the emperor's garden. It does not allow buying and selling, and it is not allowed to build gardens without permission. And Golden Grain Garden is the gathering place for the nobles, princesses, and relatives of the imperial family. In this city, there are many families that can afford to buy a villa in Golden Grain Garden. It is not that they can't afford it, but they don't dare to buy it. If our family buys a piece of land in Golden Grain Garden, then it will be a big deal. If you like this rural atmosphere, then I can borrow a manor from someone, and our family can live there." Xiaoman glanced at him and said with a smile, "Lang Jun, who are you going to borrow a manor from?" Yang Fan's handsome face turned red. As soon as he said it, he felt that it was inappropriate. Sure enough, Xiaoman still found out. Xiaoman wrinkled her nose and said sourly, "I don't care about your romantic affairs, but I don't want to go to her manor either. Living there will make me feel strange. If I can't live in Golden Grain Garden, then I will go to Mount Laojun. Although it is a bit further away, the scenery there may not be worse than Golden Grain Garden." Yang Fan felt guilty and promised, Okay, let's go to Mount Laojun and build a villa. Every summer, we will go to the mountain to avoid the summer heat. Just our family of three." When Yang Fan said family of three, his tone paused for a moment. In fact, he was thinking of his daughter that he had not found. Xiaoman heard his tone paused and thought that he was thinking of Anu. She couldn't help but laugh and said angrily, "You deserve it. Who told you to be a romantic? Now you are in a difficult position." Xiaoman snorted and generously waved her hand. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Of course, Anu will go with us. Speaking of which, Anu's childhood was much more miserable than mine. At least I had a mother and elder brother, but Xiaoman sighed and suddenly glared at him. She reiterated, "But only Anu can go. If you bring Her Royal Highness, I won't accompany you." With a smile on his face, Yang Fan hugged her shoulders tightly and said, Ñoño loves me the most. Of course. How could I do such a ridiculous thing? Don't worry. Wherever my Ñoño comes, all evil people will avoid. Even Her Royal Highness has to. Before Yang Fan could finish his words, Li Ji ran over, panting and shouting, Tang Jian Yang, quickly change into your official clothes and go down the mountain to welcome Princess Taiping. Her Royal Highness Princess Taiping has arrived. There were more than 20 palaces on Dragon Gate Mountain. Only a few belonged to certain nobles of the royal family, such as the Emperor, the Crown Prince, Princess Taiping, Prince Liang, and Prince Wei. The rest belonged to the nobles who were qualified to bathe in the hot spring of the royal family. Princess Taiping's bathroom was specially designed by a stonemason from the western region. On the wall, there were huge white stone carvings of maids. They had curly hair, deep eyes, and high noses. They were wearing bathrobes, half naked, and beautiful bodies. In their hands, there was a lamp. The hot spring water poured into the hot spring from a large beast's mouth. The whole bathroom was filled with an exotic atmosphere. When the hot spring was reflected by the light, it faintly revealed a milky white effect. There were two beauties in the water, tender and beautiful. They were like beautiful flowers, swaying and blooming, but each had their own characteristics. They were like two newly bloomed water lilies. Princess Taiping's body was plump and well-proportioned. Her white and firm breasts were like water droplets, swaying silently. When they trembled slightly, they exuded a unique charm of a young married woman. Er's waist was like a willow. Her buttocks were round, her skin was tight, soft, and smooth. Compared to Princess Taiping, she was slightly less mature, but her pear-shaped breasts were more amazing than Princess Taiping's. It was a pity that only a few maids had the luck to see such a curvaceous and attractive body. At this moment, the maids were driven out of the bath. Only Princess Taiping and Shanghai, were left in the bath. When they came, they didn't know that Buqi also came to the Dragon Gate. They didn't know until they came here. This was the royal garden, and Princess Taiping was one of the masters here. In this way, Buqi and Anu were guests here. If Princess Taiping didn't come, Yang Fan would be in charge here. Buqi could take it for granted that this place belonged to her husband. She came here. Buqi and Anu were a little embarrassed. Similarly, Princess Taiping and Shanghai, both had hot springs in the Golden Grain Garden. The reason why they came to the Dragon Gate was that they had an ulterior motive. They didn't expect to meet Yang Fan's first wife here. Shanghai, didn't care. She and Yang Fan had already promised to marry each other. If it wasn't for her identity that she couldn't be free, Buqi wouldn't have gotten ahead of her. Shanghai, Yang Fan and Buqi had known each other for a long time, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. But Princess Taiping was different. She inevitably felt a little annoyed at this time. So after the maids went out, the pool became quiet, and there was only the gurgling water. After a while, Shanghai, suddenly burst into laughter. Princess Taiping glared at her and said fiercely, "What are you laughing at?" Shanghai glanced at her seductive figure under the water and teased, "Poor thing, bathing in the fragrant soup, your body is exposed. I only hope to offer myself to Lang Jun tonight and share bliss. Who knows?" Ha, ha. Princess Taiping's face immediately turned red. She bit her lip and glared at She saw that was laughing more and more happily. She patted the water with her hand, and her chest rippled. Finally, she couldn't help but throw herself at her and said fiercely, "You are very happy to see me make a fool of myself, aren't you?" As the two of them fought, the water turned and the waves surged. Two white bodies tumbled up and down in the water, appearing and disappearing. It was really a boundless spring scene. As the two of them fought, their bodies intertwined. As if by prior agreement, the two of them had a strange feeling. If Erlang and I were playing in the water like this, the two of them suddenly had a fever on their faces. Fortunately, the hot spring water was hot. Soaking in it, their faces were already flushed, so the embarrassment was not obvious. The two of them thought, although Bucci is on the mountain and can't accompany me today, can't he do it tomorrow? If he can't do it tomorrow, there's still the day after tomorrow. Worst comes to worst, I'll stay on the mountain for a few more days. As the two of them were thinking, their eyes met. They seemed to understand each other's thoughts. A touch of shyness made the two of them immediately look away. But the invisible barrier between their hearts unconsciously faded a little. Just at this time, a maid hurriedly came to the hot pool. She bowed and reported, "Your Highness, Shangguan is waiting. There is an extremely important message from the palace." Chapter 664. Princess Taiping asked the maid, "What news?" The maid replied, "Someone from the palace has come. Please return to the palace immediately." The two people in the pool were shocked. After a while, Princess Taiping giggled and raised her eyebrows at Wanner. She smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you. This is the will of the heavens. What can I do?" Shanghai Wanner was not in the mood to joke with her. She had asked for leave, but she was summoned back. This had never happened before. If it wasn't for something urgent happening in the court, they would not have sent someone to summon her back to the palace. Wanna was nervous. She straightened her back. Her breasts were like jade melons coming out of the water. She asked in a deep voice, "Did the person say what happened in the court?" The maid replied, "The person was waiting outside the hall. He didn't say what happened. He only said something important happened in the court. Please return to the palace immediately." "I got it." Shanghai Wanner waved her hand. The maid bowed and left. The pond was quiet for a moment. Then Shangguan Wan suddenly stood up. The water splashed out like a white dragon coming out of the water. Princess Taiping stood up by the side of the pool. She said, "I will go with you." Shanghai Wanner was a little disappointed, but she was more concerned about what happened in the court. Hearing Princess Taiping's words, she shook her head and said, "I will go back to the city. You—" She turned around and looked at Taiping. She said seriously, "You stay. You have made a choice. There are some things you have to face sooner or later. You should get used to it." "What is it? What choice?" Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows. Although she still had a smile on her face, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She said, "I am different from you. I have no choice. I will never be able to look forward to the future like you do. I just want to be with the person I like occasionally. I will be happy." Two women who were equally beautiful, equally intelligent, and equally high in status, but each had their own difficulties that they could not tell anyone. In front of the dressing table, the maid picked up a white cloth and helped Taiping wrap it around her abdomen. The two women trudged through the snow and arrived at the Dragon Gate. Before they had the chance to get close to their Langjun, they left in a hurry. Yong Fan sent them all the way to the foot of the mountain and watched as they hurriedly boarded the car. Following the tracks that had not yet been covered by the wind and snow, they drove towards Luoyang. In the cold wind, there was only the fragrance of the grass on Wan Er's body and the delicate fragrance of the budding flower on Princess Taiping's body. "You can't bear to, right?" Anu appeared out of nowhere, and Yang Fan saw a patch of white from the corner of his eyes. Then she turned into a green robe. Anu was only wearing a green robe. She was also very beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth. For a beauty of her level, she actually didn't need bright clothes. The plainer she was, the more beautiful she was. Anu said with a grin, "How dare you?" You brought Xiaoman up the mountain and called her Royal Highness here. Are you trying to show off to Xiaoman? Yang Fan snorted and said, Don't talk about Xiaoman. You are using Xiaoman to talk about yourself, aren't you? Suddenly, Yang Fan grabbed Anu's shoulder as fast as lightning. Since the princess is gone, I will catch you to accompany me to play in the water. Haha, in your dreams. Anu's long legs were very elastic. She jumped far away and made a face at him. If you want me to accompany you, wait until you marry me. Yang Fan laughed. You really don't want me? Then I will go by myself. He said he would go by himself, but he walked to his residence. These days, he still went to the hot spring 3 times a day, but every time he took Xiaoman and the child. Because the child's skin was delicate, he couldn't stand the hot spring. So these days he did not borrow the palace on the mountain, which was closer to the hot spring outlet, but stayed in his own residence. The little fellow was now addicted to the hot spring. Every day, in addition to watching the monkeys jumping around and learning to jump in his mother's arms, he would happily soak in the spring at a suitable temperature to play. If his parents did not take him to the water at the right time, he would cry. Regarding Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan leaving in a hurry, Yang Fan didn't care too much. He had already set up informants in the capital city, so he didn't need to go ask. As long as there was any information, his people would send it to him at the first time. Although Yang Fan was free and unfettered in the Dragon's Gate and was only a small supervisor, his authority and influence on the imperial court were unprecedentedly great. But this kind of power and influence, as Li Taigong said, the elephant is invisible, the loudest sound is silent. It is there, but no one feels it. It is working, but no one thinks that the result is because of it. Watching Yang Fan go away, Anu raised her hand and leaned down. With a whoosh, she disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in the same place again. With a wave of her arm, her white clothes were quickly changed into a green one. Anu said complacently, Master Gu's teaching is really wonderful. I have been by Erlang's side for so long, but he didn't notice. Suddenly, a white figure appeared beside Anu. If she had not stood up abruptly, it would have been impossible to see it with the contrast of the scenery behind and the snow field. The white figure snorted and said, Don't be too proud too early. Just now, when the Lord sent the princess away, he looked at your position 3 times. You have just learned the escape technique, and your skill is still shallow. With your current skill, you can't hide from him. With the voice, the white figure miraculously turned into the appearance of Gu Shuting. Master Gu, Anu hugged her affectionately. When did you come back? Gu Shuting said, It is when you secretly followed the Lord and saw him reluctantly bidding farewell to the princess and Shangguan Daizhao. Anu blushed and quickly coughed twice. She changed the topic and said, Master Gu, have you found the whereabouts of the young master? Gu Shuting shook her head and said, Not yet. He hid too deeply, and I was acting alone, so I couldn't rely on the power of the Lord. However, I found a person who still listens to him. Unfortunately, this person's level is too low, and it is impossible to have direct contact with him. I have asked the people of our Gu family to help keep an eye on him. Through him, we can definitely find more important people among them until we dig him out. Gu Zhuting patted Anu's shoulder, and a touch of hatred surged in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I can't not save the daughter of the Lord. The personal grievances between me and him must be solved. So, I will definitely do my best. When Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wan returned to Luoyang, they noticed that something had happened in the capital city. There was no obvious reaction. There were no officials walking around the city with chains and shouting at the common people. Ordinary people didn't notice anything, but for people in high positions like them, They could naturally notice many things that ordinary people didn't notice. When they arrived at the palace, they found that it was obviously different from usual. The number of guards here had increased, more than twice as much as usual. The expressions and behaviors of the soldiers also faintly showed a kind of seriousness and nervousness, which made the two of them feel uneasy. Today, the guards at the side gate were actually changed to the 100 Cavalry. In the past, the 100 Cavalry had always been responsible for the Black Tortoise Gate. Although the 100 Cavalry had been expanding in the past 2 years, the so-called 100 Cavalry had long become 1,000 Cavalry. However, their name had always been 100 Cavalry. They were responsible for guarding the back gate of the palace, the Black Tortoise Gate. That was the most important gate in and out of the palace. After entering the Black Tortoise Gate, they would enter the palace, and there would no longer be any obstacles. And entering the palace gate in front of them was the Wanxiang Divine Palace, the Heavenly Hall, the Political Affairs Hall, the Hanlin Academy, and many other central government offices of the Imperial Court, as well as the Son of Heaven's administration. They had to pass through layers of palace gates to reach the rear palace. Now that the 100 Cavalry had taken over the Duan Gate, it was very likely that all the gates of the entire palace had been taken over by the 100 Cavalry. The 100 Cavalry was the core of the Yulin Guard, and the Yulin Guard was the Emperor's Guard. From this, it could be inferred that what had happened here. When Princess Taiping returned to the capital, she was originally unhappy. Now, how could she care about being angry? She wanted to immediately enter the palace to visit the Mother Empress and ask what had happened. Unfortunately, she couldn't even enter the palace gate. Zhang Shitong was very polite and very respectful, but also very firm. He told her, "Your Highness, please return to the mansion and wait for orders. The Emperor has decreed that no one will see you." Princess Taiping had no choice but to return to the mansion. She could only hope that the people she left in the mansion had already received some news. But looking at the current situation, she was afraid that they would not be able to find out anything. After a strict search by Zhang Shitong and the 100 Cavalry Guards, Shanghai Wan and her entourage were finally allowed to enter the palace. As soon as Shanghai Wan entered the palace, she went straight to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. If something big happened in the palace, the Emperor must be there. As expected, Wu Zetian was in the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. When Shanghai Wan hurried into the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, she saw 2 generals guarding in front of the hall. They had jade faces and pearl lips, and were extremely handsome, as if they were characters in a painting. After a closer look, she finally recognized the 2 young generals with bright armor and swords hanging from their ribs. They were actually the 2 brothers, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, which shocked Shanghai Wan. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were disciples of a famous family. Although they had always been arrogant, especially after they received the Emperor's favor, they had always respected Shanghai Wan, who came from a famous family, had an elegant appearance, and outstanding talent. Therefore, their attitude was never arrogant. As soon as he saw her, Zhang Changzong smiled amiably and said, "Shangguan Dai." She returned very quickly. "Please, Dai." She quickly entered the hall. "Don't make the saint anxious." Shanghai Wan really wanted to ask them what actually happened. But as long as she entered the door, the mystery would be revealed, so there was no need to ask the 2 of them. Wan politely nodded to the Zhang brothers and stepped into the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. In the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, there were 2 people, one kneeling and one standing, reporting something to Wu Zetian, who was sitting behind the Emperor's desk with a solemn expression. Wan glanced at their backs, but didn't dare to look too long. She bowed to Wu Zetian and stood sideways to the side. The Emperor was talking to the officials, and although she was favored, she didn't dare to interrupt. Wu Zetian saw her, raised her palm and pressed down, interrupting the person who was kneeling on the ground. She said to her, you've returned. Come to my side." "Yes." Shanghai Wan replied and slowly walked to the side of Wu Zetian's desk. She stood still and raised her head to look. She couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The two people in front of her were not people she could often see in the palace, but she recognized them. These two people, one was the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, and the other was the palace officer Lai Junqin. Chapter 665. Wu Zetian said to Wanner expressionlessly, "Listen." Wanner bowed and said, "Yes." Wu Zetian then turned to Lai Junqin and nodded lightly. Lai Junqin, who was looking up, quickly lowered his head and continued with his unique kneeling greeting. Even though Lai Junqin had already reported half of the matter when Wanner arrived, the intelligent Wanner still understood, after he finished. Someone is plotting a rebellion. Before Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, there had been many people plotting a rebellion. The royal family members were plotting a rebellion, groups of prime ministers were plotting a rebellion, and the generals who had been through hundreds of battles were plotting a rebellion. Too many people were killed in the name of plotting a rebellion. Some of these cases were unjust cases that the emperor was well aware of, and some were unjust cases where she was kept in the dark by cruel officials. However, even the unjust cases where Wu Zetian was kept in the dark had no evidence. They were basically confessions forced out by cruel officials. Wu Zetian would rather believe it than believe it. It didn't matter if she killed the wrong person, but if she let the wrong person go, the consequences would be too severe. She only wanted her empire to be secure forever. However, since the crown prince was wrongly accused, the musicians had disemboweled to show their sincerity, and Lai Junqin had fabricated false confessions of Di Renjie and Ren Jigu, especially the Wanren rebellion case in Nanjiang, which almost turned into a real rebellion. Wu Zetian was deeply affected. She began to feel that the practice of killing the wrong person rather than letting the wrong person off seemed to be disadvantageous to her rule. So when Lai Junqin secretly reported that there was a rebellion, Wu Zetian was skeptical. She suspected that Lai Junqin was using the same old trick to deliberately fabricate a case of rebellion in order to climb up the ranks. So she did not make it public, nor did she send Lai Junqin, the informant, to investigate. She sent someone from the Wu family, Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong was conferred the title of Prince of Hanoi and became the great general of the left. After receiving his aunt's secret order, he immediately took action and secretly arrested Qi Lianyao of Luo province and interrogated him overnight. This son of heaven, who was said to have the king's mandate and the king's aura, could not withstand Wu Yizong's interrogation. After being tortured and threatened, he was so scared that he confessed all of his plans without missing a single word. Wu Yizong had raided Qi Lianyao's mansion. His letters, family members, and the testimonies of the future founding fathers were all in his possession. He had even written down the country's founding principles in high spirits. Qi Lianyao was quite efficient with his connections. In such a short time, Zhang Daoist's miraculous explanations had bewitched quite a few people, mainly his relatives, neighbors, subordinates, and old acquaintances. All of them had been captured as well. Only then did Wu Zetian believe that Lai Junqin had not fabricated the rebellion. Mercy was actually indulging in evil. Granny Wu was furious and immediately sent the Dragon Guard to Ji province. They had to arrest Lu Sili before he knew of the situation and started the rebellion. She also issued several edicts ordering the governors and generals of the surrounding prefectures to be on standby and cooperate with the Dragon Guard. In the capital, Wu Yizong was in high spirits as he searched many people's homes. Wu Yizong was short and had a natural hunchback. His appearance was also very ugly, so he wasn't well liked by his fellow clansmen. This time, he had made a great contribution, and his name had spread far and wide. He was truly elated. It was a pity that the people he investigated were either commoners or low-ranking officials, and could not display his power. Lai Junshin told him that there must be high-ranking officials involved in this rebellion, but their methods were brilliant, and they had not been exposed yet, which was exactly what Wu Yizong was thinking. He immediately agreed and pulled Lai Junshin to report to his aunt. When Warner came in, Lai Junshin was reporting the progress of the case to the emperor. He had cleverly added a few hints to deepen Wu Zetian's suspicions. Although he did not have much knowledge, Lai Junshin was a very clever person. He was also very good at reading people's expressions. His words finally convinced Wu Zetian. Lai Junshin, you have made a great contribution this time. After listening to Lai Junshin's report, Wu Zetian said amiably, from now on, you and Yizong will be in charge of this case. You must uncover all the traitors and bring them to justice. Lai Junshin was wild with joy. He quickly kowtowed to the ground and said in a trembling voice, I am willing to sacrifice my life for your majesty. You can all leave. Wu Zetian waved her hand. Wu Yizong quickly crossed his arms and bowed to his aunt. Lai Junshin was still not in a hurry. He kowtowed once, twice, thrice. Only then did he crawl up and leave Wu Yizong Hall with Wu Yizong. Although Wu Zetian did not look at him, she was able to see all of his actions. In the past, she only felt that Lai Junshin's actions were very cautious, and she suspected that he was trying to flatter her. However, because of this case, she felt that although Lai Junshin was not perfect, there was no doubt that he was loyal to her. Wu Yizong and Lai Junshin left Wu Yizong Hall. Wu Zetian turned to Warner and said with a serious face, Warner, you heard everything? Warner heard half of it. Although she had a general understanding of the events and the people involved, she still had many questions in her heart. However, she could not let the emperor tell her everything in detail. She could only flip through the files and quickly said, Yes, Wano understands. Wu Zetian said angrily, These rebels do not give up their evil intentions. I have already issued an edict. All the prime ministers are to stay in the political affairs hall. Before this case is resolved, no one is allowed to leave the palace. The court meeting is suspended. All the officials who left the capital to inspect and those who returned to the capital to report are to stay in their own offices. Without the edict, they are not allowed to take a step. Otherwise, they will be charged with treason. I have already read through these memorials. Follow my instructions and draft a few memorials for me. Wu Zetian handed the memorials to Shangguan Wan'er and said, All the prime ministers are staying in the political affairs hall just in case. Before they are proven innocent, some important government affairs, especially those that involve the army, cannot be allowed to touch them. These days, I will have to trouble you. Wan'er's heart trembled. She quickly bowed and said, I will serve the saints. Wu Qingxi sat behind the desk. His eyes were straight, and he was mumbling to himself. Zhang Jiafu had to get closer to hear clearly. Wei Wang said, Lai Junshin is crazy? Lai Junshin is crazy. Lai Junshin is really crazy. Once the emperor's edict was issued, Lai Junshin immediately took action. He acted decisively and decisively. It was already the 9th day since he received the edict. In these 9 days, Wu Yizong and Lai Junshin did many things. He used the same method that he used to interrogate Di Renjie and the others. Because he had just regained the emperor's favor, he was still cautious. He did not dare to torture Lai Junshin like he did in the past. He only tempted Lai Junshin, telling him that as long as he obediently confessed and revealed more of his accomplices, he would be spared from death. Lai Junqian did not have the integrity of Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong. He immediately followed Lai Junqian's hint and began to confess. Thus, the heavenly official residences, Head Shi Baozhong, Lu Qi, Zhou Pan, Lu Jingchun, and other officials all fell from their horses and became Lai Junqian's accomplices. Soon after, Lu Sili, who was still daydreaming about the founding of the empire in Ji province, was also broken into by the Longwu guards who descended from the sky. A brigade commander by the name of Ma Qiao dragged out provincial governor Lu, whose head was hidden inside the stove and buttocks were exposed. Then, he tied him up and sent him to the capital. Wu Yizong, who was dissatisfied with the low rank of the traitors and the confiscation of their possessions, was overjoyed. He immediately ordered Lai Junqian to interrogate Lu Sili. This Lu Sili was the same as Lai Junqian, a spineless person. Although Lai Junqian had left the imperial court for a few years, his ferocious reputation did not diminish. When he saw Lai Junqian's sinister smile, he was scared out of his wits. After receiving the promise that he would not die as long as he confessed his accomplices, he immediately confessed. His rank was higher than Lai Junqian's, and the accomplices he confessed were also of higher rank than the people Lai Junqian confessed. In a short period of time, the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Li Yuansu, the assistant minister of the Summer Office, Wang Qi, the provincial governor of Jingzhou, Wang Qi, the Ren Huang of the Phoenix Pavilion, all became traitors and were arrested and thrown into prison. Because Wu Zetian had first come to see the evidence that Lai Junqian had delivered, she was already certain of this matter. In addition, her nephew would be participating in the following trial and manhunt, so she did not doubt anything that Lai Junqian had reported to her. Originally, the cruel officials were on the verge of death, but the case of Lu Sili's rebellion made Wu Zetian, who knew that her days were numbered, become suspicious again. The reason why Wu Qingxi was dumbstruck was because Lai Junqian had been stifled in Tong province for a few years. It seemed that he had been stifled and could not restrain himself from biting people. Under Lai Junqian's instigation, the two brothers, Wang Zhu and assistant minister of the heavenly official Wang Lei, also became accomplices of Lu Sili and Lai Junqian and were arrested and thrown into prison. Wu Qingxi's influence in the imperial court was extremely limited. In this aspect, he could not compare to his cousin Wu Sanxi. The two brothers, assistant minister of the heavenly official Wang Lei and supervising imperial censor Wang Zhu, were among the accomplices that he had developed in the imperial court. They had extremely high positions and great power, but now they had been bitten by that mad dog Lai Junqian and thrown into prison. Wu Yizong was Wu Sanxi's man, so Wu Qingxi could not ask him to be lenient. Faced with such a situation, Wu Qingxi really wanted to cry, but had no tears. His original intention was to use Lai Junqian to deal with Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan, but he did not expect that Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan would fall before Lai Junqian could find a chance to go crazy. Lai Junqian, who was a hero without a place to use his skills, bitten the two generals under him to death. When a mad dog is released from its cage, how could it do as you wish and bite whoever you want? Now that things had reached this point, Wu Qingxi was truly filled with regret. The benefactor of the Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Jiafu, was even more restless. The plan of driving the wolf to fight the tiger had been carefully designed by him. Now that the wolf had been released and the tiger was gone, the lonely expert, Lai Junqian, had begun to randomly bite people. Seeing Wu Qingxi's remorseful expression and thinking of the possible consequences, Zhang Jiafu had no choice but to brace himself and go forward. In a low voice, he said, Your Highness, now is not the time to be upset. The two brothers Wang Lei and Wang Zhu are already in prison. Now we must take remedial measures. Wu Qingxi's face darkened as he glanced at him. Remedial measures? How? Can you save them? Zhang Jiafu gathered his courage and said, "They have already become food for Lai Junshen's mouth. How can this lowly official save them? Your Highness must prevent them from revealing your Highness's plan when they have no hope of leaving prison." Wu Qingxi's heart trembled. He could no longer care about self-pity and hurriedly asked, "Then what should this prince do?" Zhang Jiafu gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Zhu must die. He knows too much. We must immediately bribe the prison guards with a large sum of money and poison Wang Zhu to death." Wu Qingxi asked, "What about Wang Lei?" Zhang Jiafu said, "Wang Lei is only following your Highness's orders and letting Lu Sili take over the position of the former provincial governor Lin Shiwen. This alone cannot do anything to your Highness. If necessary, we can completely explain it as taking money to do things. The two brothers of the Wang family cannot die of a sudden illness at the same time. This lowly official thinks that we can use the safety of Wang Lei's family as a condition to exchange for his silence." Wu Qingxi was silent for a long time and said dejectedly, "Go and do it. Yes, yes." Zhang Jiafu did not dare to say more. He hurriedly bowed and retreated. After a while, Wu Qingxi suddenly jumped up and kicked the table in front of him away. He cursed fiercely, "This mad dog!" No one would have thought that Lai Junshen, whose thinking had reached the realm of a heavenly steed, would now target the Western Capital Ming Court captain, Ji Su. Chapter 666. Wang Zhu, the supervising censor, received Wu Qingxi's instructions and told Ji Su about the rumors that Lien Yao had the aura of the emperor and was about to become the son of heaven as a joke. He knew that his peer was meticulous in his work. Ji Su would not take this joke as a joke and would definitely report it. In order to prevent others from finding out that Wu Qingxi was behind this case, Wang Zhu could not steal this credit. He deliberately found Ji Su to make use of Ji Su, but it was also equivalent to giving his old friend a great credit. After the incident, Wang Zhu himself had mistakenly treated this important news as a joke. Naturally, he would be punished for neglecting his duties, but he was not worried. With Wu Qingxi's protection, at most he would be reprimanded and punished. Even if he was really demoted with Wei's support, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. But he never thought that Lai Junshen would actually accuse him of being a traitor. Moreover, the Empress had given this case to the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, to investigate. Wu Yizong also happened to be on Wu Sanxi's side. One wrong step led to many wrong steps, and he finally fell into this trap. Even Wu Qingxi could not save him. But Ji Su was different. Ji Su was the one who secretly reported this news to Lai Junshen. He was the Ming Tang captain, and Lai Junshen was his immediate superior, the Higong captain. Once Ji Su heard this news, he immediately sent someone to secretly report this to Lai Junshen. This case of rebellion could be solved mainly because of him. No matter what, there was no reason to accuse him of being a traitor. But when did Lai Junshen ever speak reason? It was unknown whether he wanted to monopolize this credit or if his insanity was acting up again. Everyone thought that it was unreasonable, but he still did it. He wanted to bite Ji Su into this as well. He wanted to arrest the criminal. He wanted to arrest the person who leaked the secret. And now he even wanted to arrest the person who snitched. Not only did Wu Qingxi not understand Lai Junshen's strange and crazy actions, even Yang Fan, who was soaking in the hot spring on Dragon Gate Mountain and knew everything that happened in Luoyang like the back of his hand, could not understand it either. When Wu Qingxi angrily cursed Lai Junshen for being a madman, Yang Fan also shook his head in confusion. Is Lai Junshen crazy? Lai Junshen's actions are really strange. Wang Lei and Wang Zhu are Wu Qingxi's people. Even if Lai Junqian didn't know this from the start, the brothers would have given him a hint when he was investigating the case. Although Lai Junqian had harmed many people in the past, he rarely touched anyone from the Wu clan. But this time, could it be that he has secretly sided with Wu Sansi? Yang Fan rubbed his chin, muttering to himself for a long time before finally coming to this possible conclusion. However, someone standing in the shadows outside the pool immediately rejected this possibility. This person was in his early 40s and was a little chubby. He wore a sheepskin coat that was very good at keeping out the cold. He looked like a very ordinary person. If he washed away the turmeric on his face, tore off the mustache on his lips, and lightened his deliberately thickened eyebrows, perhaps many officials and celebrities who had been to the Tenderness Village of the Tenderness Village would be shocked, because this person was the manager of the Tenderness Village of the Tenderness Village, known as the Master of Fragrance, Lu Qingqian. It shouldn't be. From the information this subordinate has, Lai Junqian has never had any contact with Wu Sansi. Moreover, he was able to return to the capital this time because Wu Qingxi spoke up for him in front of the emperor. To him, it can be said that he is indebted to him. Lai Junqian's current actions are really, it's very puzzling, isn't it? Yang Fan smiled. Since we can't understand, let's continue watching. In the game of officialdom, every chess piece is very important. But the overall outcome is never determined by a single chess piece. Let's not pay attention to him, for now. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan asked again, this time, which side is the majority of the people implicated? Lu Qingqian continued to report from the shadows. His work was indeed outstanding. He had clearly investigated the identities, backgrounds, political leanings, and forces of those who had been implicated by Lu Sili and Zhu Lianyao and sent to prison. Because Zhao Gan had just taken office, the officials he had redrafted in the southern border were all idle officials or even candidate officials. They had no connection with Zhu Lianyao and Lu Sili, and they didn't even know each other's names. Moreover, these people were not the targets that Wu Yizong was keen to attack, so they were almost unaffected. Hearing this, Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how much trouble Lai Junqian stirred up in the court, it was fine as long as it didn't affect his people. Lu Qingqian continued, most of the court officials who were arrested did not clearly belong to any faction. In other words, the so-called neutral faction. But from the conversation they had while staying in the brothel, as well as the bits and pieces of information that the ladies found out, we can infer that they are more sympathetic or perhaps loyal to Crown Prince Dan. Lu Qingqian smiled. Wine and beauties are always easy to open people's hearts. These people definitely wouldn't have thought that those who were as gentle as water would remember their drunken words and complaints. Therefore, the information we have should be credible. Yang Fan nodded. Lu Qingqian's tone was full of confidence, but he agreed. Since ancient times, there were too many outstanding people who fell into the hands of women. There were emperors, ministers, heroes, and famous scholars. In front of those women who were more beautiful than flowers, the more outstanding a man was, the more he felt that they were just a fragrant flower, ignoring everything else other than her beauty and alluring body. Because he despised her, he did not guard against her. Because he felt that she was weak, he was willing to protect her. Yang Fan suddenly felt a little proud. Fortunately, I am clean and honest, and the women in the village are all stunning beauties. I can control myself. Lu Qingqian immediately poured a bucket of cold water on the head of the self-satisfied Lord Sovereign. Her Royal Highness Princess Taiping is very anxious and is now running around trying to rescue them. Sect Master, can we lend her a hand? Yang Fan coughed, and Lu Qingqian immediately closed her mouth. Lu Qingqian knew that Princess Taiping was the sovereign's woman, and the sovereign had always been committed to restoring Li Tang's empire. This goal was the same as Princess Taiping's. Because it was appropriate for both public and private interests, he dared to make a suggestion. But Yang Fan's perspective was obviously different from his. After many purges, the officials in the court who had a clear anti-martial stance had almost all been purged. Most of the officials who were implicated this time did not have a clear political stance. But with Xianzong's information channels, they were very clear that many of the officials implicated this time were sympathetic to and loyal to Crown Prince Li Dan. So that mad dog Lai Junqian might have been randomly biting people, but behind him there must be someone guiding him, so that he had a target. This person could be Wu Sanxi or even Wu Zetian herself. Because of the limited information, Yang Fan could not make an accurate judgment now. But no matter what, this storm would not be as simple as a mad dog randomly biting people. As the crown prince, Li Dan had long since become a thorn in the side of the Wu clan. He was often attacked by the Wu clan, and it was precisely because he was the crown prince that he attracted the most attention. As a result, the people who attached themselves to him were often killed before they could grow up. This wasn't the first time this had happened. As a result, after Yang Fan learned a lot of information, he couldn't help but wonder what Wu Zetian's true goal was in supporting this half-dead crown prince. Was it because the heir to the throne had not been decided? Or did she want to use Li Dan as the light in the night to attract those unresigned moths and eliminate them in batches to ensure that the Wu clan would not fall? Yang Fan's faction also had the goal of restoring Li Tang, but who should they support? Crown Prince Li Dan or Prince of Luling Li Xian? From the current situation, they were more inclined towards Li Xian because Li Xian's goal was not as obvious as the crown prince's. Li Xian, who had always been under house arrest in Fang province, was far from the center of politics. If they used him as the core, they would not be discovered by the empress before they could grow up and carry out another great purge. More importantly, if the empress did not want to risk the world by making a descendant of the Wu clan the heir to the throne, then the possibility of her choosing Li Xian as the heir was much higher than Li Dan. Because Li Dan was the crown prince, he had been attacked by the Wu clan many times, both openly and secretly. His two favorite concubines had also lost their lives because of this. Li Dan himself had almost lost his life because of the curse-loathing case. In Li Dan's heart, he had probably already hated those with the surname Wu. If he really became the empress, the Li clan and the Wu clan would definitely be like that civet cat and parrot raised by Wu Zetian. They would never be able to get along peacefully. Therefore, they chose Li Xian. Although they had the same goal, the people who supported them were different, so they were destined to not be on the same side. The sky could not have two suns, and the country could not have two rulers. Since they had chosen Li Xian, they could not risk their own strength to save Li Dan's faction. Princess Taiping was different. She was a member of the Li clan. Regardless of whether it was Li Dan or Li Xian, they were both her elder brothers. No matter who ruled the world, it would be the Li clan's empire. Therefore, she could spare no effort to protect her elder brother's strength, no matter which elder brother's strength she was loyal to. Yang Fan was different. He could not be as universal as Princess Taiping. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were all supporters of Li. Because of the different supporters, it would eventually turn into a life-and-death political struggle. The cruelty of it would not be more peaceful than the current struggle between Wu and Li, just like the current struggle between Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. Now, moderately weakening the forces that supported Li Dan would make it easier for Li Xian to stand out. It would also be easier for them to peacefully resolve the problem of who was the leader of the Li clan after the Wu clan was taken care of. If the strength gap was too big, they could avoid internal conflicts. In the long run, this might not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Yang Fan smiled faintly and slowly immersed his body in the water. He calmly said, The storm has not yet settled. Let's just wait and see. After the storm subsides, we must try our best to fight for these official vacancies. Yes, this matter should be put aside. It would be best if we could get benefits, but it doesn't matter if we don't. The most important thing is to ensure that nothing goes wrong in the southern border. We only lost a few official positions in the capital, but the southern border represents half of the country. Once the situation worsens in the future, it will be our capital to make a comeback. Yes, speaking of capital, Yang Fan suddenly thought of young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang was only concerned about winning and not about losing, so he was now in a difficult situation and lacked a capital to make a comeback from the fact that he recklessly used the power of Taoist Shifeng, the old nun of Hanoi, and the other 3 swindlers to accumulate wealth. It could be seen how difficult his current situation was. Yang Fan also deduced that he was still in Luoyang. When will the master of the illusion artiste in Chang and arrive in the capital? Sect master, our people have already escorted those illusion artistes from Chang, and they must have been delayed by the snowstorm. Recently, it has been snowing everywhere. Those old artistes are old, so we don't dare to let them travel too much. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if they get seriously ill as soon as they arrive in Luoyang. Got it. There's no need to rush them. It's fine as long as nothing goes wrong. You can go now. Yes. Lu Qingqian quietly disappeared. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and rested his head on the thick towel by the pool. The warm spring water enveloped his well-built body, and the mist quickly covered his face. The current situation was like the mist in front of him, confusing and confusing. However, even if the mist was thick, Yang Fan still knew where the door and the window were. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. It was not because he was more brilliant or wiser than the others in the situation, but because he held an enormous power in his hands and had eyes and ears that were far more informed than others. But he still had to be careful, as if he was treading on thin ice, because his predecessor, young Master Jiang, also had this power, but he still fell and lost miserably. He fell because of arrogant stubbornness and leaving no way out. Yang Fan did not want to repeat his mistakes. Chapter 667. Snow filled the air, and the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges turned into a sheet of pure white snow, quietly lying between heaven and earth. The 3-feet-deep river outside the small town was completely frozen. The river that usually flowed endlessly had long been frozen into a dead snake. The cold wind whistled, and even after the snow had stopped, it would still blow the snow into the air like a messy snowflake. There was no trace of people, birds, or beasts. Most of the people in the small town were hibernating, hiding in their tightly sealed rooms, unwilling to come out. However, the small restaurant at the eastern end of the town was still open, hoping that there would occasionally be customers coming and going, so that they could earn a little more money before the new year. There really were people coming. On the road outside the small town, 3 people were leading their horses, hurrying forward. The snow was too thick here, so it was faster to walk than to ride a horse. The horses were wrapped in warm clothing to keep them warm, and felt blankets were draped over them. The same was true for the people. The 3 of them were wearing wool jackets, dogskin hats, and felt boots made of cowhide. It was obvious that they had come for a long journey. The 3 of them walked into the empty town, pacing back and forth along the way, and only when they reached the eastern end of the town did they let out a sigh of relief. There was actually a restaurant open here. A man who was wrapped up tightly walked into the store. He untied the felt cloth covering his face, revealing a weathered face. His cheeks were as thin as a knife, but his eyes were full of spirit. There were a few customers eating in the restaurant, and the man didn't even look at them. He directly rushed in front of the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, pour 3 bowls of hot water, and pick up 50 steamed buns to wrap. The shopkeeper saw that although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a kind of intimidating aura, as if he was meeting an official. When he mentioned that the steamed buns were 4 times the usual price, he felt a little unconfident. Unexpectedly, the man didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for him. He only nodded and said, "Be quick." Seeing that he was straightforward, the shopkeeper was in a good mood and hurriedly said, "Dear customers, please come in and take a seat. There's still some food left, and it's still being warmed up. I'll bring it to you first. There are too few pedestrians in this damned weather, and there isn't much food prepared. This old man will immediately ask the kitchen to steam it. It won't take up too much of your time." That person's brows had been shrouded in a layer of lingering anxiety. It seemed like it was an extremely important matter. Hearing the shopkeeper say so, he had no other choice. Turning back to look at the other 2, they already looked extremely exhausted. He could only bitterly laugh and say, "Then I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper. This horse, please help me feed it. Money is not a problem." As he spoke, the man laboriously took out a gold ingot from his pocket and slammed it on the counter. Although this gold and silver was not a currency, it could be exchanged for money at a jewelry shop. The shopkeeper saw that he was so generous and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly took the gold ingot and took a big bite to confirm that it was the real thing. He then beamed with joy and called out to the back. Not long after, his brothers, wife, son, and nephew all rushed out. Some were leading the horses, some were pouring water, and some were serving porridge. They were all busy serving these big customers. The customers in the store were clearly in a hurry, but they didn't seem to be in a hurry. They had already rested for a long time. Compared to the 3 people who had just come in, their faces were pale, and their fingers were stiff. Their complexions were much better. There were strong and old people among the customers. Among them, there was an extremely strong man with broad shoulders and a thick back. He seemed to be the leader. He was currently looking at the 3 people who had just come in with a very interesting expression. These 3 people all had sabers on their bodies. They were horizontal sabers, and there was a very clear symbol on the copper handle of the saber. It was clearly the saber of a government official. The 3 newcomers seemed to really be in a hurry. As soon as the food was served, they didn't care if it tasted good or bad, and wolfed it down. The 3 of them ate and drank, and each of them even drank 2 large bowls of hot water. Only then did their complexions slightly relax. After the 3 of them had eaten, they sat there waiting for the steamed dumplings. They looked like they wanted to grow wings and fly away immediately. When the steamed dumplings were done, the 3 of them didn't care if they were too hot. They immediately carried some on their backs and hid it under their leather robes. They left the restaurant and continued eastward. These 3 people were the unfortunate Jisoo and his 2 trusted aides. After Jisoo learned from Wang Zhu that Shu Lianyao had an imperial order, he immediately secretly reported it to his immediate superior, Lai Junqin. He then happily waited for the imperial court to reward him. In the end, the reward didn't come. Instead, the trusted aide he sent to deliver the message brought back bad news. Lai Junqin wants to make him a traitor. Su was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he was worried that Lai Junqin would be greedy and erase his contribution. At the time, he was careful and left behind a copy. He immediately found the copy and put it away. Taking his 2 trusted aides, he rushed to the capital day and night to find the emperor to redress his grievances. As soon as the 3 of them left, a young man in the restaurant came to the strong man with broad shoulders and a thick back. He whispered mysteriously, "Boss, I think that person looks familiar. I think I've seen him in Shijing. He's from an official family, but I can't remember his identity at the moment. An old man with wrinkles all over his face suddenly felt uneasy. He quickly came over and asked nervously, "Mr. Chi, it's snowing in cold winter. Where is the official family in such a hurry to go? They are not coming for us, are they?" The strong man smiled and comforted him. "Old Feng, you're just a street performer in Jianghu, who from an official family would be so bored as to come out and make things difficult for you in this weather. Don't worry, we're not here to ask you to do something evil. This time, when you go to Luoyang, as long as you do as we say, we'll definitely give you great wealth." This group of people was under the order of Yang Fan to escort Jianghu artists who were proficient in illusions to Luoyang. However, their journey was delayed because of the heavenly wrath. Old Feng listened to the strong man's words, and his face slightly relaxed. He hurriedly nodded and said, "I'll follow your orders." He looked outside and said with a troubled expression, "It's just that this road is really difficult to walk. I'm old. I'm afraid I can't do it." The strong man said, "It's okay. I've already asked someone to get a dog sled. It's not easy to rest in this small town. Let's talk about it when we arrive at Fenglingdu. If the road ahead is really difficult, we can rest at Fenglingdu for a few days." Shui Huai walked out of Linji Temple with a horse whip in his hand. His face was gloomy. Hong 1 and Hong 6 jogged behind him, not daring to speak as they looked at their master's expression. After exiting the mountain gate, Shui Huai pulled the saddle and mounted the horse. Only then did he fiercely spit on the ground and scolded, "What otherworldly deity, the reincarnation of the pure light Buddha? You're nothing more than a greedy, snobbish trash." "Pa!" Hong 6, who had always been kind, opened his mouth but didn't dare to reply. When the three swindlers, the old nun from Hanoi, Taoist Shifeng, and the barbarian Moliai first met Shui Huai, they were very respectful to him and had a close relationship with him. Later, the three gradually learned that the emperor had a new favorite, and that Shui Huai was no longer as powerful as he used to be. Their attitude toward Shui Huai changed greatly, and they no longer treated him as an honored guest. Shui Huai was now preparing for the grand spell assembly of the Shangyuan festival in order to win the empress' favor and invite her again. Thus, he attached great importance to this grand spell assembly. This old nun from Hanoi was a disciple of Buddhism and someone who was extremely favored and trusted by the emperor. Shui Huai wanted to invite her to participate in this grand event to raise the status of this grand spell assembly. Unexpectedly, the matter that Shui Huai thought he would agree to was rejected by the old nun from Hanoi. Shui Huai wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, he naturally understood the reason behind the old nun's respectful attitude. However, he was indeed different from before. The old nun from Hanoi could still often enter the palace to see the emperor, but he couldn't remember how long it had been since he last spoke to the empress. Helpless, Shui Huai could only bring a valuable gift. This time, he didn't come to invite, but to beg. For the sake of that generous gift, the old nun from Hanoi reluctantly agreed. However, her attitude toward him still didn't change. She was cold and indifferent, and didn't even bother to see him out. Shui Huai had always been very concerned about his reputation, but now he was losing face, so he was naturally furious. Shui Huai gloomily walked for a while, then said to Hongi in a low voice, "Send someone to inform your 17th brother that there will be a grand spell assembly at the White Horse Temple on the 15th of the first month. Tell him to remember to come." Hongi embarrassedly said, "Master, 17th brother has been demoted. He's guarding the Dragon Gate Mountain and growing vegetables. Shui Huai flew into a rage. He raised his whip and lashed it down, scolding, "Bastard! Do you also want to learn from those snobs who despise the poor and love the rich?" Hongi was so scared that he covered his head and scurried away. He repeatedly explained, "No, no, no, I wouldn't dare. I mean, 17th brother is now guarding the Dragon Gate Mountain, and his position is low. I'm afraid he can't make the decision himself. He can leave whenever he wants." Shwe, Hawaii waved his whip and chased after him. His voice was like muffled thunder. "In the end, you still despise the poor and love the rich. Humans are not as good as dogs. Dogs are animals, and they don't have a snobbish heart. No matter how rich or poor their masters are, they won't despise the poor and love the rich. They're just like others." Shwe, Hawaii scolded as he chased after him. He vented all his anger on this disciple who said the wrong thing. Honglu followed behind him listlessly. He blew his nose and thought gloomily, "It's hard to get master's favor back. Even 17th brother is so unlucky. I'm afraid the White Horse Temple's luck is at its end." The tense atmosphere in the imperial city and the palace had disappeared. The prime ministers who had been living in fear in the political affairs hall for more than 10 days were finally able to go home and reunite with their families. At this time, Wu Yizong and Lai Junqian came to Wu Zetian. Although Wu Zetian was full of smiles and repeatedly said that there was no need to greet each other in the harem, Lai Junqian still obediently knelt down and listened to the teachings. His devotion made Wu Yizong, who was standing beside him, feel uncomfortable. "You've done well," Wu Zetian said with a face full of smiles. "Not only did you discover the signs of their rebellion, but you also caught all of them in such a short period of time. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to have a good new year." Lai Junqian hurriedly cowed out and said, "It's all thanks to the sage's wisdom and the Lord of Hanoi's wisdom that we could catch all of the core members of the rebels in such a short period of time." Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Lai Junqian is also good. You did not disappoint me after all." Wu Zetian stood up from behind the imperial desk and slowly paced a few steps. She turned her head and asked, "Has the Taoist priest who bewitched Lu Sili and Lu Lianyao to rebel been caught?" Lai Junqian hurriedly kowtowed again. "It's my incompetence. I didn't act strictly enough and let the evil Taoist priest escape. I've let you down." Wu Yizong coughed and said, "When the Dragon Guard suddenly appeared in the Ji prefecture, Lu Sili was still unaware of it. When the Dragon Guard broke into the Lu residence, he was in the toilet. When he heard the news, he fled in panic and hid in the kitchen. He was captured alive. From this, the news should not have been leaked. I wonder if that evil Taoist priest really has some attainment in cultivation to escape so early." Wu Zetian sneered. "Even if he has attainment in cultivation, it's just a small Taoist. If he could really pry into heaven's secrets, how could Lu Sili and Lu Lianyao fall into my hands?" Lai Junqian hurriedly tried to flatter her. "Your Majesty, the heavens will belong to you. How would the evil Taoists dare to invade you?" Wu Zetian said, "Send an edict to the Clanzheng Temple and the Ancestral Department to strictly monitor those monks who do not abide by the rules and spread lies to deceive the people. These swindlers use fake Buddha, Wulgu, or the people to achieve their unspeakable goals. Humph! All of them deserve death." Wu Zetian was furious when she said this, completely forgetting that she had created an auspicious sign and found a rock in Luo River. She even claimed to be the reincarnation of Mithriya in order to ascend the throne. Shanghai One nodded in agreement and noted down this edict. Wu Zetian turned to Lai Junqian, and her expression became calm again. "Lai Junqian has racked his brains for the sake of the country. I am very pleased. Lai Junqian, come forward and receive your edict." Lai Junqian was quick-witted and quickly placed his head on the ground, raising his buttocks high. Wu Zetian said, "Lai Junqian has made a meritorious deed in eliminating the traitors. He will be promoted to capital governor and assistant minister of agriculture." Lai Junqian has just returned from Tongzhou. The servants in your residence are not complete yet. Choose 10 more servants and grant them to Lai Junqian." Lai Junqian kowtowed in fear and trepidation, saying loudly, "This subject thanks your majesty for your great kindness." The original Assistant Minister of Agriculture was also implicated in this case. It was understandable that Lai Junqian was appointed as the Assistant Minister of Agriculture. However, the capital governor was still present, and Shanghai Wan'er was memorizing the edict. Hearing this, she had no choice but to ask everyone if Lai Junqian is promoted to capital governor, then the original capital governor. Wu Zetian waved her sleeves and said coldly, "Chu Lianyao caused such a huge disaster right under his nose, but he actually did not notice it at all. I am already showing mercy by not punishing him for the crime of dereliction of duty. Ask him to submit his resignation and retire with honor." When Lai Junqian left Wuching Hall and stood under the sunlight, the boundless white snow reflected the sunlight from all directions. For a moment, there was a feeling of dizziness. Luoyang Magistrate, Assistant Minister of Agriculture. One is power, the other is in charge of money. They are both positions with real power. I, Lai Junqian, have stood up again. I really have stood up again. The news of Lai Junqian being put in an important position spread quickly. Wei Suizhong was the first to visit and congratulate him. After that, people came one after another. Although Lai Junqian's reputation was not good, he had always been a solitary official and did not have many friends in the officialdom, but there were always people who fawned on those in power. Wei Suizhong relied on the fact that he was an old man who had followed Lai Junqian for many years and was now the closest person to him. He laughed loudly and said, "Governor Lai, for such a joyous occasion, you should reward everyone with wine and thank everyone." Lai Junqian said reservedly, "Of course I should thank my colleagues and friends. However, the case of Lian Yao and Lu Silly has not been finalized. I still have some things to do. How about this? 5 days later, I invite everyone to Dragon Gate to tour the mountains and enjoy the snow to celebrate. What do you think?" Everyone agreed, and agreed one after another. Lai Junqian stroked his beard and smiled. There was a touch of evil in his eyes. In this case of Lian Yao's rebellion, Lai Junqian did not drag Li Zhaoda or Yang Fan into it. These two people had just retired from the heart of the storm. If he dragged them into another case at this time, it would be too ostentatious. He had already smuggled too much personal goods into this case. He could not lose more for a small gain. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. He originally planned to slowly wear down these two enemies, but he did not expect that even God would help him. The emperor actually appointed him as Assistant Minister of Agriculture. The supervisor of the Dragon Gate is a yamen under the administration of the Sinong Temple. He is now Yang Fan's superior. In this case, if he does not go to Dragon Gate to show off his power, isn't it the same as walking in the night in brocade clothes? Chapter 668. Yang Fan lived on Mount Longmen for some time and really fell in love with the place. Although it was too quiet here, the environment was elegant and the scenery was beautiful. More importantly, there were no messy sounds of music and there was no hard work. Every day, he could sleep until he woke up, naturally, practice martial arts, climb the mountain, and soak in the hot springs. The whole family was happy and harmonious. Such a fairy-like life could not be enjoyed in the capital. Yang Fan even wanted to squat in this position of hot spring soup supervisor for the rest of his life and not have any more changes. However, he wanted to live a carefree and happy life on Mount Longmen, but there was someone who was worried that he would be too lonely here. His old friend was coming. Lai Junqian had always done whatever he wanted, covering the sky with one hand. He could do whatever he wanted with the nobles and ministers. But ever since he met Yang Fan, he suffered a series of setbacks. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and was demoted to Tongzhou. Now that Yang Fan was down and out, Lai Junqian had risen again. If he did not want to show off his power in front of his old rival, then he would not be Lai Junqian. On Mount Longmen, Yang Fan and Anu joined hands and made a big snowman on the hillside. They stuffed 2 black charcoal balls into the position of the snowman's eyes, and the snowman immediately gained charm. Yang Fan then put his hat on the snowman's head, and a big snowman with a cute and rich appearance appeared vividly in front of him. Nianzu stared with his big black eyes. Seeing the cute snowman, the little guy grinned happily, and his little butt bounced up and down. He wanted nothing more than to break free from his mother's embrace and hug the big snowman himself. Just at this moment, Shui Tangqing hurried over and called out, Soup Supervisor Yang, someone from the temple is coming." Yang Fan threw the ball of snow he had just picked up into the distance and welcomed him with a smile. He asked, "What are you here for?" "Inspecting my affairs." Tang Chung Shui was twice as old as Yang Fan, and he had always been respectful to Yang Fan. He was in charge of most of the affairs of the soup department, but he would never overstep the rules when it came to Yang Fan's authority. Therefore, he had won Yang Fan's respect. Yang Fan had never looked down on him, just because he was a small Tang Chung. Shui Tangqing said, "It's not a patrol, it's a banquet. The new Assistant Minister of Agriculture is coming to the Dragon Gate to invite guests to celebrate his promotion." Yang Fan's eyes flashed as he said, "Oh, are you talking about Junqian? If I remember correctly, he is not qualified to enjoy the Dragon Gate hot spring, right? It seems that other than the members of the royal family and the princes with different surnames, only the emperor's special decree can the officials come, right?" Tang Chung Shui smiled bitterly and said, "Soup Supervisor Yang, of course, this is the case. But if everything was done according to reason, then there would be no humanity left in this world. It is true that people from the other yamens rarely come to the Dragon Gate hot spring, but the Minister of Agriculture is our immediate superior. Officials from the Minister of Agriculture and above often come to the Dragon Gate hot spring. This Yang Fan saw the awkward expression on his face and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, I understand." He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "In that case, let's not break the rules. If he wants to come, let him come." Tang Chung Shui was well aware of the grudge between Yang Fan and Lai Junqian. He also knew that even though Yang Fan was in dire straits, he had a princess lover and King Liang as his backer. If Lai Junqian could make a comeback, Soup Supervisor Yang might be able to make a comeback as well. He didn't dare offend either of them. When he heard that Lai Junqian was coming to the Dragon Gate, he was more nervous than anyone else. If Yang Fan insisted on opposing Lai Junqian, it would be very difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Hearing that Yang Fan was being so reasonable, Tang Chung Shui secretly sighed in relief. He hurriedly asked, "In that case, how should we arrange for Lai Junqian?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "How should we arrange it? What do you mean, Tang Chung Shui?" Tang Chung Shui said, embarrassedly, "Soup Supervisor, look, Lai Junqian and his friends are here. As for their accommodations, which prince's palace should we arrange for them to stay in? As for the food, there are very few fruits and vegetables. At most, we can give them some to try. As for the green grass, we should prepare at least 2. And," Yang Fan interrupted, "do we also need to prepare these for the people from the temple?" Tang Chung Shui hurriedly said, No. Usually, no one from the temple dares to stay in the side halls of the nobles. They all stay in the temple at the front of the mountain. As for the food, No one dares to touch the dishes specially offered to the emperor. However, Lai Junchen, he is not like others. Yang Fan sneered and said, "Why is Lai Junchen not like others? Everything would be done according to the usual rules. Let them stay in the temple at the front of the mountain and take care of their own food. At most, we will take care of them and open a few palace rooms for them to bathe in." Tang Cheng Shui's face paled when he heard this. Yang Fan said seriously, "Fruits and vegetables are for the exclusive use of the royal family. Although it is said to be for the royal family because the production is limited, it is actually only for the palace, and only the emperor can enjoy it. Does Lai Junchen have the right to eat it? Since we are serving in the Dragon's Gate, we should be loyal to our duty. How can we flatter Lai Junchen with public goods?" Tang Cheng Shui looked like he had swallowed a mouthful of yellow lotus. He said with a bitter face, This, Tang Chengyang, you are right, but Lai Junchen." Yang Fan suddenly smiled and said, "I think Tang Cheng Shui knows about the feud between me and Lai Junchen." Tang Cheng Shui nodded and said, "Yes, I know a little." No, I don't know." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Lai Junchen wants to come to the Dragon's Gate. Tang Cheng Shui, in fact, he is here for me. Besides showing off his power, if he can catch me in the wrong, do you think he won't take the opportunity to show off? So, it is also wrong for you to curry favor with him. If you don't, he will find fault with you. No matter what, don't think about getting through this peacefully." Tang Cheng Shui said in a daze. Then what should we do?" Yang Fan said, "He is not qualified to enjoy the Dragon's Gate hot spring. But since this has always been the rule of the Sinong Temple, and he himself proposed it, we should agree to it. I don't think he will dare to use this rule to find fault with us. But if we use the things that should be offered to the emperor to entertain him, and he makes a fuss about it, won't we be asking for trouble?" Tang Cheng Shui was still very uneasy. He rubbed his hands and said, "But this seems too unreasonable," Yang Fan said in a carefree manner. "Talking about feelings with Lai Junchen? Tang Cheng Shui, do people like Lai Junchen care about feelings? You just do as I say. He is here for me. If something really happens, he won't vent his anger on you. Lai Junchen is arrogant now. He won't put you in his eyes." Yang Fan comforted him and sent Tang Cheng Shui away. Tang Cheng went back with a heavy heart. Tang Cheng had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he saw him, he quickly went forward and said, "Tang Cheng Shui, what did Tang Chengyang say?" Tang Cheng Shui smiled bitterly and said, Say what say. Now that the gods are fighting, I hope we little devils don't get involved." Tang Xiaoxiao, the secretary of the Sinong Temple, angrily walked into Tang Xiaoxiao's room and said, "Minister of Finance, the hot spring soup supervisor is too outrageous. I think they don't want to continue working as the hot spring soup supervisor." Minister of Finance Tang Xiaoxiao was over 50 years old. He had a long beard that reached his chest, his face was thin, his eyes bright, and he looked quite elegant. He was writing something when he suddenly heard "secretary," whose complaint. He looked up and said with a smile, "Haha, what happened? How did the hot spring soup supervisor offend you, that you have to be like this?" At this point, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to suddenly think of something. His expression became serious, and he hurriedly asked, "Which hot spring soup supervisor are you talking about?" "Dragon's Gate." Secretary, who angrily said, "That's right. The soup supervisor there is too stiff. Lai Shaoqing just took office and wanted to celebrate with his colleagues at the Dragon's Gate, but the hot spring soup supervisor did not give him any face. He put on a businesslike face and replied, Oh, it was not him who replied, but Secretary Su, who secretly sent a message back. Jianshi, who repeated the message sent by Su Lu's messenger to Tang Xiaoxiao. Stroking his beard, Tang Xiaoxiao pondered for a while, and then he smiled. Secretary, who angrily said, "Minister of Finance, do you think we should find a reason to punish him? If my subordinates all have no respect for their elders, what will happen to me?" Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at him strangely and asked, "You don't know who the Dragon's Gate soup supervisor is?" Secretary, who was startled and said blankly, "I don't know." From what Minister of Finance said, "This person, is he someone important?" Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said lightly, "It's fine if you don't know. Hu Qin, if you want to be an official and do a good job, you have to keep your ears open. You can't just stare at your own little territory." Secretary, who quickly accepted the advice and humbly asked, "A small soup supervisor. Who is this person? Even you have to give him some face." Tang Xiaoxiao sighed and said, "You can go back and check the history of the Dragon's Gate soup supervisor. Then you will know. Remember, whatever you find, keep it to yourself. Don't speak carelessly. Keeping your mouth shut is also a principle of being an official." Secretary, who was even more curious and could only nod. Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a while and said to him, "When did this news come?" Secretary, who said, "The Dragon's Gate soup supervisor came to the palace to deliver food. He came to tell me along the way, and I immediately came to report to Minister of Finance. The hot spring soup supervisor has just left. Do you need to call him back?" Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said word by word, "You only heard the news 2 hours later. After hearing the news, immediately report to Lai Shaoqing because I am not in the yamen. Do you understand?" Secretary, who was startled again, seeing the Minister of Finance's sharp eyes staring at him, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, "Go." Tang Xiaoxiao sent Jianshe Hu away and casually flipped through the desk. She pulled out an official letter and put it in her sleeve. With a sly smile, she got up and left her office, hurrying towards the office of the Junior Minister of Agriculture, Lai Junqin. Chapter 669. Lai Junqin was both the governor of the capital and the Minister of Agriculture. Between these two positions, the capital governor was naturally more powerful. It was also the position that Lai Junqin cared about the most. Therefore, he had been handling official business in the capital governor's office for the past few days. Especially since it was the new year, he had a lot of work to do. That was why he only reported to the Sinong Temple today. Lai Junqin was in his office, flipping through some backlog of official documents to familiarize himself with the work he was responsible for. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly pushed the door open and came in. She laughed and said, "Minister Lai, can you handle the work at hand?" Lai Junqin looked up and saw that it was his office. He quickly stood up and said, "Minister Lai?" Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "From the perspective of the Sinong Temple, worthy brother Lai is my subordinate. But from the capital governor's side, you and I are both officials of the same palace. There is no difference in who is superior. You don't have to be so polite. Worthy brother Lai, the capital governor's office is especially busy. If you really can't handle it, you can let your subordinates handle it. Mingxi and Li Jun, the two Minister of Agriculture, have been working in the Sinong Temple for many years. They are very experienced. I have specially assigned them to worthy brother's side. They can be your left and right hands and help you share some of the work." Lai Junqin smiled and said, "Thank you for your care. Minister Lai, little brother is new here. I hope Minister Lai can give me some pointers." Tang Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "I don't dare to give you pointers. You and I will work together to take care of the Sinong Temple. Just don't make any trouble and make His Majesty unhappy." Tang Xiaoxiao said, and took out an official letter from her sleeve. She handed it to Lai Junqin and said, "Come, "Worthy brother, take a look at this." Lai Junchen took the letter and looked it over. It was a notice from the Political Affairs Hall, ordering the Sinong Temple to step up their inspection of various places during the Spring and Shanyuan period, so as to ensure that the palace's various supplies would not be delayed. Lai Junchen did not understand this matter very well. Thereupon he asked Tang Xiaoxiao, "Minister of Finance, what is this?" Tang Xiaoxiao said, "Many of the palace's zhangjiao come from the Sinong Si's subordinate bureaus, supervisors, storehouses, and gardens. During the New Year's festival, these zhangjiao must not have any mishap. Therefore, during this time, you and I must go everywhere to check the supply situation, to ensure that there is no problem with the supply." Lai Junchen still did not get the gist of it, so he smiled and said, "I have just been appointed and do not know much about the affairs of the Sinong Temple. May I ask, Minister of Finance, what do we need to do?" Tang Xiaoxiao said, "For example, we need to check the capital's several large warehouses and check the accounts to ensure that the treasury is full. Otherwise, the people in the capital won't be able to buy rice during the festival, or the officials in the capital won't be able to distribute the grain. That would be a big mess. Furthermore, during the New Year's festival, we need pigs, cows, and sheep for the imperial court's offerings, vegetables, fruits, and wine for the banquet, bamboo reeds, silk, and satin for the decorations, and charcoal for the heating of the palace, and yamen. These are all provided by our Sinong Temple, so we need to ensure that the reserves are sufficient." Lai Junchen thought it was something important, but when he heard that the task was so trivial and there was not much profit to be gained, he immediately said with a troubled expression, "Aya, Minister of Finance, these things are numerous and extremely trivial. I'm afraid that it will take 3 to 5 days to check them all. Moreover, the capital governor has many things to do, so I really can't split myself." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Although these tasks are trivial, if any of them are delayed, it will be a disgrace to the imperial family. Although these tasks are trivial, they are incomparably important. However, I also know that the capital governor is very busy, so I will naturally take care of these matters. It's just a few more steps to run and a few more places to check. How can I let Brother Lai do all the work?" Lai Junchen was overjoyed and quickly bowed and said, "Aya, Minister of Finance, I can't thank you enough for taking such care of me." Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hand and said, "It should be so, it should be so. Brother doesn't need to be so polite. It's just that our Sinong Temple's gardens and warehouses are scattered all over the place. Time is pressing, so I have to set off immediately to check out the various places. Brother has just taken office, so I originally planned to go to the Dragon's Gate with you tomorrow and drink a cup of wine at your wedding, but I can't go now." Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Lai Junchen felt a bit embarrassed. He was the one who had just been promoted and was treating, but he had to trouble the chief official of the yamen to go through the wind and snow to check out the various places. Lai Junchen hurriedly said, "If it weren't for the fact that I have already set a date with my colleagues, I would have gone with Brother Tang to check out the various gardens and warehouses. Now I have to trouble Brother Tang alone. I really feel sorry. How about this? After the Lantern Festival, I will hold a special banquet in my mansion to express my gratitude to Brother Tang." Tang Xiaoxiao hastily declined and said, "No, no, Brother should congratulate you for your promotion, but I have official business to attend to and cannot delay it. It's already impolite of me to not be able to attend Brother's banquet tomorrow. How can I be so thick-skinned as to ask Brother to treat me again? How about this? After the Lantern Festival, I will hold a banquet to celebrate Brother's promotion." Lai Junchen had no interest in the position of Minister of Finance, so naturally he would not regard Tang Xiaoxiao as his competitor. Now that he saw that Tang Xiaoxiao was taking care of him and could be regarded as a very tactful official, He was very happy in his heart and did not show the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. The two of them competed to treat each other. In the end, it was Lai Junchen who won and sent Tang Xiaoxiao out in a friendly manner. Tang Xiaoxiao walked out of the courtyard, where Lai Junchen's office was located, and stood still in the snow. He stroked his beard and smiled contentedly. He knew that tomorrow there would be a fierce battle on the Dragon's Gate Mountain. It was a pity that he could not see it with his own eyes. However, he was somewhat afraid of either of these two fierce tigers, so he did not dare to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After thinking it over, he decided that it was better to stay away from them. Near dusk, Dianshi Huchen sneaked into Lai Junchen's detention room. After a while, the door opened, and Dianshi ran out with his head in his hands. Then, an inkstone flew over Dianshi Hu's head and smashed into the wall, with a pa sound, breaking into pieces. Lai Junchen's roar immediately came from the open door. "Young Fan, how dare you? You still dare to provoke me in such a state. Good, good, good. If I don't make you beg for death, I won't be called Lai Junchen." Hu Chun ran far out of the door, and then stopped with a lingering fear. He looked back and spat on the ground fiercely and cursed in a low voice. "You really don't know what's good for you. I came to tell you with good intentions, but you scolded me. What a mad dog." As he spoke, a person came from afar. When he came close, he raised his chin and asked arrogantly, "Is Lai Xiaoqing's office here?" Hu Chun looked at the person's official robe. In terms of rank, the person was several ranks higher than him. He did not dare to be negligent, and quickly cupped his hands and said, "Lai Xiaoqing's office is in the house behind. I wonder which Yaman's official you are from. Do you need me to report on your behalf?" The person said in surprise, "I am Lai Xiaoqing's old friend. I never need to report when I enter a room." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. Hu Chun was extremely angry. Looking at the person's back, he spat on the ground again and secretly cursed, "Fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, turtles look for turtles, they are all the same." The person who came was Imperial Censor Wei Suizhong. When he was a ruffian, he had a good relationship with Lai Junchen. Just as he said, he had never treated Lai Junchen as an outsider. Wei Suizhong slowly entered Lai Junchen's office and saw that the room was in a mess. The 4 rooms of the study room were scattered all over the floor. Lai Junchen's face was livid, and he was still angry. Wei Suizhong couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly smiled and said, "Prefectural magistrate, which blind person made you angry?" Lai Junchen glanced at him and sat down angrily. He slammed the table and said, "Isn't it that Yang Fan? How dare he? How audacious of him! If it wasn't for the fact that your majesty knows about the grudge between him and me, I would definitely make him Lian Yao's accomplice and grind his bones to ashes." Wei Suizhong said in surprise, "Yang Fan? Wasn't Yang Fan demoted to Dragon Gate to grow vegetables? How did he provoke the prefectural magistrate?" Lai Junchen briefly explained what happened. When he got to the part where he was angry, he cursed again. He was so angry that his face was distorted and his muscles were trembling. He said, "I will never forgive him. I will never forgive him. Sooner or later, I will put him in prison, tie up his little wife, and rape her in front of him." He. As Lai Junchen said, he seemed to fall into madness again. He smiled ferociously, and there was a kind of abnormal madness in his eyes. Even though Wei Suizhong had followed him for a long time, he still felt a chill in his heart when he saw his abnormal gaze. Wei Suizhong thought for a moment and said with a bitter face, "Prefectural magistrate, his hot spring soup supervisor doesn't provide accommodation and food. What should we do? Isn't this a loss of face for the prefectural magistrate?" Lai Junchen said disdainfully, What can a mere hot spring soup supervisor do to me? Lai Junchen? I am his immediate superior now. Wei Suizhong said, Yes, yes, we naturally have to vent our anger. But even if we live in the Dragon Gate Palace, we won't have time to prepare the food, dance, and other things needed for the banquet. Lai Junchen looked at the wide-open door. The sky was already dark. He couldn't help but frown and said angrily, Then what should we do? Do you want me to prepare my own food and drink tomorrow and take it all the way to Dragon Gate? Wei Suizhong quickly smiled and said, How can we do that? Prefectural magistrate, don't worry. Suizhong will think of a way. Wei Suizhong lowered his head and thought carefully for a while. Suddenly, he patted his thigh and said, I have an idea. Lai Junchen looked at him and said, What? Wei Suizhong smiled and said proudly, Prefectural magistrate, don't ask too much. Just go to the Dragon Gate banquet tomorrow and leave everything else to me. Prefectural magistrate, don't worry. Wei Suizhong, will definitely make everything perfect and let the barbecue banquet of the prefectural magistrate be glorious. Chapter 670. Xue Tangcheng, who had been waiting for days that felt like years, finally saw the good day of Lai Junchen's roasted tail banquet at Dragon Gate. Roasted Tail Banquet was a banquet held to welcome friends and relatives who came to congratulate a newly appointed official or an official who was promoted. The meaning was derived from the metaphor of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The fish tail must be burned by heavenly fire before it can transform into a dragon. If not for Lai Junchen's intention to show off to his rival, Yang Fan, holding this roasted tail banquet at Dragon Gate was in line with the meaning of leaping over the Dragon Gate. It was very auspicious. Early in the morning, Xue Tangcheng, Su Lusher, Su Zhanggu, and the others were waiting at the foot of the mountain, even though they knew that Lai Junchen couldn't possibly arrive so early. Because if Lai Junchen could appear at the foot of the mountain at this time, he would have to wake up in the middle of the night and leave the city as soon as the city gates opened. They were all wearing very thick clothes that were very effective against the cold, but after standing at the foot of the mountain for more than 2 hours, their faces were blue and their feet were numb. Su Lusher stretched his neck to look up the mountain. Seeing that Yang Fan still hadn't appeared, he sniffed and said to Xue Tangcheng, You don't say our Tangjin Yang is really unyielding. Even now he is still lying in bed. Let's not talk about Shaoqing's fierce reputation. Just based on the fact that he is our Sinong Temple's second master, I have to admit that Tangjin Yang dares to be so arrogant. Xue Tangcheng laughed and scolded, What second master? We are not bandits. Don't compare yourself with Tang Jianyang. In front of Shaoqing, Tang Jianyang dares to put on airs, but we can't. Don't complain that you came down the mountain too early. I told you to come down early and freeze here, for your own good. Xue Tangcheng stamped his foot and said, You don't understand? Our Tang Jianyang clearly wants to go against Lai Shaoqing. If we offend Lai Shaoqing later, I'm afraid we will also be out of luck. Now that we are freezing, let's ask Shaoqing to come and see our sincerity. Otherwise, when these immortals fight, we little ghosts will suffer. Although Su Zhanggu was young, his body was very thin and could not withstand the cold, as well as Xue Tangcheng. Inspector Su was so cold that his belly was full of anger. Hearing Xue Tangcheng's words, he couldn't help but snort. He said with disdain, Xue Tangcheng, Su Lu, you two don't need to exaggerate Supervisor Yang so much. If he really wasn't afraid of Lai Shaoqing, why did he send his entire family back to the city yesterday? Su Lusher rolled his eyes at him and said, You know nothing. Tang Jian Yang's family owned more than 20 shops in Nan City. During the Lunar New Year festival, shouldn't the owner reward the shopkeepers and workers of each shop? Wouldn't he have to go and collect debts all year round? The Yang family's first lady has returned to the city for official business. Inspector Sue laughed coldly and said in a strange tone, "In any case, today Lai Shaoqing is going to Longmen to have a barbecue banquet. Yesterday, Tang Jianyang sent his entire family back to Luoyang. No matter how I look at it, it looks like he is admitting defeat." Xue Tangcheng said. If he really wanted to admit defeat, Tang Jianyang would not have announced that he is not allowed to stay at Shaoqing's house or prepare food for him. In my opinion, Tang Jianyang is doing this because he doesn't want Lai Shaoqing to have something to use against him. After all, Tang Jianyang is living under someone else's roof, so this is understandable. At this time, a servant ran from afar and shouted, "Tangcheng, Xue Tangcheng, there are people coming from outside the mountain." Xue Tangcheng said in surprise, "No way, so early and Shaoqing is already here?" He covered his eyes with his hand and looked into the distance. At the end of the snowy plain, there was indeed a row of black shadows slowly approaching. As the procession got closer, their silhouettes could already be seen clearly. 7 or 8 large carriages and 20 or 30 riders escorted them as they walked down Longmen Mountain. Xue Tangcheng took a deep breath and called over a servant, "Go quickly, go up the mountain and tell Tang Jianyang." Inspector Su stared at him and said, "Tangcheng, doesn't Tang Jianyang not care about Lai Shaoqing at all? Why tell him?" Xue Tangcheng glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Whether or not Yang Tianguang is willing to go down the mountain to welcome us is Yang Tianguang's business. We still have to do our part. Yang Tianguang has always treated us brothers well. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Inspector Su was reprimanded and did not say anything else. Xue Tangcheng waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Don't wait for Lai Shaoqing to reach the foot of the mountain. This master has a bad temper. Let's go up and welcome him." At Xue Tangcheng's order, a group of low-ranking officials who guarded the hot springs at Longmen, grew vegetables and raised horses, went up in a hubbub. Yang Fan, dressed in short clothes, was practicing his saber in the courtyard. Usually, Yang Fan's saber practice was a favorite show of his precious son. In Yang Nianzu's eyes, his father's saber practice was about the same as the monkeys doing somersaults in the Imperial Horse Gallery. It was all fun. Today his son's family was not here, so Yang Fan did not have to deliberately add some strange moves to amuse his son. He practiced like the wind and was very focused. The snow in the courtyard had not been swept away. Under Yang Fan's daily practice, the snow had become very solid. Other than a layer of charcoal ash from the courtyard door to the room door to prevent slippage, the rest of the snow had become as smooth as a mirror. This kind of ground undoubtedly made it more difficult for him to move. But on this kind of ground, Yang Fan was still as swift as a whirlwind, like a mad tiger, sometimes an eagle soaring in the sky, sometimes a lion hunting a rabbit, sometimes a falcon swooping down, like a lightning bolt. At times, the saber would wrap around his entire body like a waterfall, and at other times, it would be like a sudden clap of thunder and lightning slashing out in arcs of cold light. Compared to when he had just left the southern seas, his saber technique had already made great progress. The power of the saber was vigorous and copious, its momentum fierce and fierce. Moreover, its energy channels were long and solid like a boulder. This kind of power and overbearingness was the most prominent characteristic of the king of weapons, the saber. It was also the saber technique that could best display the martial arts of Curlybeard's lineage to the extreme. A servant was standing at the door. He was clearly several feet away from Yang Fan, but he saw that Yang Fan had covered an area of several feet with just a few twists and turns, and the saber light was so dense that it was bone-chilling. He wisely chose to stay where he was. If he really walked forward, and Yang Tangjian slipped, wouldn't he die an unjust death? With a whoosh, the frightening saber light that covered the sky, and the earth suddenly disappeared. The whistling and shrill saber wind also stopped abruptly. Yang Fan hid the saber behind his elbow and said impatiently, "What's the matter now? Didn't I say that if he, Lai Junchen, is here for official business today, Yang, will naturally welcome him? Since it's a private matter, I can't be bothered to welcome him." The servant smiled and said, "Yang Tangjian, the person who came down the mountain is not Lai Shaoqing, but the right garrison general. He heard that you are the owner of this place and said that he is an old friend of you, so he specially came to see you. I came to inform you first." Yang Fan thought for a while, but did not remember any old friend of his who was the right garrison general. He could not help but be surprised and said, "The right garrison general, who is it?" As Yang Fan spoke, he walked towards the door. The servant respectfully said, "I dare not say anything. I only remember that the general said his surname is Luo, Shui Tangqing is accompanying him." When Yang Fan heard that the general's surname was Luo, he suddenly thought of someone and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "It's him! Why is he here?" Yang Fan walked out of the door and looked towards the mountain path. Sure enough, he saw Shui Tangqing accompanying someone, walking slowly along the mountain path. That person was wearing a leopard skin robe with sleeves and a gray cloak. His waist was broad, his body fat, and his gait was calm, looking extremely noble. Yang Fan had already thought of someone, but when he saw this person's appearance, it was very different from the person in his impression, so he could not help but hesitate. At this time, that person had already seen Yang Fan. He immediately grinned and laughed out loud. From afar, he opened his arms and welcomed him cheerfully, saying with a smile, "Erlang, long time no see." When Yang Fan was practicing his saber on the mirror-like snow in the courtyard, he did not slip even once. Now that he heard him speak, he slipped and almost fell. The person in front of him had rough red skin, a red brandy nose, the wings of his nose were fat, the muscles on his fat face were loose, his eye bags were very deep, and he looked to be around 40 years old. If not for his light blue eyes and his slightly Western accent, Yang Fan would not believe that this person was actually the loyal Khan Ashina Huziruo, who gave himself the Han name Luo Kadi. He remembered the first time he met Huziruo at White Horse Temple. At that time, Huziruo's skin was fair, his nose was sharp, his facial features were handsome, and he looked valiant. But how did he become like this in just a few years? His body was fat, and his face was as wide as a basin. Yang Fan really could not bear to look at him. Speaking of which, Huziruo was only 5 or 6 years older than Yang Fan. Right now, he was at most in his early 30s, but looking at his appearance, he was more than 10 years older than his actual age. Huziruo rushed over with large strides, his fat and large hands grasping Yang Fan's hands. He shook them repeatedly and affectionately said, "Erlang, long time no see. Ha, looking at your appearance, compared to when we first met at White Horse Temple, you haven't changed at all. I really envy you. I can't. I'm old." Huziruo grabbed Yang Fan's hands and shook his head enthusiastically, his round and fat belly trembling. That belly was almost touching Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Khan, this change of yours is really too shocking. I don't even dare to recognize you." Huziruo laughed heartily. "That's right. I used to have a bow and a horse by my side, and now I have wine and women by my side. Although I have followed the customs of the Han, I can't get used to eating grains and vegetables. I still need fat cows and sheep to eat to my heart's content. I don't have anything to worry about, so how can I not be fat?" Because of the deal he had made with Shen Mu to protect Wu Zhila, Yang Fan always felt that he had let his good friend down. Therefore, when Huziruo did not come looking for him, he rarely asked this old friend out to drink and chat. In addition, he had always been caught up in all sorts of bureaucratic disturbances and did not want to implicate this old friend. Therefore, this was the first time they had met in years. Carefully listening to the meaning behind Huziruo's words, Yang Fan did not sense the slightest desolation or disappointment. It seemed that this loyal Khan was very satisfied with his luxurious life. Yang Fan could not help but be speechless. Are all the children of the grasslands so broad-minded? Chapter 671. Seeing the slight melancholy on his face, Huziluo thought that he was reminiscing about the past and feeling sorry for himself. That's right, this brother became a general at a young age and was promoted to the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice. Then he became the assistant minister of the heavenly official. He could be said to be proud of his success and had a bright future ahead of him. Who would have thought that he would be reduced to such a state in one night, becoming a mountain guard, horse rearing, vegetable growing, and spring watching? Huziluo hurriedly consoled. Erlang, don't be sad. I have only heard of your matter recently. The ups and downs of the officialdom. Don't take it to heart. Think about how many nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers had their families destroyed in one night. Erlang is truly blessed. You are a blessed person. Look at how old you are. Although you have fallen today, you may rise again in the future. Moreover, I heard that you own dozens of shops in Nan City and earn money every day. Even if your career is hopeless, you can still be a normal rich man. What's wrong with that? Don't make things difficult for yourself. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that the other was pitiful, but the other felt that he was pitiful. Everyone had their own aspirations. This kind of thing really couldn't be forced. Why force others to live according to his wishes? It was fine as long as one was happy. With this thought, the heavy feeling in Yang Fan's heart lightened. Shaking his head with a smile, he changed the topic. Thank you, Khan, for your consolation. What this little brother lacks is your magnanimity. Ha ha! Why did Khan come up the mountain today? Could it be that you brought a beauty up the mountain to enjoy yourself in the hot spring? Yang Fan's eyes were sharp and could already see a group of people coming up the mountain in the distance. Most of them were young girls with slender figures. Although they were wearing leather and fur clothing, their graceful figures did not diminish. Unexpectedly, when Huziluo heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, as if he was too shy to speak. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it?" Huziluo blushed slightly and answered awkwardly. To be honest, Lai Junchin has regained the emperor's favor and is holding a roasted tail banquet at Dragon Gate to celebrate. I am here to attend the banquet. Yang Fan was surprised. How did the Khan become friends with Lai Junchin? This person is perverse and has made enemies in the entire court. For Khan to have dealings with such a person, this is very inappropriate. Huziluo snorted in annoyance. Do you think I want to be friends with Lai Junchin? To tell you the truth, this Sinong Nong temple is in charge of several livestock farms on the outskirts of the capital. Ever since your elder brother settled in the capital, some of the clan's younger generation did not want to leave, so they all came with me. With my salary, I can't feed so many people. But when it comes to farming and weaving, my children are not good at it. So I went to the Sinong temple and asked them to raise livestock for the court. Now that they are the emperor's servants, they can at least make a living. Now that Lai Junchin is the Sinong Nong vice minister, this matter should be managed by him. Your elder brother thought that since he has taken up the post, I should give him face. So I went to Lai residence to send some gifts to celebrate. After sending the gifts, I returned. I thought this matter would end here, but who knew that he still remembered it? Last night, his lackey Wei Suizhong suddenly came. I don't know how he heard that my residence has dozens of maids bought from the western regions who can sing and dance. He wanted me to bring them to Dragon Gate to celebrate with Lai Junchen. He also wanted me to come early in the morning and make arrangements before Lai Junchen. Ha! Lai Junchen, how impressive, how impressive. You're ordering me around like this. When have you ever treated me as a guest? Your elder brother is after all. Hasero suddenly paused when he spoke to this point, like a deflated ball. He shook his head sadly and gloomily said, "Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Just talking about it makes me angry. Let's deal with him today. Otherwise, with his vengeful nature, how could he be willing to let me go?" I see. Realization dawned on Yang Fan. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Huzelo and said with a smile, "Lai Junchen is so domineering. Ka must be ashamed and angry. Do you want me to help you vent your anger?" Huzelo became nervous and quickly said, "Absolutely not. Erling, you are now working in the Sinong Nong Temple and are his subordinate. You must not stand up for me. Moreover, if your elder brother offends him, then I won't teach my clansmen how to raise livestock. My clansmen will have no way to survive." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Khan. No matter what, I will not let him blame this debt on you." Huzelo said, "That won't do. How can you fight him now?" Erlang, bear with it for a moment to avoid 100 days of worry. You should. Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. No matter, no matter. Khan can just watch from the sidelines. I know what I am doing." Minister Shuetang was a shrewd old man. When the two of them were talking, he had been standing far away. Seeing that the two of them had finished their conversation, he coughed and walked forward. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, another servant ran up the mountain and shouted, "Minister Yang, Minister Shuetang, Assistant Minister Huangfu of the Qiu Guanyamen, has come up the mountain." After Li Zhaoda's downfall, the Minister of Justice, Lu Qinwang, was also implicated and demoted to another place. Princess Taiping secretly worked and successfully promoted her henchman, Tao Wenjie, to the position of Minister of Justice. In exchange, and with the compromise of the various powers, the Ministry of Justice promoted two assistant ministers. One was Huangfu Zhangbei, and the other was Lu Rushuan. The two of them were the left and right assistant ministers. Chun Dong officially replaced Yang Fan and became the disciplinary director of the Ministry of Justice. The person who came up the mountain was Huangfu Zhangbei. Huangfu Zhangbei did not come alone. He had brought a cook, ingredients, and even cooking utensils. It seemed that Lai Junchen had made up his mind to hold this barbecue banquet on Mount Longmen, but he also knew that every vegetable and every fruit here belonged to the emperor. No matter how arrogant he, Lai Junchen, was, he could not allow others to use him against him. He could only use his despotic power on other people. Seeing Huangfu Zhangbei, Huzelo felt a little better. His position as the great general of the right garrison was only in name. The so-called Khan was only in name. Huangfu Zhangbei was a real member of the Ministry of Justice. In terms of official position, status, and power, he was not inferior to Lai Junchen. But wasn't he still ordered around by Lai Junchen like a servant? Yang Fan and Huzelo stood side by side on the mountain and watched as Assistant Minister Qiu Guan, Huangfu Zhangbei, led the family members carrying pots and vegetables up the rugged mountain path like a chief cook. Huzelo let out a long sigh and said with a wry smile, "Originally, I was a little unwilling to accept Lai Junchen's arrogance, but now it seems that I have no choice but to accept it. The entire court is read and ordered around like dogs. Even King Wei and King Liang cannot compare to such awe-inspiring might. Who else in the world can have such awe-inspiring might?" Yang Fan put his hands in his bosom and said with a smile, "At least there is one more." Oh, Huzelo glanced at Yang Fan. his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Fan continued to smile as he looked down the mountain. He replied indifferently, "There is still Li Xiaoda." Huzeluo's gaze sharpened slightly. Yang Fan said, "Some people are too close to power. Over time, they think that they possess that power. They do not know that their power is only bestowed by others. If this power is taken away, they will immediately lose everything." Huzeluo's eyes brightened slightly. He asked tentatively, "Erlang, you were saying—" Yang Fan said with a smile, "I am not saying anything. I am only saying that when flowers bloom to their peak, they should wither. When the snow falls to its peak, it should stop. When the moon is full, it will wane. When the sun is full, it will erode. Everything in the world follows the same logic." Li Xiaoda was so awe-inspiring, but didn't he also wither after reaching his peak? Lai Junchen should be the same. This is the great logic of the world. Although Huzeluo's body was fat, his face was oily, and he had put on a lot of weight, his heart was even clearer than before. How could he believe Yang Fan's words? He asked impatiently, "Erlang, you and I are brothers. If you have something to say, why don't you say it? Have you heard something?" In his view, Yang Fan could only rely on his relationship with Princess Taiping and King Wu Sansi. What had he heard? There was no way he could topple Lai Junchen. Yang Fan raised his chin toward the foot of the mountain and said with a smile, "Lai Junchen is here. If Khan does not go and welcome him, he will be late." "Ayo, he really came." Huzeluo hurriedly lifted his robe and ran down the mountain in a hurry. When Lai Junchen would be unlucky was a matter for the future. As long as he was still alive, he had to be careful. When this fellow bit people, there was no reasoning at all. Lai Junchen came, followed by a few court officials. These court officials did not need anything from Lai Junchen, and Lai Junchen would not give them anything. The reason why they were currying favor with Lai Junchen was not because they wanted anything from him. They only hoped that if there were any more disturbances, Lai Junchen would remember today's friendship and not carelessly implicate them. A group of people also came from the Sinong Temple after Chief Minister Tang Xiaoxiao sensed that there would be a fierce battle on Dragon Gate Mountain. She immediately slipped away, saying that she was inspecting the various gardens. But there were still a large number of officials left in the Sinong Temple. These people could not help but show their support, especially the two farming officials, Ming Shi and Li Jun, who had been assigned to work under Lai Junchen. As soon as Ming Shi saw Shui Tangcheng, she angrily reprimanded him. "This Yang Fan, does he still have any manners? Does he know how to respect his subordinates? Lai Junchen has come to the hot springs, but he did not come to welcome him. This is too outrageous." Shui Tangcheng deliberately straightened his frost-blue face and replied awkwardly. Originally, Director Yang was waiting respectfully at the foot of the mountain for Lai Shaoqing and other officials. But because the great general of the Right Garrison Guard and Assistant Minister Chiu Guan arrived a step earlier, Director Yang accompanied them up the mountain to make arrangements. As a result, I missed the time to welcome Lai Shaoqing and other officials. Even though everyone knew that Yang Fan did not want to give Lai Junchen face, Shui Tangcheng could not say it directly. This was his duty as a subordinate. Moreover, this would make Lai Junchen look better. Lai Junchen did not expect Yang Fan to lower his head to him, but when he heard that Huzeluo and Huang Fuzhangbei had already gone up the mountain, he was curious. He thought that these two people had not come. He secretly swore in his heart and was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. At this time, hearing Shui Tangcheng's words, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He looked at Wei Suizhong in surprise. He had already guessed that this was probably the method that Wei Suizhong had mentioned. Chapter 672. Wei Suizhong laughed and said, Assistant Minister Huang Fu and Kan Huzuro considered the lack of food and wine on the mountain, and there are no songs and dances to liven things up, so they volunteered to take on these two tasks. Kan Huzuro brought a dozen dancers up the mountain, while Assistant Minister Huang Fu invited the famous chef of Drunken Golden Hairpin to serve the banquet. They did not inform the prefectural magistrate beforehand, as they wanted to give him a surprise. When Lai Junchen heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He laughed heartily and said, Kan Jiezhong and Assistant Minister Huang Fu are too courteous. Today, I am here to invite my colleagues to a banquet. How can I let them go through so much trouble? Too courteous, too courteous. Come, let's quickly go up the mountain. Don't let Kan Jiezhong and Assistant Minister Huang Fu wait for too long. The others could not help but flatter him. Amidst the tide of flattery, the group of people slowly climbed the mountain. When they were about to reach Dragon Gate's magnificent stone archway, they saw Yang Fan standing there with his arms crossed, looking at them with a slight smile, as if there was no one else around. Lai Junchen's face immediately darkened, and he snorted coldly. Minister of Agriculture Ming, she hurriedly said, This Yang Fan is too arrogant. I will go teach him a lesson. Ming Shi's feet tightened, and he angrily rushed towards Yang Fan. When he rushed in front of Yang Fan, the anger on his face had miraculously disappeared and turned into a humble and embarrassed expression. Minister Yang, Lai Shaoqing has just been appointed, and today he brought his colleagues and friends to visit the Dragon's Gate. You see, we are all from the Sinong Temple after all. It is not good to let outsiders see any unhappiness. Take a step back, don't you think so? Yang Fan did not expect this person to change from arrogance to deference and change his attitude so quickly. He couldn't help but find this person familiar and asked, When I reported to the Sinong Temple that day, I seem to have met you once. If I remember correctly, you are the minister of the Sinong Temple. May I know your name? Ming Shi happily said, I am Ming Shi. I did not expect Minister Yang to still remember me. You have a good memory. Yang Fan nodded and said, Since Minister Ming has spoken, Yang does not dare to disobey. However, this is the Imperial Forest Park. According to reason, non-members of the imperial family are not allowed to enter. This Yang is certainly not an unreasonable person. If the officials of this yamen come here to bathe and relieve their fatigue, it is not a big deal. However, I still have to abide by the rules. Everyone can enter the door behind me, but the second door is the territory of the imperial palace. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Since I am the supervisor of the hot spring, this is my responsibility. I hope that Minister Ming, no one will not take offense. Ming Shi's expression became somewhat ugly. Then, where do you want Lai Shaoqing to stay? Yang Fan said, He can either come today and leave today, or go to the monastery at the front of the mountain, offer some incense oil, and ask for a place to stay. Bullshit. Lai Junchen climbed up the stone steps. He did not hear how Ming Shi taught Yang Fan a lesson, but he clearly heard Yang Fan's words. Lai Junchen's suppressed anger suddenly rose. He walked over with a calm face and pushed Ming Shi aside. He pointed at Yang Fan's nose and said word by word, You listen to me clearly. I will stay here today. Of course you can stay. The corners of Yang Fan's mouth gently curled up. If Lai Shaoqing is so interested, this Yang will naturally accept. Not far from here is the residence of the supervisor of the hot spring. I can ask someone to vacate a few rooms and invite Lai Shaoqing and the other guests to stay. As for the second door, Yang Fan shouted in a deep voice, Supervisor Su. Supervisor Su was standing in the crowd, watching the excitement. When he suddenly heard Yang Fan call his name, he unconsciously responded. It was only after he took a step forward that he reacted. This was not the time to stir up trouble. He could only ask hesitantly, Supervisor Yang, WH, what is it? Yang Fan stared at Lai Junchen and asked Supervisor Su in a clear voice, "On the first day this official took office, it was you who explained the regulations of the hot spring supervisor to this official. I can't remember clearly now. I want to hear you say it again. Who can stay in the bathing hall of the hot spring on this mountain?" Supervisor Su timidly glanced at Lai Junchen and answered hesitantly that the emperor, the crown prince, members of the imperial family, princes with different surnames, or guests invited by the imperial family. Yang Fan said to Lai Junchen, "Lai Shaoqing, did you hear clearly? I don't know if it is the emperor, the crown prince, the imperial family, princes with different surnames, or which one of you is a member of the imperial family. No matter which one you meet, I will let you in immediately." Lai Junchen grabbed Yang Fan's collar and breathed heavily. His eyes also revealed a kind of evil because of an inexplicable excitement. "Yang Fan, don't think that you can block my way with these stupid rules. Today, I want to stay in the spring palace on the mountain. You can go and impeach me. Do you think His Majesty will punish me for such a small matter? Oh, I forgot. You are only a small supervisor of the hot spring. You are not qualified to submit a memorial to the emperor. Do you want me to help you submit it?" Ha 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 ha. It was the same laughter, but Lai Junchen's laughter was very different from other people's. It was also different from his laughter in the past. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was abrupt, fast, and urgent. It was like the cry of a night owl. It was very strange. Yang Fan frowned, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Lai Junchen suddenly stopped laughing and put on a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know why I insisted on coming to the Dragon Gate? Because you are here. Because you are in charge of this place. It is yours. That is why I am here. Since I am here, I want to stay here, and you can only obediently guard the door for me." Ha 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 ha. Lai Junchen laughed hysterically again. His laughter was strange and a little inexplicable. Yang Fan could not help but frown again. Lai Junchen seemed to have realized that his strange excitement was a little eye-catching. He tried hard to control himself, but because he was holding back his laughter, his originally handsome face became distorted. "I, Lai Junchen, have only suffered once, and it was in the hands of you, Yang Fan." Lai Junchen's smile disappeared, and his expression became bitter again. "That is why I am very interested in you now. As long as it is yours, I am interested. I want to snatch it. I want to possess it in front of you. No matter if it is in charge of it, you own it, or your woman." Ha ha ha. Lai Junchen suddenly burst into a strange, neurotic laughter. The strange feeling in Yang Fan's heart became more and more obvious. He had never studied medicine. Even if he had, with the medical level of this era, he would not understand what a paranoid or hidden mental illness was. However, Lai Junchen's strange behavior and twisted smile clearly did not belong to a normal person. The two people's voices could not be considered high, but the mountain wind howled and carried their conversation. A few officials standing not far away vaguely heard some of it and immediately frowned. This Lai Junchen was too immature, wasn't he? No matter how much you hated him in your heart, no matter how malicious your thoughts were, you should not have said it out loud. However, thinking about Lai Junchen's background as a ruffian, it did not seem to be a big deal to say something unpleasant. As Yang Fan listened to Lai Junchen's malicious and vulgar words and looked at his lewd and strange smile, he wanted to lift up his foot and use the sole of his boot to seal Lai Junchen's mouth, imprinting his hideous and ferocious face on the sole of his boot. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He calmly said, "As the supervisor of the hot springs, I naturally have to fulfill my duty. You are not allowed to enter the bathing hall of the hot springs palace." Lai Junchen said rudely, "I want to enter. So what?" Yang Fan smiled and took 2 steps back, saying, I am right here. Lai Junchen, are you planning to fight your way into the hot springs palace? Lai Junchen smiled and put his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and proudly called out, Ming Shi. Yes, yes, this lowly official is here. On such a cold day, Minister of Agriculture Ming Shi's forehead seemed to be covered in sweat. He hurriedly came over and coughed, saying, Yang Fan, someone has reported you have embezzled the rations of the servants. Cough. This official wants to personally investigate this matter. In order to avoid suspicion, during this period of investigation, you will be temporarily suspended from your post. Xue Tangqing will temporarily take over the position of the supervisor. Lai Junchen rolled his eyes and arrogantly said, Still not moving out of the way? Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He smiled and slowly retreated to the side of the road. Lai Junchen swaggered to his side and stared at him. He coldly said, This official is going up the mountain to bathe in the hot springs. I will still be staying up there tonight. You're blocking me. You're chasing me down the mountain. If you have the ability to chase me out, I will change my surname to yours. Ha ha ha. Lai Junchen suddenly let out a burst of strange laughter and walked up the mountain while laughing loudly. He also faintly felt that his crazy laughter was somewhat strange, but he suppressed it several times in a row. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. He had no choice but to laugh, so he might as well laugh to his heart's content. A group of low-level servants from the hot spring stewardship department followed behind them. When they passed by Yang Fan, their gazes were filled with sympathy and embarrassment. Huzelo did not dare to say anything. When he reached Yang Fan's side, he only paused for a moment. In the end, he let out a deep sigh, stomped his feet, and gloomily chased after Lai Junchen. Yang Fan silently stood by the stone square, watching the large group of people accompany Lai Junchen up the mountain like stars surrounding the moon. A moment later, a figure appeared behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't turn around, but he seemed to know that someone had appeared. He gazed at Lai Junchen's receding figure and said in a low voice, Investigate him. The person behind him said, I don't know what sect master wants to know. Please ask. Yang Fan nodded and said, Check here. I feel he's a little abnormal. The person raised his eyes in shock. Yang Fan had already pulled up his sleeves. He raised his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself, If Lai Junchen really is crazy, but is able to wear scarlet, seize a high position, and be entrusted with heavy responsibilities by the emperor, that would truly be the most absurd joke in history. Ha ha ha. The person behind him had a puzzled expression and wanted to ask more questions. Yang Fan was already walking down the mountain with a smile. Looking at the time, he should be here soon. Chapter 673. In the vast snowfield, Yang Fan and the others were walking towards the Dragon Gate. It was the spring festival, and the yamen was sealed. The officials were resting at home, and most of the businesses had stopped doing business. People were visiting their relatives and friends. Therefore, even though the road leading to the Dragon Gate had always been desolate, there were still farmers, hunters, and people visiting their relatives and friends. Of course, there were also devout believers who went to the Dragon Gate to offer incense. Among the few pedestrians, there was a group of people and horses that was particularly eye-catching. It was a few double-axle oil cleaners, all pulled by strong yellow horses. Most of the carriages were made of precious wood such as nanmu and red sandalwood. If someone who did not know could not see that the wood used in these carriages was expensive, they could see that these carriages were not used by ordinary people from the tiles on the crossbar of the rear end of the carriages, the hidden nails on the carriage, the hooks on the curtain, and the package on the shaft of the carriage. Moreover, There were dozens of black-robed guards around the carriages, which was enough to prove the noble status of the people in the carriages. There was only one person sitting in the first carriage. The window was open, and there was no wind at the moment. The sun was shining brightly, and the snowfield was bright. The person in the carriage was sitting elegantly with a long neck, white teeth, and bright eyes. A golden buyao swayed gently on her head, exuding infinite charm. As the carriage passed, pedestrians could see the beauty in the carriage through the window. It was like a painting. This person was Princess Taiping. There was also a person sitting in the second carriage, but this person was meditating. The carriage would bump from time to time in the snowfield, but his body was motionless. It was enough to show that his Zen skills were excellent. This person was a monk. Looking at his age, he was only about 30 years old. He was handsome and clear. From his slightly sunken eye sockets, high nose bridge, and slightly blue eyes, he seemed to have the blood of the Hu people. This monk's Buddhist name was Hui Fan. He was originally born in a Hu merchant family in the western regions. His family was wealthy, and because he loved Buddhism, he became a monk at a young age. The Shungshan temple that he lived in was a family temple specially built for him. Therefore, although he was young, he was already the master of the temple. Unlike Xue Huai, the master of the White Horse Temple, Hui Fan was quite proficient in the Buddhist scriptures. In addition, he was born with a good appearance, so he was an influential figure among the eminent monks of Luoyang. His two senior brothers, Hui Yin and Hui Ling, were eminent monks who had participated in the compilation of the commentary on the Great Cloud Sutra. Although this Buddhist scripture annotation was a political propaganda material to promote Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, except for Xue Huai, the other 9 were real Buddhist masters. The Deyun Jingshu was announced to the world. The 10 eminent monks were awarded purple kasaya by the emperor. Hui Fan also became famous because of his 2 older martial brothers. Now that Buddhism was suppressing Taoism, there were many believers in all walks of life. To be able to obtain the support of an eminent monk, one would unknowingly grasp a lot of power. Therefore, monk Hui Fan also became a guest of Princess Taiping. In the third carriage, there were 3 people. The 3 of them were not old. The oldest was only 23 or 24 years old, and the youngest was not even 20 years old, but they all had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and faces like jade. They were all very graceful and beautiful young men. These 3 people were originally the children of a declining family, but because of the protection of their ancestors, they inherited an idle position. Now, it was different. Now, they all held important positions in the important yamen, such as the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Rights, because their brothers from the same family were Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. These 3 people were Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi. They were all children of the Zhang family, and also the core members of the emerging Zhang party. At this moment, the 3 of them were in high spirits. They opened the curtains, looked at the scenery outside the window, pointed, and laughed wittily. In the fourth carriage, there were also 2 young men dressed like scholars. They were about 30 years old, and they were very handsome. One of them was also surnamed Zhang, but he was not from the same family as the 3 Zhang brothers in the previous carriage. His name was Zhang Shuo, originally from Fanyang, and he lived in the east of the river. Now, he was the crown prince's school secretary and the left supplement. Zhang Shuo was not like the 3 Zhang brothers, who relied on their own brothers to be the empress's gigolo and used nepotism to get to the throne. He was a talented scholar with real ability and learning. In the 4th year of the imperial court, Wu Zetian tested the virtuous and virtuous, and she personally acted as the chief examiner. Zhang Shuo was rated as the first in the imperial court. The person next to him was tall and elegant, and he was even more elegant than Zhang Shuo. He was Zhang Shua's close friend, Gao Jian. Gao Jian was now the Minister of Rights of the Ministry of Rights, and he was also a successful rising official in the imperial court. In the last carriage, there were also two people. These two people Yang Fan had seen in Chang'an before. They were the sons of the Chui clan of Bowling, Chui Pai, and Chui Di. The two brothers were elegant and handsome, and they were not inferior to the three Zhang brothers. First, there was a great purge in the imperial court because of the turmoil in the southern border. Then, because of the case of Lian Yao, a large number of officials in Luoyang were removed, and there were a number of vacancies. The Chui clan naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, so the Chui brothers came to the capital. In fact, there was a place for the Chui clan on the list of officials in the southern border. This was very normal. If there was no son of a noble clan on this list, then it would be suspicious. Although Wu Zetian wanted to suppress the noble clans, she only wanted to use a soft knife to cut flesh to weaken them. She was not willing to openly break off relations with them. Although the empress was decisive, she was not willing to declare war on a colossus without leaving a way out, so she still had to give the noble clans some benefits, so that they would not starve to death and would not take risks out of desperation. However, Chui Shi was not on that list because he was not willing to go. He was a son of the Amping Fang of the Chui clan of Bowling. To be an official in the barbarian land and govern a group of savages, Chui Shi saw it as a dangerous path. His goal was the capital, the prosperous place, the capital of the Zhou dynasty. So he brought his brother to the capital and successfully became a disciple of Princess Taiping. Through her recommendation, he became an official. Of course, other than Chui Shi being talented and worth recruiting, Princess Taiping might have used Chui Shi to build a connection with the Chui clan of Bowling and establish a closer relationship. If such a noble clan could secretly provide support to her, it would obviously be very beneficial for her to recruit more talents. Otherwise, with the advantage of being a princess of the Tang dynasty, it would be impossible for her to draw so many talents to her side. There would always be some people who did not believe in promises in the distant future, but valued the benefits in front of them more. It was Chui Di's first time in Luoyang, and the first time he was invited by the princess to travel, so he was very excited. As a son of a noble clan, in the eyes of the proud young Master Jiang, the Li Tang royal family was a nouveau riche, and the Wuzhou dynasty was a big joke. He looked down on them from head to toe and did not take them seriously. However, Chui Di was different. He was still very flattered by Princess Taiping's invitation. He even fantasized that with his literary talent and appearance, he could get the favor of this beautiful princess of the Tang dynasty. Maybe he would have the opportunity to do something very charming and erotic with her. Of course, it was not possible now. The beautiful princess was pregnant. Chui Di's thoughts had nothing to do with being a gigolo. He was confident that with his family background and talent, he could definitely achieve something in his official career. He coveted Taiping, not because he wanted to serve a woman to get a position, but because she was a princess. He didn't care about a noble woman. The Chui clan's people were all rich and powerful. He had seen many noble women. He didn't care about beautiful women either. He had beautiful women by his side, no matter if they were noble, elegant, charming, pure, or flirtatious. However, the combination of two completely harmless substances, noble and enchanting, for him became a powerful aphrodisiac, making him exuberant. Chui Shi was not as excited as Chui Di, nor did he have the same thoughts as him. When Chui Di once again mentioned Princess Taiping's beauty and elegance to him, faintly revealing a covetous look, Chui Shi lightly reminded him, "You seem to have forgotten about the matter between the princess and Yang Fan." "Of course I haven't forgotten." Chui Di, who was in heat, was pricked by him. He immediately sneered disdainfully. "If the princess can like him, of course she can also like me." If the princess likes me, what does it have to do with him? You don't think that just because he is in charge of the succession hall, he has the right to order us around? Shueisha frowned and unhappily said, "Could it be that you have forgotten our purpose in coming to Luoyang? How much hope the elders have for us? Why do you act as if you have never seen a woman before?" "Of course I have seen women, but not one of them is a princess." Di's young face was a little red because of excitement. "Big brother, did you notice that the men that the princess has invited, although they have different identities, are all outstanding and handsome? Hey, I think the princess likes handsome men." He turned his eyes, lowered his voice, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Maybe they are the princess's guests. Our princess, I am afraid, does not only have young Fan as her lover." Shueisha frowned and said, "Then why are you still enjoying it?" Di smiled and said, "I am not marrying her. What does it matter to me how many men she has? In a luxurious tent in a gentle village, to be able to take off one's shoes with a beautiful and noble princess, go to Mount Wu together, have a night of ecstasy. Don't you think this is the happiest thing in the world?" "Enough." Shueisha slapped the wall of the carriage. "If I had known this, I would have brought Aji or Ayi this time. Instead of—" Di saw that his big brother was angry, so he bitterly shut his mouth. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the driver's voice came from outside. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the foot of Dragon Gate Mountain. The road ahead is impassable. We have to walk up the mountain." "Oh." Princess Taiping, who was staring at the snowy field leisurely, woke up. She bent over and was about to lift the curtain to go out. The personal maid sitting on the side of the carriage hurriedly whispered, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping was reminded by her, and only then did she realize that she was a pregnant woman. She said in annoyance, "I still have to pretend for a few months. So annoying." She sighed, stretched out a hand, and let the maid hold her. Then the maid opened the curtain of the sedan and slowly walked out. Her footsteps were soft, as if she was afraid to step on ants. Chapter 674. When Princess Taiping got off the carriage, the invited guests had already gotten off before her. They were looking around, talking and laughing loudly. When they saw Princess Taiping coming out, they surrounded her. Gao Jian looked around and frowned. "Your Highness is here. Is there no one in the hot spring to welcome you?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "I didn't tell them that I came here. If a group of ordinary people were to talk about such a beautiful snow scene, what would be the point? Let's go up the mountain. Everyone must be tired from the journey, so let's first take a bath and wash off our fatigue. It won't be too late to have a banquet after that." Di hurried forward and said, "Your Highness is not feeling well. The stone steps are slippery. You must be careful." Princess Taiping smiled at him and nodded to thank him. "Thank you." As soon as Taiping laughed, Di's soul and spirit immediately disappeared. Even his bones softened by 30%. In his heart, he thought, "Good fortune, a rare and beautiful woman, is indeed out of the ordinary. I remember when my sisters-in-law were pregnant. Even if they were originally very delicate and beautiful, their complexion, skin quality, fat, and thin appearance would inevitably have some changes. But this Princess Highness, other than her waist being a little bigger, is actually a radiant beauty. If she wasn't pregnant, how attractive would her fragrant jade body be?" Another maid came and supported Princess Taiping. They were about to go up the mountain. Princess Taiping was disguised as a pregnant woman. The stone path was too slippery to walk fast. All the guests followed Princess Taiping to walk slowly. After walking for a short distance and turning onto the stone path in the mountain, a person suddenly appeared in front of them and made a fuss. "Oh, why is Your Highness here? Why didn't you inform us in advance that Your Highness would come to the Dragon Gate so that we could welcome you earlier?" Princess Taiping looked at her Langjun, who was pretending. She felt both angry and amused. She snorted and slightly raised her chin. She pretended to be arrogant and said, "You may rise. I was just having fun and invited my friends to visit the Dragon Gate. It was just a whim. There is no need to inform others." Chuedi walked up with a smile and looked Yang Fan up and down. He deliberately acted as if he didn't know him and asked, "Who are you?" "Looking at your clothes. Are you the local soup supervisor?" Back in Chang, and Chuedi and a group of people had been ridiculed by Yang Fan for showing off their poems. Although it was not directed at him, he was still displeased. Now that he had arrived in Luoyang, he had fallen in love with Princess Taiping at first sight. He was even more displeased with this Yang Fan, who had been rumored to be with Princess Taiping for a long time. At this time, he deliberately ridiculed Yang Fan, wanting to see Yang Fan's embarrassed look. Yang Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Isn't this the Chui family's young master? At such a young age, your memory is not very good. When I was in Chang, and didn't I meet you once?" "Ah, I thought you looked familiar. It turns out to be Yang Longzhong." Chuedi pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "Oh, I remember that you were the penal officer of the Ministry of Justice and the Inspector General of the Six Paths. You were such a prestigious figure. How come now?" "Ha ha ha, you can't blame me." Yang Longzhong suddenly changed into a green robe. "My eyes were poor, and I didn't recognize him. Forgive me, forgive me." Yang Fan smiled and said, "It turns out that Chuedi only cares about the clothes and not the person. That's why." Chui Duo's face immediately turned red. She retorted sarcastically, "You were originally wearing a scarlet robe with a fish pouch at your waist. You were awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. You suddenly changed into a green robe and even lost your fish pouch. You stood alone on Dragon's Gate Mountain and became a mere sixth-rank official. With such a contrast, how could I recognize you?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Young Master Chui comes from a prestigious family. Even if you don't enter the officialdom, you are still of noble status. Of course, a sixth-rank official like me is nothing in your eyes. But since I am called an official, it is an errand and a duty to serve the emperor and the people. Whether it is a sixth-rank official or a first-rank official, they are equally precious to me. I only have reverence in my heart. I dare not belittle myself." As soon as he said this, the expressions on the faces of the people who came with the princess became somewhat unnatural, because these brothers were not yet qualified to wear the silver fish pouch. Gao Jian was now the Minister of Rights of the Ministry of Rights, a lower sixth-rank official. The three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi, were officials in the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Appointments, respectively, although they had a lot of real power. In terms of rank, the highest was only the upper sixth-rank official. Zhang Shuo was a jinshi and was ranked first. After many years of hard work, he was now the Zhuobuke, but he was only an upper seventh-rank official. Xue Xiao was a jinshi, and after entering the capital, he went through Princess Taiping's door and was recommended by the princess. He walked the path of a recommendation official and was also given the title of Zhuobuke. Like Zhang Shuo, he was also an upper seventh-rank official. Chuedi's thoughtless words caught all his friends in one fell swoop, including his elder brother. Only Hui Fan was left out because he was a monk. In fact, a sixth-rank or seventh-rank official was definitely not a small official. Zhang Jianji was a legitimate jinshi and had a very high starting point, but until the age of 60, he was still a ninth-rank county magistrate. Chuedi's intention was not to ridicule Yang Fan's official rank. What he wanted to ridicule was Yang Fan's position. Official rank was not important What was important was the official position. Although they were both officials, a ninth-rank county magistrate's power and position in a county was second only to the county magistrate and the county magistrate. He was in charge of a county and was like a local tyrant. But even if you were a sixth-rank official, if you were in charge of the Sinong Temple, tending to the mountain spring, growing wild vegetables for the emperor, managing a few dozen people and 2 or 3 mountains, what would that be? This was what Cui Di wanted to say, but he had said it along the lines of Yang Fan's sentence. Only the clothes, not the person. He had accidentally fallen into his trap and was deliberately pointed out by Yang Fan. When other people heard it, it did not sound like it was the case. For a moment, other than the Hu monk Hui Fan, who was happy and content, and still had the demeanor of an eminent monk, the others were all unhappy. The 3 Zhang brothers did not have enough self-cultivation and directly showed their unsightly expressions on their faces. Cui Di stuttered and explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, although you are a 6th-rank official, but can you compare to my eldest brother, who is a 6th-rank official? I mean, enough." Cui Di's face was ashen, and he sternly stopped his brothers. He bowed to Yang Fan and the others and said apologetically, "My younger brother is young and inexperienced, arrogant and conceited. He spoke rudely and offended all of you. I hope that Supervisor Yang and all of my friends will forgive him." Cui Di spoke politely, and the others did not want to appear stingy. They quickly put on a smile and said that it was all right. Princess Taiping glanced at the still angry Cui Di and secretly furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. She thought to herself, "This person's age is similar to Erlang's when he first became an official, but his breadth of mind, temperament, knowledge, and experience are really far behind. This person cannot be used." In the Tang dynasty, there were 3 main types of officials: imperial examinations, favoritism, and recommendation. Princess Taiping had the right to recommend officials. She had originally promised to help Cui Di recommend an official position, but now that she saw his performance, she involuntarily felt disgusted. Cui Di was looking forward to gaining Taiping's favor, climbing onto the princess's bed, and tasting the taste of the Son of Heaven's daughter. He did not think that because of a moment of rashness, not only did he offend a large group of people, but he also ridiculed the princess's beloved Lang Jun. Cui Di was judged to be out of the game, and he did not know it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Hui Fan chanted the name of Buddha. He twirled his prayer beads and walked forward to smooth things over. He, 4th young Master Cui, was only joking with Supervisor Yang. Please do not take it to heart. The princess's body is delicate and cannot stand the cold. Let's ask Supervisor Yang to lead the way and go up the mountain." As he said this, Hui Fan looked at Yang Fan with deep meaning. He thought to himself, "The rumors in the streets say that Yang Fan has already lost the princess's favor. Now that the princess has brought me up the mountain, she and Yang Fan are like strangers. Could it be true?" Yang Fan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He said, "Master, Her Highness did not inform you in advance that we are coming. Therefore, this mountain, I wonder if Her Highness and all the honored guests are going up the mountain to bathe, or are you planning to stay here for a few days?" Zhang Tongxiu's expression was unfriendly. He said, "What does Her Highness? And I need to report to you if we want to stay at the Dragon Gate." The reason why the Zhang brothers were friendly with Princess Taiping was mainly because the Zhang family was able to rise again thanks to the 2 brothers, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were favored by the empress. Zhang Changzong became the emperor's new lover because of Princess Taiping's recommendation. Therefore, Princess Taiping became a noble in the eyes of the Zhang family. Therefore, when Princess Taiping spoke this time, the Zhang brothers readily agreed. The Zhang brothers were now like Shui Huai in the past, relying on the emperor's favor. They were very arrogant and domineering. There were not many people who could be taken seriously by them. Moreover, Zhang Tongxiu was now a little interested in the beautiful princess Taiping. A beautiful woman with a bad reputation now took the initiative to invite him out for a trip. How could he not have some thoughts? Therefore, Zhang Tongxiu also had some enmity towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, Naturally, there is no need to inform this Yang in advance. But, to be honest, today Lai Shaoqing has just brought some friends up the mountain. They also said that they want to stay on the mountain. If you all want to go up the mountain, I'm afraid the palace in the mountain is not enough. Zhang Tongxiu frowned and asked, Lai Shaoqing? Are you talking about Junchen? Yang Fan said, Exactly. Zhang Changqi said proudly, Lai Junchen? What qualifications does he have to stay in the hot spring and call his friends? Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile if we are talking about qualifications. Naturally, he doesn't. But what kind of person is Lai Shaoqing? In my opinion, Her Highness can go up the mountain to stay. As for the other honored guests, if you all are interested, this Yang can go to the front mountain to help you contact the guests. They can stay in the temple. In everyone's eyes, Yang Fan's smile was not very friendly. It seemed that because they were accompanying the princess, Yang Fan felt threatened. His expression was hostile, jealous, and a little. Yang Fan also did not know if his expression was rich enough for them to see through. He was now trying hard to imitate Shui Huai's expression when he mentioned Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Changyi was so angry that she laughed. Huh, she said, what a joke. We were invited by Her Highness. Now, just because Lai Junchen is on the mountain, we have to obediently stay in the front mountain? This is ridiculous. Who does Lai Junchen think he is? Yang Fan said coldly. This Yang doesn't know who this young master is, but you better listen to this Yang's good advice. Lai Shaoqing is not someone that just anyone can offend. Cui Di could not help but say, in the past, when Director Yang was in charge of the Ministry of Justice, he was tit for tat with Lai Junchen, not yielding an inch. Now that he has been demoted, why is his arrogance gone? Why is he so afraid of him? Yang Fan said coldly, Why is this Yang afraid of him? Such good advice is not to please Lai Junchen. To be honest, because Lai Junchen's residence in Dragon Gate is against the rules, I acted impartially and resolutely stopped him, so I have been suspended by Lai Junchen. This kind advice is for your own good. If you don't mind, you can go up the mountain. What does it have to do with me? Yang Fan flicked his sleeves and stood by the roadside. He said provocatively, Please. Cui Di choked and felt a little timid. Princess Taiping said, angrily, This is ridiculous. My honored guest has come to Dragon Gate, but he wants to stay in the temple and make way for Lai Junchen. When I go up the mountain, I will drive Lai Junchen away. Zhang Changyi said loudly, If Princess comes forward for this, how can we have any face left? Princess, please wait for a moment. I will go up the mountain now. Let's see if this Dragon Gate Spring Palace belongs to Lai Junchen or us. Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi immediately responded, Go, let's go up the mountain. Zhang Tongxiu stepped on a few stone steps and turned around to salute Princess Taiping. Princess, it is inconvenient for you to go up the mountain slowly. I promise you that by the time Princess reaches the top of Dragon Gate, Lai Junchen will have packed up and left. He waved his hand and shouted to his two brothers, Let's go. Cui Di saw that someone was taking the lead and became courageous again. He did not want to show his timidity in front of the woman he wanted to pursue. He also shouted majestically, Let's go. I will go up the mountain with a few brothers. Cui Shi did not manage to hold him back, and Cui Di chased after Zhang Tongxiu and his two brothers. Cui sure stamped his feet, afraid that this brother would cause trouble again, and quickly chased after him. Gao Jian laughed heartily and said to Zhang, "Very interesting. Daoji, let's go up the mountain and clear the path for Her Highness." Men were always eager to stand up for beautiful women, just like proud peacocks competing to show their tail in front of the female, or two male horses trying to fight for the female. Humans were also animals and had animal instincts. Humans were also superior to other creatures, so the starting point of this fight was more complicated than that of male animals. They did not care whether Yang Fan wanted to use them to deal with Lai Junqin, his political enemy, or to use Lai Junqin to attack their potential rivals in love, whether it was to win Princess Taiping's favor, or to satisfy their own vanity, or just because they did not want to show weakness in front of a beautiful woman. These men, who were at most in their early 30s, were arrogant enough. Like male gorillas, they used their fists to hit their broad chest muscles, bared their teeth, and roared as they ran towards another group of male gorillas on the mountain. "Young masters, please wait. Everyone." Princess Taiping did not stop them and could only anxiously say to monk Hui Fan, "Master, it is inconvenient for me to walk. Please chase after them and look after them. They are all officials in the imperial court. If they fight over such a small matter, it will be a disgrace to the imperial court." Monk Hui Fan put his palms together and said with a smile, "This poor monk will go now. Princess, don't worry. These young masters have always been courteous. Nothing will happen." As Hui Fan said this, he flicked his sleeves and floated up to chase after them. Looking at his skills, it seemed that he had some foundation in martial arts. Princess Taiping looked at them rushing up the mountain. Her anxious expression gradually disappeared and turned into a charming expression with a faint smile. She looked at Yang Fan with a pair of watery eyes and said with a sweet smile, "I am standing up for you. How are you going to thank me?